PKA 716. Our last minute cancellation on the guest, so it's just the boys tonight. Taylor?
This episode is brought to you by our merch and Lock and Load. Wonderful products. We'll discuss more later. Kyle, you have been overjoyed to discuss this monkey show with me. And I think it's almost for the best I haven't watched it yet. I put it on my list. I'm going to watch it.
So it's Max. What is it called again? Chimp Crazy? What is
Chimp Crazy.
Crazy. So it's made by the same guy who made Tiger King, but he made such a name for himself amongst, crazy people who keep exotic animals that he couldn't stick his name on the project. So he does what he's like, so we hired a stand-in director. And I'm like, so you hired an actor to pretend he's a director so that you can hide in the shadows and make your expose and they won't know what's coming. That's what he did. The guy he hired, perfect. He's perfect. He hires this guy who went to prison. This guy went to prison for iguana smuggling or some shit. So when he goes to the chimp people, they're like, we don't, no cameras. No, Connie doesn't want to talk to you. She's the chimp queen. You might be trying to take her down. He's like, no. My name is Ignacio. I went to prison for, he doesn't sound like this at all. He's like actually half black. I went to prison for smuggling iguana. The iguana is a beautiful creature. And they're like, oh shit, we didn't know that. 14 months in prison for iguanas? You're a man. Come on in, talk to us. Basically, there's 3 episodes of this shit. It's on HBO or Max or whatever they want to call it. Come out a new episode every Sunday, and they talk about the chimp industry, as it were, which apparently, Taylor, is Missouri.
Yeah.
The chimp industry in the United States, all chimp roads lead to Missouri because of y'all's crazy laws. You can do anything, freedom, because of the freedom y'all have.
Because of the freedom of Missouri, yes.
Yeah. So that y'all have those exotic animal auctions where they'll run like kudu and gazelle and zebra, like through it looks like a cattle auction that I've seen. Yeah. But it's kangaroos and shit that people are bidding on because you can get whatever you want in Missouri, I suppose. Well, these chimps are all coming from this one old lady named Connie. She's the chimp fucking queen. And she's been breeding chimps in Missouri at her place since like the 70s or something. She's old as fuck now. But all the chimps you've ever seen.
People who are here in the 70s aren't old. Just saying.
Yeah, but I mean, the chimps still are. Those collars were cool, man. I got nothing against the 70s. Fuck it. If you've ever seen a chimp on like a Hallmark card, you know that Hallmark card where it's like, couldn't afford an exotic dancer. This is the best exotic dancer I could afford. And it's like a chimp coming out of a birthday cake or something.
Yeah.
Those are all Tonka the chimp. He was the most attractive chimp of all time. He is the fucking Elvis of chimps.
That was a guy?
That was Tonka the chimp. Yeah, that was a gay chimp that in that card that you got. You gay.
It makes me a little gay.
Makes you a little gay. It does.
Tonka the chimp.
If you've ever seen any movies with like a chimp in it, and I'm sure you have, lots of kids movies used to always have like a kid palling around with a little monkey. It's Tonka the chimp. He was the GOAT. Okay. But the thing about chimps is their lifespan is the same as ours. So after 6 or 7, though, you can't be palling around with little kids on a movie set anymore because you can bite people's faces off any minute now. And so they put Alan Cummings is the actor who acted with him. He's a famous actor. If you saw him, you'd recognize him. He's an Irish guy. They interview him and he's like, I did this movie with Tonka back in 92. And I loved him. And he shows all these pictures with Tonka. And he's like, every time he'd see me, his eyes would light up and he'd rush to me. He would ask for permission to hug me. And when they gave the permission, he would tremble with love when he hugged me. And they told me that he had retired to Florida. And I thought, great. I always imagined Tonka in Florida, in Palm Springs, just gay people, old people in Tonka, him, maybe a monkey Mai Tai, but no. He's in Connie's prison in Missouri and in solitary confinement. Yeah, he's rotting away in this solitary confinement. And he's sad, and so they sick PETA on these people and they sue the fuck out of them. And
man, Connie's a horrible person.
In walks a new crazy lady because Connie's a little camera shy and she's old. This big bitch. I can't recall her name, but she's about 50 years old and everything on her body is fake. She looks like the sexy gremlin from Gremlins 2, that had the lipstick and everything. She's big fake titties, big fake lips, and she's constantly getting procedures done on camera while she's talking about chimp. She's getting her eyes done, getting her lips injected and shit. She's like, they call me the Dolly Parton of chimps. Some people do. Some people call me that. Nobody has ever called you the Dolly Parton of chimps once. So she steps in to help Connie get their place straightened up for PETA, and all she does is paint everything pink. She's so disgustingly pink in everything she has with these fake wigs and shit. So long story short, that's her. That's the best photo of her that will ever be taken. By the way, you can't imagine how much that's been doctored to make her look
some
back.
very, very antiquated hair.
That's a wig. She's got lots of those wigs. It's a different wig every scene, and they look like, if it were real hair, she would be a hair model. You know what I mean? Like, it's so over the top ridiculous that it's like, you're in the woods. You're shoveling hay. You're shoveling hay with 18 inches of like hair coming down the back of your. Anyway, this lady steps in, and to protect Connie, she's like, sign the monkeys over to me, and then the lawsuit will be fucked up because they're suing you because you technically own them. All of a sudden, I'll own them. It'll bugger up PETA's lawsuit. And PETA's like, we'll just tack your name on, bitch. Don't you know how the law works? And so they do take them to court. It's like, your monkeys are ours. This is the end. You didn't take care of your monkeys. Your monkeys are going to monkey paradise. And they show a place of monkey paradise, dude. I want to go. All right.
I thought like they were colloquially saying they're going to kill the monkeys.
No, they don't do that. They love monkeys. Monkeys are treasures. So they send them to like monkey paradise, which is genuinely, they showed a video of it. And there were multiple islands that were green, lush grass. And the distance between each island was just a hop and a jump. And so they had a rope bridge between each island. Imagine a dozen of them all interconnected. And the monkeys are like swinging around and running around in groups. And it looked like heaven to monkeys who'd always lived behind bars in a genuine prison.
Where are these islands?
It's Florida. It looked like it was some kind of a monkey preserve that they've like created down there for this, because they can't go back to the wild. This is for rescued monkeys to live out there. Because again, they live 70, 80 years with medical attention. So she's like, all right. So they come and they have 7 chimpanzees. Come to get the chimpanzees. Tonka's missing.
Oh,
Tonka's not there.
She's trying to keep Tonka for herself.
So they say, where the fuck is Tonka? And they're like, Tonka died. What do you mean? What did he die of? Sick. Got sick and died. And and she's like, here's his ashes, by the way. And it's like those perfect ashes you get back from a crematorium that have been processed. And they're like, how? These are Tonka's ashes? Yeah. Where did you do this? In our backyard. You made these ashes of a chimpanzee in your backyard. Yeah, here's a sworn affidavit from my husband saying he did. No one believes this. They have them in court. They have the crazy chimp lady in court, and the documentary crew, of course, is behind the scenes. So they know the truth. And I'm not going to spoil anything because it's a developing story for me as well. I'm only on episode 3. There are only 3 episodes. The first, each episode is much like Tiger King, ending in this cliffhanger where you go, what? What?
Like,
what do you mean?
Like a hard-nosed detective character who's like investigating.
I suppose he'd be she calls him Pee Wee Herman. He's the PETA lawyer. He's a little guy in a gray suit, so she calls him Pee Wee Herman. But he's no nonsense. He's like, the things she said about me were so inconsequential, I don't even remember what they were. We're here for chimps.
You're hiding chimps under your floorboards, are you not? No, definitely not.
So occasionally, Taylor, they will cut to, I won't say a side story, but more of a supporting story. It's like, oh, and just so you know, the chimp that ate that woman's face that time, his name was Travis. Guess where he came from? Connie.
Chimp Crazy. Yeah.
The chimp that went to your birthday party, guess where he came from?
Chimp Crazy. Yeah.
Chimp Crazy. They had to change their name after a chimp grabbed a toddler. It didn't hurt it or anything, but it like lunged and like grabbed its little footed
like
toe.
Little PJ.
It grabbed his leg, grabbed his like foot. I don't know why foot was a hard word.
It is a tricky one. People don't know.
What's that bottom appendage? Fuck.
So they became a nonprofit. They rebranded and they stopped doing the birthday parties. But apparently, your dad must have plocked down like how many? What was the monkey How many monkeys? How many other animals showed up?
It was there were no animals other than the two monkeys, the two chimps.
Do you remember they were girls or guys?
There's one girl, one boy. One's name was Kimmy, the girl, and one's name was Kirby.
I think
the boy.
that was $5,000 or $6,000.
That's wild because the rest of the birthday wasn't that great.
You know where the money went. The money went to the chimps. And I say that because I think at one point they showed on screen like a menu, I'll call it. And it was like female chimp 2,500, male chimp 3,000, and they had like some other shit they could bring too, right? Because it's petting zoo type stuff.
Are these like the 1993 prices?
Yeah,
Holy
because they've been to purchase a chimp. Yes, if you want to go buy a baby chimpanzee, not some spider monkey, not one of them little a fucking chimpanzee.
I bet $10,000.
All right, we're gonna use like modern day prices, 2000s.
Yeah,
$65,000 for a chimpanzee. Because once you have one, you have an actor who's sought after by like, maybe you don't go to Hollywood, but every car dealership and like opening of a business would love to have Tommy the chimp come by and wear their shirt and swing around or something. Like they immediately become little businessmen. But then once they get big enough, because they're territorial and because a lot of factors, if they don't give them enough outside time, they genuinely just go crazy like we do. The same way a person goes insane in solitary confinement, those monkeys go crazy and they fuck people up. And they told the story of the lady in Florida who got her face eaten off, eyes, nose, jaw, brains exposed. And then they told another story of a lady, similar situation, keeping a chimpanzee in her house like a son. And one day it got her daughter. And like they had.
Notice it's all women who are the victims. Guys can fuck up a chimp.
I got bullied by Kimmy. She was a bitch. They had no. Now looking back, it makes sense. They had no business letting. Kirby was a gentleman.
A joy. Yeah.
Couldn't have been more gentle and kind. Kimmy, and also like thinking about it again, like there was a short period during the birthday where they like had the monkeys do a couple things for us, like the trainer up there wearing his fucking Steve Irwin shorts.
What do you look like?
White guy with a vest and shorts on.
Was big guy?
No, like normal size, normal weight guy.
Bald?
I don't remember. This
only asked
like 30 years ago.
I only ask. I don't want to interrupt your story because I want to interject this. Her husband, Connie's husband, is part-time monkey wrangler or something. I noticed his nose didn't look right. Like it looked fucked up.
I have an idea why. One of the fucking Kimmy got him. Yeah,
okay.
They show him, and I told my girlfriend, I was like, look at homie's nose. I was like, you think it was a car accident? She's like, he's a chimp wrangler. I think something horrific happened with the chimp. And I'm like nailed it.
Next time I talk to my dad, I'll get more details on it because my memory is there were two people there that brought the monkeys. Honestly, I was much more fixated on the monkeys than the
wranglers.
But then like after the
him.
monkey, is that
Show him
him?
with the nose. Find him after they got his nose. Because what happened was a monkey jump. He walked in the enclosure, and the lady tells the story. Well, Jim walked into Billy's cage, and Billy hopped down and he just bit his nose right off his face. He bit his nose right off his face and spat it on the ground. And Connie had to go in the cage and find the nose, and they put it on as best they could. But you've seen it.
Got your nose is a whole new twist.
Got your nose.
Fun game.
There's Taylor with his monkey.
This is me holding one of the chimps from Chimp Party back in 1993.
Taylor at 9 years old.
The kid's a little older than me. But that is like I remember this. I remember them wearing little shorts and like being dressed up a little bit. Now I can't believe I had a birthday with these fucking chimps at it. But
here's the thing, Taylor, because they live so long.
A chimp guy?
The chimps that went to your party are in this show, like 100%.
Someone told me that Kirby was mentioned, that a chimp named Kirby was mentioned.
Sure.
Because I specifically remember Kimmy.
You will see Kirby get rescued and go to like Florida. You'll see like the chimps that went to your party are in this show because there's only 7 of them. And her place, honestly, kind of nice. Like she's got a big open area for him to swing around in.
I hope Kirby is living it up right now on an island, having a wonderful time, and I hope Kimmy was torn apart by the rest of the chimps. That bit. What I also remember is I've told the part before about Kimmy pushed me off the Kawasaki and then got on my Kawasaki and rode it away. Not cool, disrespectful. I was a birthday boy, and you shouldn't be doing that.
Nope.
There was way too much of a free play style that the handlers allowed to happen. Like, I remember, like, after a bit, like, the handlers just, like, getting up and talking to the adults and, like, eating cake, or, you know, probably not drinking. You know, there probably wasn't alcohol there. It was a, 2-3-year-old's birthday party. But yeah, they really shouldn't have let the monkeys just tool around and play with all the kids, borderline unattended. I'm surprised they didn't shit in the house that I recall.
No, they wear diapers under those shorts.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, this is stuff I didn't know at the time. And now
let me read this from the chat. It came from, I guess, the subreddit. So a few nights ago, me and my girlfriend found Chimp Crazy and we started watching it. I ended up mentioning the podcast I listened to, and one of the hosts was thrown off a Suzuki 4-wheeler by a chimpanzee at his 3rd birthday party that his parents had rented him. Some grammatical errors here. I showed her one of the clips and we both got a good laugh. Now, if I remember, the chimps' names were Timmy and Kirby. I shit you not, that Kirby is mentioned in this documentary series. Someone needs to forward this info.
Well, there you go. Yeah,
they did.
There's Kimmy and Kirby, but
yeah, and it was a Kawasaki, not a Suzuki, but
that's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. Like when you're
orangutan.
Like when the heuristic through which you operate as a 3-year-old is like, I am the birthday boy. I can do what I want. There are monkeys here for me. And then you get actively bullied by one of the monkeys while, like, your grandma laughs. It's like, whoa, what's going on here? I don't outrank this little beast. And I didn't. I would, if I would have had my druthers, I would have sent Kimmy home. I would have put her in a fucking cage in the back of the car.
You should have played it like a Naked in Rust, where you make it your life's mission to get back at Kirby.
No, Kirby's in the scholar. It was Kimmy.
Oh, my mistake. I flipped it.
Fucking cunt.
Fist shaking to the sky.
I bet as the series goes on, if there is a real troublesome monkey that causes issues and, like, hurt a kid, they're going to bring up the name Kimmy. 100%.
Well, it's male chimps, it seems, that do the killing and the violence, because there's 3 examples in the show, and they go to these side stories and tell you about this other lady who had a chimp who attacked her, and you get a lot of backstory, and they interview relatives and friends. It's a really good documentary, and they do such a good job of making. We watched till 3 a.m, and we had shit to do. We had shit to do at 10 a.m. the next day, and I was like, "Do you want to finish this?" And she's like, "How can we not?" because the second episode ended at 2 a.m. for us, and we were just going to watch one, and then at 2 a.m. I'm like, did they just show that? We have to go to 3. We have to go to 3. I can't recommend it enough. Chimp Crazy. It's when they cover the part about the lady getting her face eaten, it's very sad and it's very upsetting. There is some sad shit, I will say. Like
I'm sure.
I won't.
Seems like they weren't treating them too nice.
They weren't being awful to them, especially not at Connie's place. They were somewhat neglectful, I would say. I mean, it didn't look that bad to me, especially what I saw. It didn't look that bad. It didn't look great, but it wasn't abuse, I didn't think. But then the other lady who just had one chimp and was just keeping him locked up with a shock collar on it, and like, that was abuse. There were some examples that was like, these people are awful. And then when the monkey goes crazy, a cop had to kill one of these monkeys, and he's telling the story, and he's like, he started shaking my police cruiser, and then he opened the door of my police cruiser and started to attack me, and that's when I shot him. He's like, and I swear to God, nobody will believe me, but we had a moment where we connected, and he said, do it. He's like, he was in pain and he wanted to die. He knew. And
a monkey did suicide by cop.
That's what the cop says. And dude, these monkeys are so smart. Like, better than most. But
they're smart.
They'll be like, she's having it clean its own enclosure with a rag, and he's on the inside cleaning the glass. She's like, you missed a spot, and he's getting that. And then she's giving them Happy Meals. And they don't just rip into it like a dog would if you gave it a boxed Happy Meal. Mm-hmm. They're dipping their nuggets in the sauce, bro.
Dude, monkeys are so cool.
They're dipping their nuggets. They're dipping, and she hands him a Powerade in the bottle. Bitch takes the damn cap off and starts sipping it and not spilling. Like, he's like, Sticking his little weird lip. They got those weird lips that like come out like a little
bowl, like prehensile lips. Those big.
And they're like they're sipping these Powerades and they love them. When she breaks out the Powerades, everybody's like, like, you want a red one?
Yeah, that'd be so funny. I bet they have favorite flavors.
100% they did.
Yeah.
It was really
they're such cool. I'm as long as the new system is they use the monkeys for car dealership commercials, and then at the age of 6 or whatever they actually go to live on an island, and it's not like flushing a fish down the toilet or like a dog going to a farm. They're actually on an island. I'm okay with it.
And when I say island, it's a big like they have islands within their. It's hard to explain. I wish
they're
I
too smart of
not
animals.
Be
to be
okay with Paradise Island, and why isn't there one for washed up YouTubers?
Yeah, the fucking politicians get Little St. James. The monkeys have something else. There's nothing for the people in the middle, the bottom 1% and the top one. Nobody else gets islands. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm gonna watch that, see if it brings back some memories. I can't, dude. Seeing that picture of the little pink shorts. Now I remember the little blue shorts that Kirby was wearing. Like that's so weird. So weird. That was
the personalities of the people involved. It reminds me so much of Tiger King, where you've got these crazy, outlandish. It's almost like they see these animals as an accessory to their weirdness.
But it's mostly women, it seems.
With the chimps, it's definitely mostly women. And they sort of explain that. They don't spend a lot of time on it, but I guess women who have this, I don't know what the disorder or the deal would be, but they like being the mother. They have this really strong maternal instinct with everything, and they want a little baby that's a baby forever. You know what I mean? They want this, that they're attracted to the chimp because it will always need her. It will always need her there. It will always, maybe they can't get that from people or adults, or maybe their own children grew up and went away. But here's a child who never grows old. He'll always need bottles and diapers.
I cannot relate to that. The best part about kids is when they start taking care of themselves. Or hit it back. That's actually true. I don't mean to make like it's all bad. When the kid actually has like an interesting thought that he could bring back to you, they get better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So can't recommend that enough. The only thing I would say is when they describe that lady's attack, it's gruesome and it's upsetting. And some of the monkey stuff is sad. I almost cried a couple times, just feeling bad for the monkeys and feeling bad for just the whole scenario, because it's nobody's fault sometimes. Like the monkey did something awful, but it's like, what do you expect? And like the people who got wounded, you're like, I mean, she loved the monkey, like she didn't know any better. So it's just a rotten situation. But those monkeys are so much smarter than I thought they were. I knew that there were like outlier monkeys, maybe like those dogs you see that are like, oh my God, how many commands does he know? But it seems like all those monkeys are just
they're smart animals.
They're like 7-year-olds. I would say they're like 7-year-old kids or something like that. Like when you tell, they genuinely do. They don't speak, but that monkey did this. He went, more food, and she's like, you want more food? More food.
Yes.
She's like, all right, let me get it together. And it's like he's signing. He's telling her exactly what he wants.
Yeah.
Like
it's really cool.
It's really
Did they
cool.
show any footage of the old birthday parties?
Yeah.
Because I mean, it probably
like, was there ever one with a pool?
Because that would not have been ours.
Oh no, I thought you always had one.
No, but I would. Oh man, I need to look through a lot of those old like storage tubs and things that I got from my mom's basement and see if there's like footage of my monkey birthday party. It would be like some old
God.
like big shoulder cam footage.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I love it when Taylor brings props.
Yeah,
It's gonna be better than the phrenology book.
If I could find a picture of me with Kimmy or Kirby, I would love that. Like it might have been destroyed in the flood, like when I was like a teenager, but if not, it's probably here. Yeah, the flood that also destroyed a lot of my fucking Magic cards.
No, they were taking up a lot of space.
Cards.
I thought you were gonna say something fake, like, yeah, that's where all my firearms went.
No, I'm being real. It destroyed my Magic cards. I wasn't pleased.
Every couple of years, my tax documents get lost in a flood.
The way it happened is my youngest brother. I was off at college at this time, and so my brother would have been like 12 or so, and he had a friend over, and I guess they were out in the woods or something playing, and his friend came in to shit and use the toilet in the downstairs bathroom. And you know how some kids seemingly, like, I remember when I was a kid, I would occasionally clog the toilet because I was using amounts of toilet paper that are just a baffling amount per wipe, just like packing it all in there and then overflowing the toilet because there's too much toilet paper in there. And this kid did that. And instead of like if I was going to say when I have flooded other people's bathrooms, I've immediately made it known, hey, we got to handle this. I wouldn't have if I could have hid that. Actually, I'm actually seeing my little brother's friend's point now. But he overflowed the toilet and caused so much damage. And it was a ranch style house, and so a lot of it is the basement. Like, it was a finished basement. My bedroom was in the basement. My brother's bedroom was in the basement. And it got so high because no one else was home. It flooded and destroyed the entire basement floor and like 6 inches up of drywall everywhere. There was stuff like floating in the overflow storage area. It was horrible. And so, yeah, that kid caused a huge amount of damage, wrecked my Magic cards.
How did that happen? Like, in my mind, he flushed it 720 times to get 6 inches. Like,
no, just once, here? And it keeps overflowing.
Yeah, he flushed it, and as it was like overflowing and continued to overflow, he just went back outside. He didn't tell anyone. He just let it overflow.
That's not what happens. Whenever I've had like a clogged toilet, the top drains to the bottom doesn't drain into the plumbing. If you flush it one more time, sometimes you can get away with it, but twice and you're definitely fucked.
I don't think that he.
Have you ever had that?
I don't think he did that.
There's a thin line between what you're talking about.
It caused that much damage because I didn't have flooring in my bedroom for a while. Like, I didn't like. It was just
clearly
the bare
something must have happened with the apparatus back there to let it flow.
For all that. But that caused some stress between my parents and that kid's parents for a while.
I bet.
Where it was like,
ruined our house.
Your kid come over and he caused like $15,000 worth of damage through flooding, and they're like, "Oops." And it's like, well,
that sounds like a you problem.
Yeah, that sounds like a civil suit. I would sue. I would probably file a civil suit over.
You know what? I just call the insurance company.
Oh,
if you have homeowners insurance, what's your deductible? $1,000, $2,500.
Well, sure,
I'm sure
that's an
what
option.
they did.
Yeah,
it just took forever to fix, and that was the pain in the ass. Plus the lost memories and Magic cards. I wasn't as upset about the memories at the time. I watched
I happened to catch on YouTube Shorts. They do this thing with Magic cards. They've got the old unopened packs from the 90s and stuff, and there's always a chance that there's something in there worth, I don't know, $100,000 or something crazy. And so they sell those unopened packs for like $300.
Yeah.
But what they do is they weigh them, and they'd be like, "This is a heavy one. It's 21.2 grams, not 20.9 grams. Those extra 3 grams or whatever, that means a foil. That means there's a definite foil in there, maybe 2 if it's a Kumika foil, then those are a little lighter." And it's like, so people will pay for it, and then they do the slow card by card. I'd want to smear them all out on the table real quick and see what I got, but they're like, it's a YouTube short and they're monetizing this shit, so they go card by card, and I don't even know what the cards mean, but I'm like, big money.
Dude, some of those are worth absurd amounts of money, like literally over $100,000, a couple of them.
The Black Lotus, right?
Yeah, that's the most valuable. And I think
I know one thing about Magic. I don't have the first idea how to play. If you would have put cards in front of me, I don't know, but I know the Black Lotus is worth 6 digits.
That's like the only part of Magic that like is even vaguely in the mainstream of people's knowledge. If like you bring it up, they're like, "Isn't there some Black Lotus card that some card bought for $150,000?" It's like, "Yep, that's my hobby."
Does it make you auto win? Like, why is there so much value in this card?
It's because it costs 0 and it gives you 3 mana to spend right away, which is basically like, and you can only add 1 mana to your mana pool every turn to keep it simple. And so it's basically, if I get one on turn 1 and I'm playing you, before you've even gotten a chance to put a card down, I can potentially use like a turn 4 amount of mana. It's one of those cards that like in an early strategy game, they're like, this seems like a fun idea, but they didn't think it through. And so as soon as it goes out to the player base, everyone's like, "Oh, well, this is beyond broken. Like, let's just keep using this then." And over time, it became more rare because everyone included it. And now it's like I have a friend who has one, spent so much money on it, and now just like he does very, very well for himself. Obviously, like he's not someone that like put his whole life into magic cards. But there's 9 magic cards that altogether are worth like $200,000, and he bought all. I think he has like 7 or 8 of them now.
Huh.
He just wants them.
He didn't buy them like 30 years ago, back when they were affordable.
No, he's my age, and so like he bought them like over the course of the last 15 years or so. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I remember seeing one of the Paul brothers come out. I think it was Logan with that holographic Japanese Charizard. He's wearing it around like a pendant. Like instead of wearing like some bling, he's got a $250,000 Poke card and a necklace. And I was like, that's the line. That's the tone you should strike every time you open your mouth and go in front of a camera. That like cool nerd, like cool rich pimp nerd kind of thing. Like hit all those cultural points at once, but instead he threw his dog into the front of a boat, and it almost got eaten by the propellers the other day.
Dude, I saw that, and I watched it a couple of times trying to prove to myself it wasn't into. Yeah, because I don't hate the Paul brothers reflexively. I haven't seen a lot of their content, but I like fighters by default, and but no, man, I mean, I saw the foot push the dog off the boat. There's no way not to see it like that. People don't know it was a pontoon boat. I don't know what kind of dog it was, but I'll say it weighed like 12 pounds, maybe. And he used his foot to sort of scoot it off the bow of the boat while the boat was underway. So, of course, he narrowly missed the prop as the boat ran it over. And there's nothing cool about it. I don't know.
Yeah, he risked his dog's life for a quick little internet clip that didn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
Is it current? Like I know I saw it recently, but I didn't know if it like came from 9 years ago.
Nah, we'd have seen that shit by now. There's enough people that hate him. I didn't mind the Japanese suicide forest bit because to me it's like fuck. I mean, I'm in a Japanese suicide forest. If y'all have one of those here, that's kind of on y'all, not me. Like I mean, I wouldn't have felt bad about filming that at all because it seemed to me like their thing. Their problem. Was I not supposed to film your suicide forest? I didn't know. We film in hours back.
I think it was like
normal and acceptable thing to have.
I think it was more like tone that people were mad about at the time. You didn't
like the silly hat.
Not that I don't care, or not that I like invested in it, but like if David Attenborough had showed up and been like talking about the forest itself and like the spookiness and all that in kind of solemn tones, people would be like, oh, this is just a documentary. How interesting. But he like went in there with like one of those green toy from Toy Story out of the claw machine hats on. And he's like soy facing like, oh, like ass, like with a dead body behind him. And it's like, all right, this is pretty tasteless.
Not a lot of reverence in that. Oh, I want to read his reply.
Like, can you imagine if I go to if I took a vacation to Germany and I like stop into Auschwitz and I'm like soy facing around? Oh,
it's not a good look.
Wearing a fucking, a South Park hat.
Before the dog thing goes too far in the distance, and Logan Paul says, I would never, ever, ever push Broly off the boat. He jumped, and a hand was behind him, petting him when he jumped. We attempted to grab him, but for a fact, we did not push him. To my eyes, here it is on the screen. To my eyes, he pushed him with his foot. Like, that's how I saw it. I need to see the clip again and be sure I'm right, but I kept rewatching it, not wanting to see what I saw. So.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked like he pushed him in there to me. I hope not. I don't know.
That said 4 years ago, so this is old, very old.
Yeah, it turns out it was 2020. I didn't know.
Okay. Well, I thought it was new too. Yeah, I hope not.
It's new
Poor
to
little
me.
Pupper.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't push.
Yeah, I don't hate those guys either. I just didn't mind the Japanese. I didn't care. I didn't care about the Japanese. And then I met the guy that time, and he was like nice to me. And like that, oftentimes that trumps my opinions of a lot of people. Like when I met Dan Blizzerian, it was like, Dan was nice to me.
Yeah.
Me and Dan and his girlfriend got in one of his fancy ass cars and drove around Vegas and had a good time. And I thought he was an interesting person. I remember him talking about, he's like, yeah, I'm going to ruin this car. I don't care. Let's drive it in the desert. It was like a $200,000 Mercedes or some shit. They were going to take it out in the desert just to ruin it, driving out in the desert, fucking around. He's like, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. And his girlfriend's just like, no, that's so much money, this and that. And he's like, nah, we'll monetize it. It'll pay for itself. It'll be fun. And then just him he was, I don't know, behind the scenes, he was nice to me. Whenever people are nice to me, it means a little more than what I read on the internet.
Yeah, of course.
Right. Yeah, I get how that happens. It is hard to look at like his bit, I wouldn't want him as a business partner. It kind of looks like he took money from everyone around him and used it to fund his lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't know about his finances. I just remember, he would do those things where he would find a way to make money while getting pussy. Like he would do those bikini calendars, and he'd make it a contest. So all these women want to be in his bikini calendar that he's going to sell. So he doesn't have to pay for the models, and he's clearly fucking the models while making the calendar and then selling it and then monetizing the process of the whole thing with videos the whole time through. So it's just money and pussy coming and going. It was
kind of amazing. I'm not sure where his money came from though, right? Like he obviously took it from his investors and used it to fund his lifestyle and leased a home and bought cars that he trashed and stuff like that. And now all the money's gone. So I just like, oh,
is it? So it's one of those things where sometimes it's hard to tell like what's real or not, because I see him gambling. Like I see him at poker tournaments, and not just tournaments, but cash games.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of a minor celebrity there too. And he throws a lot of money around, not like uber amounts, but way more than somebody who's living on somebody else's money should. But maybe it's all bullshit. I often wonder, Drake, I think, gets paid by Stake or whatever that gambling
the one Dirty
website is. Yeah, so he'll tweet, oh, just put $250,000 on Ronda Rousey to do the comeback and take on Amanda Nunes, and everybody be like, don't bet on me, please don't bet on me, because he's got such a bad record
because he loses so much.
Yeah. But
that's clearly like a credit from Stake to drive attention.
I wonder though what the deal is. What I would want the deal to be is like, all right, you pay me $100,000 for the tweet, and then you give me $100,000 to bet with. You know what I mean? Like, well, no, we're gonna pay you the 125 like normal. No. 100. This is much better for both of us. Trust me. And so he'll place these outrageous bets on sports stuff, and I wonder if any of it's real. He's really.
I mean, the gambling sites are gonna be like, we could give you $100,000 in cash and 100 to bet, but how about we just give you $350 to bet? Wouldn't that be more fun for everyone? And then someone sponsored by a gambling company is like, yeah, I guess it would be. And then the fucking marketing manager is going back to his boss, and he's like, I got him again. Got Drake again.
Yeah. It's so hard to get gambling addicts to gamble. Dude, it is. I see the pull. I see how interesting it is. And I'm secondhand. But imagine winning. Imagine making $1,000 that easily. Like it must be enticing.
Yeah, but the other side of it, imagine losing $1,000 that easily. Like I'd be just beating myself up for like days. Like, you idiot! Like, what were you doing playing Plinko for real money online? Like, get a hold of yourself.
You just gotta put that out of your mind. I remember we went to that casino and like I lost $1,000 in like an hour or something. It was like, God damn it! What is this? What is this shit? It's like, I want to go home.
Man, this is why all the chandeliers here are so nice.
Yeah, you figure out right away. Yeah, it's the house usually wins. Although, we watched Dirty the other day, and he was on quite a run, hitting those numbers straight up on roulette.
Oh yeah, over the long game, that's a winning proposition.
Yeah, always bet on 21.
Is that a roulette thing people do?
No, I think Kyle came up with that number, and he didn't bet it, and it hit, and he's still salty about it, I guess.
Yeah, he's like, give me some numbers to bet on, and I gave him like 4 numbers, and they fucking hit, and he didn't bet on my numbers. I was like, you want my opinion now? The next round? No, I'm gonna keep it to myself. I don't want to help anymore.
I'm not sharing this magic.
I'm keeping 21 under tight wraps now.
Yeah, I like sports betting, but I like betting on fights. I like betting on fights because they're so chaotic, and most of the time, even the underdog's got a chance. Maybe a 30% chance, maybe even as low as a 20. There's some where it's like, I remember you and Dirty were betting one night, and Dirty wants to bet, so he's like, "You pick the fighter. I don't care. You pick the fighter. I don't care." Yeah. And Woody's like, okay, I'll pick the champion who's never lost, and you're picking.
That's so unfair. That is not how it went at all. Like, first it was the Patty Pemblet fight where I think I did have, but those odds were really close.
Mm-hmm.
The next one I picked the underdog or something. The next one, like, I wanted the underdog because he wanted these odds and he wouldn't give it to me. I was like, fine. And like, I'll take the side that you want, and he went for that. And
lost everyone. Woody
He
won
did
every
lose
one of them.
Yeah.
It was actually me who did that to him. I remember we were watching an Amanda Nunes fight,
Mhm.
and he's like, "Who you want?" I'm like, "Nunes. Who you want?" He's like, "I'll take that other that white girl who looks 17." Cool. It's just like we're watching the fight, and people are like, you guys have money on this? I'm like, yeah, dirty bet on that white girl. Meanwhile, Amanda Nunes, I don't know if she's ever lost a fucking fight. Maybe
She
early
did.
in her career, she lost one or two.
No,
but
she lost her belt and won it back. I forget. Remember that woman? She won her belt. They wanted to like instantly give her Nunez, and she's like, "Listen, I don't think I'm old. I don't know how many fights I have in me. I'll fight anyone. You get real Brock Lesnar in here. Just pay me." And the UFC wanted her to defend her belt on the cheap, and I remember her name. I just remember the story.
Yeah,
So,
I don't
Nunez
either.
lost.
But yeah, I enjoy gambling. They're doing a what do you call fantasy football in there now? In our
in the Hangout?
Discord. Yeah,
I've never done that before.
I haven't either. I don't know enough about football players to do it. You can auto draft, but then what's the point?
Yeah, that's not very fun.
I did it, and I found that it's a tremendous amount of work to like put together your team every week. And so I'm like bringing up the tail in this league. I've got injured players in my starting lineup. Like, I don't think this is for me.
Yeah, I feel like I'd just be Googling as it happened. They'd be like, oh, here's a good example. I was looking for a quarterback and I was going to say John Elway.
I was a little kid when he was good.
I remember him being a big deal in like 90s sports movies, and that's most of it.
The Chiefs,
like Mahomes, obviously.
Yeah. Just pick the Chiefs. That's what I would do.
If I were to name my top 5 current quarterbacks, dude, fucking Mahomes 5 times.
Like, I have a call. This is based in
I don't know any other ones.
Bullshit, but I bet Travis Kelce falls off and people get mad at Taylor Swift. That's what I think happened.
Do you see that?
Travis
leak?
Kelce is getting old for the NFL, so he's due for a drop off, right?
His brother is, right?
No, his brother
retired,
but even Travis is in his 30s, right?
Yes,
I'm pretty sure.
all true.
So,
Did you see the supposed leaked document from the PR firm?
That he was going to break up with her at the end of either August or September? Does that sound right?
It was planning how the breakup is going to go. Because for a long time, the conspiracy theorists have said that the whole relationship is a sham assembled by, NFL PR and Taylor Swift PR to do this multi-billion-dollar partnership by like pretending to date this guy and have this this romance. And maybe it is. If that document has any reality to it, that's a bad look.
Who knows if it's real?
I just assumed it was bullshit, but maybe I'm wishcasting. I don't know. Because I don't know what to make of that.
Yeah.
I can't read it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The thing that has had
anything.
my attention today is the tenant stuff. Have you followed that at all?
Yes. Why didn't we get in on that Russian Pete? Why we would have suckled that commie money right off the bone. That Taylor would be raw if we.
All right. So Tenet is a publishing company, I guess you'd call it, and they own a couple podcasts. And also the people that work for them include Tim Pool, Laura Southern, Dave Rubin, and there's 2 more. I can't remember them very well, but these like influential right-wing podcasters, and they were basically being paid to parrot Russian talking points. The money was outrageous. Tim Pool was getting $100,000 an episode, according to the according to the indictment by the Department of Justice. Yeah, so
that's a ton. For a podcaster, it's a ton. Yeah.
And they're like, I didn't know Russia was behind it. Meanwhile, like when they're getting slow replies, they email like, what time is it in Moscow? They have their Google search history.
Even if like even giving all like the most leeway, like let's say all of us started getting paid mysteriously $200,000 each an episode. Like, do you think we'd be like, man, what a great new sponsor? And all we have to do is agree with these weird political talking points. Like,
all we have to do is say that Ukraine is America's #1 enemy, a point that Tim Pool was making. Did you see that video, Kyle?
I've seen the video.
I don't watch this stuff.
But I think linking the two together is hard because they're getting paid by those people. But Tim Pool's position is, I'm the victim here. I didn't know who these people. There's a shadow organization behind the business that's been paying us. We didn't know.
What is he saying his
What I just said.
understanding was.
He's claiming he
well-
didn't know where the money came from.
That
he
there was
thought-
no script. That they were just being paid by this company. He's like, no one told me to say these thoughts. These are my thoughts.
I could
that
see
part
that
is
but,
counter
like,
the indictment because they like Russia would say, hey, which of your guys in the lineup is willing to say this? And they're like, I forget if they called out Tim Pool or if it was like commentator number 3. I forget how it went. But they're like, yep, we got a guy on board who will parrot these Russian talking points for the money.
Well, but without using the word Russian, like.
Wouldn't he be curious though about where the money's coming? So he's saying that they didn't
he knew where the money's coming from.
Who wants me to say Ukraine is America's #1 enemy? I mean, there's a long list of people who want me to tell my listeners that Russia's our friend and Ukraine is our enemy. I don't know.
What is his like actual position? Is like
I just said it. Like he
thinks Russia should be our friend, or just like what is?
Well, in his tweet today, he said he said he didn't say that. He said we're victims here. We didn't know who this company was and who was paying us this money. These are just how we feel. These are our takes on the issues at hand. By the way, fuck Putin. He can suck balls or whatever. So you might say something like that once a federal indictment gets leaked or whatever the fuck from the Justice Department, whatever the thing was. I don't know I think it's somewhere in the middle. I'm not sure if Tim Pool is part of some. I know he's part of some Russian meddling plot, but I don't know how culpable he is in it. He could, if someone. I need to see the Russian person or the company's letter to Tim Pool saying, say this and that. I need to know what they told him to say, if anything, because without that, I don't see anything bad here at all.
I guess I'm like more critical when I see what I think amounts to like foreign interference in American politics. Like, so if like he should come on, like he didn't know what he was being paid for. Like that just doesn't seem believable. It's the same way like you see a politician and it's like, why is this dude from fucking Oregon a hardcore like pro-Israel guy? And then you're like, oh, I wonder why. Because he's taking money from AIPAC. Like I don't think you need like a direct 1, 2,
chicken
3,
and the egg,
4, 5 thing to connect every little detail. I think you can just look and be like, all right, what is this person's talking points and who are they receiving money from? And if they align up, then it kind of gels. It makes sense.
No. See, I think sometimes it can be chicken and the egg, though. You say, why is this this politician getting this money from AIPAC? Oh, okay, that because he does this and that. I think it's the other way around. Maybe AIPAC is giving him money because he's one of their like, hey, this guy believes in us. This guy supports the things that we believe in.
So, but like, wait, let me jump.
Comes out and brags.
Hold on, let me jump in. Mm-hmm. With politics, Kyle's point could hold water, right? Like, hey, Taylor always votes the way we like him to. Let's fund Taylor's campaign and make sure he continues to vote the way, like he continues winning because we like what this guy stands for. But when you talk about a podcaster, if he's already saying what you want them, what you'd like him to, why are you paying him? Mm-hmm. Why would they give him $100,000 an episode, 4 episodes a week, $100,000 an episode to say what he's already saying?
Yeah, no, and that's because it's useful by the people.
It looks bad. I need to see the script if there is one. I need to see, and surely they have it. Like if they've done this, what I need to see to understand the whole thing is what do they, Tim? They don't just send him a check and say have a good day. They send him a check and say we'd like you to talk about these points, or we'd like you to give your thoughts on this situation, or we want you to say bullet points. We want you to say this: Ukraine, enemy of the United States. We want you to say this: Russia, a conservative Christian, place with ideals that most Americans find appealing. Putin, strong, bold leader, and then maybe some like America did this, that, some whataboutism. Look at all these times America stepped their foot in somebody else's pond. If there's a script like that, it's like, oh, you're a propagandist. You might be an enemy of our country, sir. Like, I need to see that part. That's so important to knowing if anybody's in the wrong.
Like, I don't feel like you even need to see it for a lot of these propagandists. Like, I just extend it further than Tim Pool. Like, I think these politicians who take money from foreign lobbies are propagandizing on behalf of those foreign lobbies. When I see Tim Pool, if he's doing this and he's saying a bunch of pro-Russian talking points and he's getting money from a Russia-adjacent organization and he's just seemingly like, oh, suddenly I make $400,000 more a week for saying these things. Like,
1.2 million.
He is
1.6 million. In it. Oh,
yeah.
you're
That
right.
is that is a propagandist. Like that's propaganda. Like
yeah.
Like you can just look at people's behavior and who's funding them, and then dictate. Oh, why is this person, so worried about Israel or Ukraine or some foreign country? Oh, it's because they're taking money from lobbyist organizations that promote that.
Yeah,
it's
you have
exactly
to extend them a lot of goodwill to be like, Russia's paying them to do these talking points, but they do it for free. That is extraordinary amount of like, you give Tim Pool some credit when it's probably not deserved.
Yeah, a lot of these people are just lying propagandists.
I wouldn't just say that. All I need is I need to see what the contract looks like or what the proposals look like. Before I see that, I wouldn't want to.
I'd like to see that. That's a high level of proof. But I in court, I like it. Like we're talking about court, not public opinion. Yeah, I want to know what other information they have.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got way more. It's just like the Dr. Disrespect thing. Like, man, I really would like to see those text messages because then I could. You never know when someone else is being too prudish. Not in the Dr. Disrespect thing, by the way. I'm not necessarily. But sometimes people are like, oh, can you believe these foul text messages? And it's like, oh, that's not so bad. What are you talking about? We're gonna ruin him over this? I just want to see it. I'd feel so much more comfortable standing in judgment of someone if I saw what the actual meat and potatoes of what they were being told to do, or even understood how it worked. Like, I don't know if his company's being paid and the money is for many things. Like maybe there's I admit to you, there's a hole there. There's in this quid pro quo. It's like, wait a minute. They gave him the money. Then he said the pro-Russian stuff. This seems pretty open and shut case. But I don't know enough about his show or what his company or what they do there or what they talk about to know if the money could be explained away some other way, some other sponsorship thing. But it looks bad, and it's crazy that it's on such a big stage right before the election.
Dude, any kind of lobbying,
Department.
Foreign lobbying should not be allowed. Like,
really?
Foreign influence in our election needs to get in our politics. We got to shut that down.
Here's my question, Taylor. I'm not. This isn't a gotcha. There's no right or wrong answer as far as I know. But I heard Destiny say that when someone interferes with elections or like tries to change America's culture for, say, Russia's benefit, is a kinetic response justified? Destiny says yes. And I'm like, kinetic response? He's talking about bombs and missiles and shit. Is it okay to reply with force to, like, I don't know, IT crimes?
I don't know. I guess it depends on the implications of it. But, like, surely if Destiny has an opinion that strong about these retards taking money from Russia, then he would have the same opinion about much more powerful foreign lobbying groups on a much larger scale doing it in the U.S., right?
You thinking of AIPAC when you say that? Yeah.
Any sort of influence from a foreign country, that's crazy. We can't allow that. Like, no, it's got to work on behalf of Americans. Having a whole lobby working on behalf of another country, that's bananas, dude. That's crazy. That's insane.
When you start talking about state actors, like, the money's a lot. I mean, like, I'll make it up. Like, Nokia is only willing to pay so much to influence American politics. But Russia or China, like, if you told me China would pay $1 trillion to choose the president, maybe.
Well, maybe not between the two candidates. If they get, we pick Wang. He's great president for you. Okay, Wang is the best.
I love America.
I'm America, Wang.
Got his eyes taped open eating a hot dog.
I got lost in the big numbers, but $1 billion, yeah. I bet they pay $1 billion to choose between even the current two. Like, if they could only choose, they might pick one or the other for $1 billion.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't know who they pick.
We've seen billionaires drop money like that. Didn't Zuckerberg put $300 million into Georgia alone for Get Out the Vote in 2020 for the Democrats?
I don't know. I know
crazy.
Musk pledged $45 million a month for Trump, but then backed out.
And he was like, "Nah, I got the PR I wanted out of that.
Yeah,
so now I'm gonna do a little quiet back."
Trump already flip-flopped on electric vehicles, so I'm just gonna back out.
I think he's happy with the electric vehicle flip-flop because it didn't really apply to Teslas because it was something about his vehicles are so expensive it wasn't even going to bother him. Something about the tax credit being for vehicles under $35,000 or something. I did see him flip-flop like the next 2 days later. He was at some building and they're like, "Hey, so you're giving $45 million to Trump a month. No, no, won't be doing that. I don't want to interfere with any elections. And he just like walks away with his tism. You know, he's an odd guy. He's fun to watch on the mic. Sometimes he's so bad that you're like, oh my God, it must be atrocious to be in a meeting with this guy. And then occasionally it's like, I don't know, he has his coffee or something. And he's pretty poignant and he can get his point across well, but it's not all the time. I don't know about,
like, he loves like boomer memes. Like
he's conservative,
like
and
memes that would fit in like 10 years ago. Like they would have been outdated 10 years ago.
He doesn't have a great sense of humor. His humor isn't very witty, I would say. When I see the stuff he retweets, it's like that's like a 6 out of 10 on the witty scale there. That's a little too on the nose what you're doing there. And then sometimes it would just be flat out wrong. It's like, man, you're tweeting out something that's like factually wrong.
Yeah. You prefer the kind of tweets that I share with you, like Biden and Trump AI'd into a Chinese duet.
Dude,
I was high the other night and I must have watched that 10 times.
It's Trump and Biden as they came out on the debate stage, but they've used AI to make their mouths sing some romantic Chinese ballad to one another, and it's like that. It's like old ancient Chinese, like string music playing in the background. I don't know how else to describe it. And it's pretty convincing. I thought it was real the first time I saw it.
It's so realistic when they're fading, like star wiping over the snowy Chinese background.
I thought that was real. I got me.
You got to be careful, man. You didn't know that either of our candidates had those kind of pipes.
No. I get fooled by CGI. I watched
gotta look carefully. Biden had too many knuckles.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I knew.
They got to figure that one out. It's
good they haven't. That's what we're hanging our hat on.
Either. I give him a pass. Very difficult. I think Mickey Mouse had it nailed.
Ugh. I think Mickey Mouse goes into like the what do they call it?
Public domain.
Public domain at some point pretty soon, right? Or did they?
10 years ago, it was due,
okay.
They changed copyright law so that it doesn't expire.
I wonder how they got that law changed.
If only there was some way to buy laws.
Yeah, I saw people that were mad about the new Lord of the Rings show, which if you're mad about the new Lord of the Rings show, you shouldn't be watching the new Lord of the Rings show. Don't watch that trash.
Is it coming out now? Is it current?
I guess it's coming
season
out now.
2 dropped.
I saw that they've lost almost like a literal majority of their viewership from the beginning of season 1, and they're trying to make orcs seem like friendly and tragic now.
Yeah.
Where they're like, this family of orcs is just trying to like find a better.
They don't have families.
They should do an all orc episode, but it's a musical where they just sing and dance. It's genius.
Dude, I bet they're not too far from that based on the response. Because I'll see like people who are into Lord of the Rings like tweeting about it, and I just want to be like, why are you putting yourself through this, man? Like, why don't watch it?
They made the good and evil ambiguous, which Tolkien is not. It's very clear who the good guys are and who the bad guys are, just like in World War II. It's very clear who the good guys are. One side is genociding and torturing, and the other side is trying to get in there and save their comrades who are occupied. Like there's good guys and there's bad guys, and that was the time period of Tolkien writing this stuff, right? So when you make an orc family and there's like an orc lady and an orc baby, and now orcs fuck and make children, I guess, and they're like, we're innocent in all this. We're just swept up in the greater schemes of kings and lords in Middle Earth. It's like, no, you're pure evil. You're evil incarnate. You've been twisted by Morgoth or his minions, and you used to be elves or men, but now you are twisted beyond repair. Your souls have been so badly scarred that now you are pure evil. That's what you are. That's why you're here. You are a literary character written by a fucking pen. Says evil right above your name, circled it, underlined it, bolded it.
I don't know if I can share the
guy.
screen with an orcist like this.
I'm a hardcore orcist, if that's what it is. I don't like them. I don't think they belong in Gondor.
Where do orc babies come from?
Some say they just spring out of the ground.
I'm literally confused because I remember in the movie the bad guys springing out of the ground.
The Uruk-hai do, yeah.
The Uruk-hai do. The orcs are different.
Yeah, the orcs are kind of a seedy history with them that you don't really know as much about their
He's not too
society. It's
specific
not really
about it.
society. Like basically, the orcs are just evil. Kyle's right. Like there is a good and evil that's not ambiguous in the Lord of the Rings world, and a lot of the mechanics operate on that. And so if you suddenly make it that, oh, these orcs in Mordor, they're not like evil savages looking to, conquer the world of men and make it like the time of the orcs and all that. Like, oh no, they're just misunderstood. It's like, well, then that casts a negative light on the humans who are trying to fight back against them. And it's like, no, that's not the way it is. Like the humans, the elves, the dwarves, like these are the forces of good, although they do have problems within them. And Mordor, Sauron, Morgoth, whatever, like that is the force of evil. And you can't upend that without throwing the whole world into a mix that doesn't make sense. It's not congruent anymore with the lore.
I prefer it when my evil's a little good. Or at least their points make some sense.
There's enough of that though. Like
there's so much of that, and it's like we don't need any more. Oh, this guy's bad, but he's also kind of cool and clever. It's like, yeah, in this world, the orcs are bad. Sauron's bad. Morgoth does not have redeeming parts.
I can't jump into there's enough of that argument. There's enough of clear cut good and evil as well.
Where?
It mostly exists in children's shows.
Oh, okay, but that's fair. But all of our media, like adult media, and is about ambiguous characters now, and it has been for like I don't,
years or so,
15 maybe 20 years. I don't know when it started, but the anti-hero maybe it started in 1999 with Tony fucking Soprano. Like
okay.
And
maybe
it's
it
not
did
that
start there. I was going to say
it's inherently bad. Like it's not that one structure is like the winner and one's the loser, and like you should always have it be unambiguous or always have it be ambiguous. It matters like what is the structure of the world and what makes sense within the context of that world. And in the Lord of the Rings world, there is an ultimate good and an ultimate evil. Like that's how
there's
it
stand-ins
works.
for God and Satan. Morgoth is Satan.
Yeah, it's an allegory of Christianity. Which, by the way, fucking George R.R. Martin released something, and he was like, "Oh, it's just been so stressful, and the world is so crazy. I didn't get around to writing it." Tolkien wrote Lord of the Rings during World War II. It was so much more stressful than it is now.
During the Blitz,
that
they were dropping bombs.
retard. I fucking hate that fat idiot.
Winds of
Wasted
Winter isn't
so
written.
much of my time.
I saw that. Now that was. I'm glad someone on the internet pointed out what we just said, because Tolkien was getting bombed. I think he probably wrote parts of the trilogy during the Blitz.
Yeah,
and the Germans were overhead, and he probably had to turn his lamp down extra low and draw the shades so that the bombers couldn't target fucking Birmingham or wherever he lived.
He's drawing a detailed topographical map of Osgiliath while like the lights are flickering, and George R.R. Martin, covered in crumbs, can't get it done.
One was covered in rubble and the other in crumbs.
Yeah, and that's why 100 years from now, Mr. Martin, Lord of the Rings will be a part of the Western pantheon of great epics, and Game of Thrones will be that thing that people watched for 8 years in the early 2000s.
And we're very disappointed with the non-ending.
Yes.
There's more shows coming out.
Legacy.
There's more shows coming out.
I didn't know George Martin or Gur Martin, whatever his name is, was behind Elden Ring. I guess he's part of the.
Yeah, I think he helped with some of the lore stuff, right? Which is like, hey, how about you finish your fucking dinner before you start on dessert?
All right, when I see something like that, what I would bet is that they wanted to attach his name to their project, and maybe he tinkered a little, but he did. I'm dubious about the.
That occurred to me, and I'm also dubious. I wish I was
created.
more of a subject matter expert. Like if I had played all 3 Dark Souls and could say, "Oh, this is a dramatic departure from what From Software typically puts out," you can see his fingerprints all over it. Then but I'm not that guy. I don't know.
I played through
it's just like the others.
Yeah. First of all, I love Baldur's Gate. I think the story's tremendous. It really feels
From
like
Software also.
I don't know who makes it.
Okay.
I think that company is a smaller or medium sized studio. I can't think of the name right now, but I love that game. I think the story's tremendous. You can play it so many different ways, and it feels like you are impactful on the final end of the story. And I like that it's not on rails. Tremendous. So if he did do something for that, fucking kudos to him. Who cares about Winds of Winter? We're never going to read that shit.
Yeah, if it released today, I wouldn't read it. Like I've lost all interest in that.
Yeah,
I'd end up reading it, but
I was like, Taylor's an avid reader.
I'd be like, yeah.
Have you?
I guess I may as well.
Right. And if you put a donut in front of me, I wouldn't eat it.
Have you read?
And I'd eat it.
Have you read in what is it? The Capote book, in Cold Blood or something?
I have not.
In Cold Blood? I don't know. It's a famous book. I've been wanting to read it for a long time. It came to me because I was watching a movie last night and the book was in the movie. I just wondered if you'd read that.
I want to read a classic. I haven't I don't know. I've never read Moby Dick, but I bet it sucks.
No, it doesn't. It's good. It's good. And it's short. Yeah, you can power through Moby Dick in 3 days.
Give me 5. I now that I wear glasses, so a viewer might think I've worn glasses for like 10 years, but I just wore them for my computer screen and it was a little less stressful. But I've advanced to a stage where I wear glasses. If my head's not on a pillow, I'm wearing glasses. And it's like, I think I would have been more of a lifelong reader had I been a glasses wearer the whole way through. And I don't know, like, is Citizen Kane any good? I haven't read that.
I don't want to read that. I think In Cold Blood it's about some murders. And then I think Capote I watched the movie about Capote. I know he's that squirrely little gay guy who was a tremendous author. I think he invented some words. I think maybe he invented the word patina.
Really?
I think so.
Well, good for him.
I could be wrong. I heard someone say that. But I think I'm going to read that soon. I haven't read anything in a while. I usually read sci-fi, and sometimes I read. Oh my god, the most embarrassing thing I read is these Star Trek.
Novels?
Almost. Almost. I read these Star Trek: The Next Generation novels where they'll like hook up, they'll like hang out with the X-Men and shit. There's like crossovers between other universes, and so you got Picard like dealing with a Marvel character or something.
Yeah, this
like
is
that.
The most embarrassing thing you've ever admitted.
Picard fucks Wolverine. It's dope.
Yeah, you get to see, if you get to see Worf fight Wolverine, that's a pretty fucking good story right there.
It should not be a good fight though.
Yeah,
Worf
Wolverine has
badass.
fucking
Worf loses every fight, right?
Well,
that's the cliche. I know. Prior to Deep Space Nine, Worf loses every fight to establish that the other character is a very tough guy. I get it.
Kind of. There's a great episode of TNG where he's on his way back from a tournament, a bat left like sword fighting tournament, and he's sort of doing his personal log, and he's like, "My opponent used an illegal move, but did not work out for him. I remain champion standing." And you see his big fucking trophy, and his trophy's like a sphere with 3 crooked blades coming out of it. And I was like, I love that about Worf. I love that Worf is champion standing at the Klingon bat left tournament on Kronos or whatever the fuck. I love I love that part of the show, and I'm still kind of sorry that they never made the Captain Worf show, because I just want to follow Worf around the galaxy fucking shit up. He's by far my favorite character. He's the only character that like he'll go get pussy. He abandoned his kid. I loved when he abandoned his kid, Taylor. He had this boring fucking annoying kid named Alexander who kid was soft. That kid Worf was like, "You must learn to be a warrior." I don't want to be a warrior.
You have a human mom?
His mom was half human. Kalar was her name. She was a bad bitch. Kalar had this camel toe outfit she wore. It was sexy. But one of Worf's enemies, I think from the House of Duras, he killed Kalar in cold blood. And what did Worf do? He went to Kalar's ship and murdered him, like immediately in the middle of a Star Trek episode. You're like, oh, I guess they'll be. Or they did that thing where the good guy swings his sword, and when you pan down, the sword's next to the bad guy's head. Mm-hmm. He did. When they pan down, it's like in the guy's chest. Worf, like the Klingons, when one of them dies, they do this thing where they open the eyes of the dead person, like how crazy wide, and then they all howl at the sky to like let the dead in Stovacor know that a warrior is on the way. I've always thought that was pretty cool too. That's what I want done when I die. It looks
cool on screen too.
Oh, it's so cool.
Dude, if you Google Star Trek camel toe, you get a lot of hits. I'm not saying I just did that, right. But dude, one of these is a dude. But most of these pictures are solid.
Can I ask you before, is he on the bridge wearing a full bodysuit? Like covers his head and everything?
No, it's more like a bikini. And here, I'll actually, we can.
Oh, he's blonde. He's on
yeah. Zach,
jogging.
Can you share this with the show? I think they all want to see this dude's camel toe.
But before I look at it, I already know on that planet, one of the things they tell him right away, they're like, "We jog everywhere here." Yep, that's the episode. So like these people are hanging out with. They're welcome to our planet. It's fucking paradise.
Don't take this down yet.
We all put out on the first date, by the way, and we jog everywhere, the lady says. And then they all start jogging, and her titties are everywhere because there's no bra under that. And the bad part about this planet, it turns out, there's always a little dirt beneath the rug.
Mm-hmm.
Wesley, they're playing like this ball game, and Wesley, the youngest character on the show, is teenager, young boy, trips and falls into like a flower garden that was covered up, and they're like, "Oh, you broke the flowers," and they arrest him, and they're like, "There's only one punishment for every crime on this planet: death." And they're gonna kill him for falling in the flowers, and so that turns out to be the seedy underbelly. It's very silly, but you get all this moose knuckle and camel toe. Look how deep hers is.
Hers. Dude, I don't know. It's almost a tie.
I love it.
This dude's body is like a regular dude who doesn't lift. I was watching Alien last night, and the first guy to come out of the hyper chamber or something had a body that was very equivalent to this one. And I was like, when did
John
actors
Hurt's the first guy out of the thing.
Okay. When did actors stop having to have like six-packed abs and model-like bodies? Because this dude he didn't prep for this role. That's just him.
This doesn't seem like a major character, so I feel like they were probably like, all right, quick little casting. Are you willing to wear this absurd outfit? And he's like, I would prefer not to. And they're like, do you want to be in Hollywood? And then they made him wear it.
I feel like nowadays, maybe this is a bad example, I'll be proven wrong, but like a random role in The Bachelor, if you want to be the star's dad, you have to have well-defined pecs and at least a 4-pack in Hollywood. No one looks like this in Hollywood anymore, unless they're like, who's the guy from Castaway? He's old now.
Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks, right? Like Tom Hanks could get away with a normal body, but any up and coming actor, no way.
Yeah, Tom Hanks is all. I watched that 8mm movie last night with Nic Cage, and Nic Cage takes his shirt off at one point. He's been beaten up, and he's like cleaning his face off. And I was like, "Damn, Nic Cage is ripped." Right? From the back, he's got like you can see the striations that go up from his waist to like his mid rib cage. Like you can see all that musculature as he bends over and twists and stuff. And it's like Nic Cage is ripped as fuck in this movie, but you look at him and you think he's just like the dweeby guy. By the way, 8mm. I highly recommend that movie too. That's my second Kyle pick for the week. I watched that last night. I had never seen it. It's Nic Cage is an investigator trying to prove if a snuff film is real, and so he's on the seedy underbelly of LA's porn industry, going place to place looking for real snuff films and dealing with like creepy BDSM freaks. Joaquin Phoenix is like his guide in that world. He works at a porn store, and finally they get to like. Gandolfini's fucking great. He gives an amazing performance. He's a piece of shit, scummy porn scout. His emotions and scenes run the gamut in that one. He goes from like scary, powerful bad guy to like, please don't kill me begging, to like pitiful. It's a good fucking movie though. I was an hour and a half in, and I was like, this thing's about to wrap up, right? And I paused it. 30 more minutes left, and I was like, oh my god. How can there be 30 more of this crazy shit? It was dark and gritty. And apparently I read that they changed the original, I think it's based on a book. They changed the original story to make it more of a happy ending. And I was like, fuck, that's the happy spin? I couldn't have watched the sad spin. It reminded me so much of Seven. It was very gritty and dark and depressing. And you watch Nicolas Cage's character like really get like he gets dirt on him and that won't wash off with this investigation, he loses pieces of his humanity along the way trying to like get to the truth. And there's a scene where I won't spoil it. It's a good movie. Highly recommend 8mm. Had never seen it before for some reason. But it's fucking great. It really affected me last night. I went to bed and I was like, I think I'm gonna get up and watch a cartoon or something before I actually turn in. I had to get up and watch some Family Guy. I needed something lighthearted.
Something goofy to
palate cleanser.
Yeah.
I need a palate cleanser.
How far are you from that shooting, Kyle? There was a school shooting in Georgia, 14-year-old.
Couldn't be an hour away, probably.
Okay.
I think that's sort of northeast of me, up in the near the mountains. Or near.
Is the shooter alive?
Yeah, 14 years old. They're trying him as an adult.
Yeah, I know how like distasteful this sort of thing is, but as a person who was really stupid at 14, I generally don't approve of them being tried as adults.
I mean, if you shoot people up, like, yeah, that person can't be allowed in society anymore. Like,
Ever? Because
you're 100% never. Like, so, like, no, you cannot be a
I
part of
don't think
society.
so. I grade a lot of things through this lens too. Like you do a really bad act at like 14 or 16, and I just know how different a person I was at 20 than I was at like even 17. And I'm like, I extend that same grace to other people. Like it.
I mean,
Yeah.
but none of us ever would have killed people.
I have never been charged with killing anyone. That's
Never been charged with killing.
But at 14, like you might have lashed out. You know, at 14 you could have.
yeah.
You know, I don't know. 14 is so. I'm trying to remember 14. Like, what grade is that?
You
Eighth.
finished ninth in it.
It's ninth grade, I think.
Yeah.
So, ooh, man, ninth grade me was like, I don't know if you know,
Not a bright guy, right? Bad decision
not a bright
maker,
guy, bad
probably.
decision maker, like really emotionally driven. I could be, you know, the problem here is that when he's 20, he's 14 now. When he's 20, he's not going to be a normal 20-year-old either. He's going to be someone who's been in the system.
He's already not a normal 14-year-old. He just killed a bunch of people.
Yeah, but
Well,
he's not going to become he's not going to grow out of whatever this is in the system. Is the problem. So, yeah, I don't know. Woody might be right. Maybe what do you kill this kid?
I might be wrong. Like,
do we house him for the next 80 years?
We lock him up, or we
So we
just
house
try him as an adult because he just killed a lot of people. And
so the answer is yes. We house him for the next 80 years and keep him under.
I tell you what we cannot do is we cannot put him in a class led by some social worker and then put him out alongside normal people. We can't do that.
Maybe. I think it's a case by case basis. Look, in this case, in this situation, looking at the victims, it looks like he just went on a spree. It looks like he was just hurting people.
He wasn't picking his victims, you think?
I don't know. They all seem so different. The black kid, white kid, lady teacher, male teacher. Like, it's not like that to me says a little bit of something, but I don't know.
I draw the same conclusion. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you know, if all the victims are like kids, or all of them are like teachers, or all of them are one race or something.
If every one of them was on the football team, one might assume he was getting bullied by the football team.
Yeah.
You know, like he was targeting. But
yeah, they're giving our governor a hard time right now because of some of his pro-gun moves in the past, and he has done a few, but none of them would have exacerbated what happened, or none of them allowed what happened.
What I know is you can't get. I'm sorry, you don't need a license to carry concealed in Georgia anymore. And low key, I'd like that. I don't know. I'm torn because I don't want to go too off topic, but I didn't come from a gun family. So for me, the process of getting a concealed license was really educational. I didn't know stuff, and that course taught me a lot about like when it's okay to shoot. It's changed because of the council doctrine, but I needed to know that. I didn't know it. Some of it wasn't intuitive or obvious. So it was a really good experience for me that I'd like other people to have. On the other hand, I can see why other people don't need it. I don't know. Maybe if you could just take a test and skip the class, that'd be worth something.
I got the answer. What I love, it's the same thing they do for car insurance. Like, I took driver's ed. I didn't need driver's ed, but I took it. And I got a 15-20% discount on my car insurance because of it. Maybe you could do something like that with the gun stuff, right? Like, you know, if you take the class, you get $100 off that gun, right? Or you know, if you take the class, you know, it speeds the paperwork process up, something like that. The permit's great to have for further gun purchases. That's one thing I would tell people. If you get that concealed carry permit, you don't have to do a 4473 or whatever. You have to do the whole form. You just you fill at the top of it, my name, but then you hand them your concealed carry, and they're just like, yeah, you can have a gun.
yeah.
Here's your gun, sir.
It's like the TSA pre-approved line.
Yeah, that thing's pretty horrific. You hate to see a school shooting, but I always say, like, one side acts like the solution is right there to be had, but the other side won't do it for them. And I always say, like, what would have stopped this? Like, what would have stopped this? And in gun legislation, short of like confiscating all the guns in the state of Georgia, what would have stopped this? And we need laws that say you've got to keep your gun locked up or the parent's liable. We already have those. I bet his parents will be liable. They took all the parents' guns. They showed up and took the parents' guns.
Did you know
14-year-olds can't own a gun.
They bought that kid a gun for a holiday present. Maybe
my
Christmas.
parents bought me a car when I was 13, but if the law comes to repossess the car, they're not going to talk to me.
Well, all right. So I guess the paperwork was surely under the parent's name. For people who don't know, the law is typically to own a rifle, you have to be 18 and a pistol 21. It might vary by state, but that's pretty normal.
Pretty normal.
And so he's 14. The gun wasn't technically his, but it was a gift that his parents bought him for Christmas, birthday. I don't know.
I got guns every year for Christmas and birthdays, but I knew as far as the law was concerned, these was daddy's guns. You know what I mean? I knew that I had no right to carry them in public. Even when I was hunting, if I had to cross a road, I'd be like, I'm not exactly supposed to be doing this. Like it's a thing. But yeah, I don't know what law would have prevented this, and I don't
confiscate
like when
every gun. Short of that, I mean, not background checks, not concealed carry laws, not like. He did it in a no gun zone, right? I'm pretty sure every school is a no gun zone. I don't know Georgia that well, but it's not like gun free zones are going to stop shooters.
And I see people, can't believe every TSA metal detector this on flights, but no metal detectors in the classroom. Do you think he went through a metal detector? like if there had been a metal detector there, he just shot the guy operating it first, right? There's no way to stop this short of taking all the guns. And there's more guns here than there are people. And it ain't even close. There's like 3 or 4 times more guns here than there are people here.
We'd have the biggest black market gun operating on Earth. Like there's too many.
Yeah,
African American gun markets.
We have the African American gun markets. Is that the
somehow African American market feels more racist than black market?
Well, it is. It literally is because black market is the saying.
Yeah, we say Walmart.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there's any way to stop it. And I don't know what a black market gun market is. Anyway, to me, that's peer-to-peer sales, and that should be constitutionally protected. I don't like the fucking gun registration stuff. I feel like that's absurd. I feel like it's an overreach. It's from 1984. I don't like the idea of a big list of everybody who has one and what they have. And I don't like the idea that I can't sell, not me in particular, because I'm a fucking felon, but I don't like the idea that a normal law-abiding son of a bitch can't sell his brother a shotgun without getting Big Brother involved. Like I can't sell my actual blood brother a gun without getting Big Brother government involved to be our intermediary. Bullshit. This was Tommy's gun. I gave him $300 when he needed it. He gave me the gun. Now he's got $300 again. I'm giving it back to him. God damn it. And I don't need you taking $10 and making a check mark on a list every time me and my buddies like decide to swap rifles or shotguns. And if you're not part of like gun culture, you might think of guns as like, I don't know, like, yeah, we have that one. Of course, we don't have 40. Of course, we never trade our one for, maybe we think of like a TV set, like why do you have so many? I've got a TV set. I don't have 50 of them. I don't obsess over TV sets. I don't go to TV set meets. It's different. It's guns. It's a whole culture. It's a whole thing. And like the more the merrier, and people like all the varieties, and people swap and sell them all the time. I have bought so many guns in parking lots and sold guns in parking lots of gas stations and liquor stores and gun stores. I'd be at the gun store, meet a fellow gun lover. He'd mention that he's trying to sell his SIG, and I'd be like, what are they trying to give you? They said 400s. I'll give you 500 right now. Let's go to the bank. Like, you know what I mean? Like I did that so many times. And vice versa. If I had some piece of shit I didn't want anymore, like, you want this little Mac 10? This piece of shit? Yeah, $80. I can take it off my hand.
$80. Take it
I'll give you $81 right now.
Oh, we got a regular bidding war in the parking lot.
Go to the bank.
Yeah, I agree with you on the gun stuff.
Yeah, I know I'm kind of the Democrat on the show, but I'm as pro-gun as Kyle is, actually. And I disagree with one word of that.
Yeah, just there's no way to legislate it out given where we already are. Like,
it upsets me when they paint the right, or at least the gun people, as callous to the deaths of children, and we're not. It's awful. Everybody hates it as much as you do. Let's just start at that point. But again, I say, what would you change that would have stopped this from happening? I get that you don't like that a kid shot other kids. It's awful. We all fucking hate it. And unlike Trump, I don't think we should just get over it.
I was
Okay?
gonna say that was kind of callous. The next day being like, you got to get over it.
These happen all the time. Like, comes out, your team loses. Like it's a lot of games in the season. Like no, children are fucking dead. These parents lives are crushed. They're ruined. Like the witnesses to it will have PTSD and fucking nightmares and be on drugs that make their own lives go into spirals from this. This is a butterfly effect of horror that's been perpetrated by this mentally ill fucking kid. And nobody likes that. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants to stop it, but short of taking all the guns, sort of sending the Marine Corps in neighborhood to neighborhood with metal detectors and gun sniffing dogs. How do you stop it? And it's a genuine question. I want a plan. I want to see it on paper, because if you're telling me extended background checks, that's what I was just talking about a minute ago when I can't sell my buddy a gun, first of all. And second of all, it ain't stopping a criminal who wants a gun. That's the underlying problem of it all, is that the guy who wants to do crimes with the gun will not be deterred by a law. He is, by his very definition, a law breaker. If anything, he might be overjoyed with an extra one. This is a crime as well. We're knocking them out of the park today. That's 8 crimes and 1 gun.
Yeah, there are some gun laws I like.
It's 9.
One thing that happened in the last 10 years, I think, is when someone files for like a woman, for example, is being stalked by an ex-boyfriend or threatened and abused, and he's banging on the door, and she goes and gets a restraining order, they can take his gun, even though he hasn't shot anyone yet. They can say, no, listen, you've already held her against the wall with your hand on her neck. You've already threatened her. We're taking your gun for a year, and if you're good for that year, you get it back. They do that now. And it sounds like he's being punished for not having committed a gun crime yet, but I don't hate it. It seems like that is a natural response to someone who's threatening and bullying somebody.
I don't know about that. Like, there's just too much. There could be a lot of room there of people having stuff taken away unjustly. Yeah, like, because anything that exists like that will be overreached by the government, and it won't stop at like this. Oh, here's picture evidence of him choking me. Like, I fear that it would get to a point of like, oh, look at this person. They made some not to posts that we don't like on Facebook. Let's go take their guns too, because we just added a new provision on this same law that says now social media posts can constitute justification for this, and then
and I hate to say it, but like, if you do that to him, he might just go get another gun, or he might just come beat her to death. You know what I mean? Like, I like the idea of the law, though. I like the idea of red flag laws, and I like the idea of no fly lists too, because I don't want to fly with a psychopath, but I'm worried that one day I'm gonna have to pee real bad, and they're gonna tell me to sit down, and I'm like, nah, man, I'm not gonna piss my pants. I'm going in that bathroom. If I fall down, it's on me. And I just force my way up there and I piss. And when I come out, they're fucking deplaning or some shit, and the authorities are there, and you're like, you're on a no-fly list, Mr. PP Pants. Next time, fucking just piss yourself. Like, well, wait a minute. Don't put me on there with the crazies and that guy with the Burger King crown.
now, well, what's wrong with that guy?
They're putting me on the same list as that guy who tried to open the goddamn door.
Okay, yeah, those guys. If you try to open the door mid-flight, you can't.
Did he open the door?
Yeah.
I think no, did he get it open, or did he just try
he got it partially open to the point where they were depressurizing the cabin. I think it like has multiple stages where first it like goes out, and then maybe it does another thing, and then it slides.
Dude, not to Mark Wahlberg this, but if I were in that exit row, that's not
wouldn't have went down like that.
I'm shutting it right down.
That's what he said. He said wouldn't have went down like that. That's all I'm saying.
It wouldn't have went down. Any of the three of us in the exit row, we prevent that guy.
How 100%. High? What was the altitude on that? You probably don't know. I
have no idea.
It is incredibly hard. I don't think there's a human on the planet who can open a plane door at cruising altitude. Like, it's not a thing. I don't think there's a chimpanzee or a silverback gorilla who could open a plane's door, because the plane is pressurized and the outside is at high altitude, and all that cabin pressure is holding the door closed. They're not locked. They don't need to be locked because the cabin pressure is holding it closed. It's like 8,000. The internal cabin pressure of a plane is like 8,000 feet equivalent to. And the external cabin pressure is like 32,000, 36,000 feet, whatever planes fly at. And you have to pull the door in, and then it tilts sideways, and then it like tucks out. And that pull the door in stage is nearly impossible.
See, Woody, you're not accounting for the fact that these were defective Boeing airplane doors.
I'm
So
not.
with
That's
these,
true. Yeah.
with these, it's the opposite. They've got
They just pop open
explosives.
on their own.
It's like a, it's like
they've
a
got-
saloon door. He just kicked it and it swung right open. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then he was probably doing it close to takeoff or landing.
That would
See, I'm
that
weird
would
about
make
the red
sense.
flag laws and stuff like that. But I want. I don't know how you solve the problems that we have with gun violence. I don't think you do. I don't think you do without like making the economy better. I think it's genuinely that. I think happier people don't shoot each other.
Oh, yeah. There's definitely an association between crime and the economy.
Shootings happen when it's in hot months. You always see that like the hotter it is, the more people will get fucked.
Yeah.
Well, you know, have you ever been hot and sweaty? The AC
I
breaks.
just want to kill someone. Yeah.
One thing after another piles up. But we've all had bad days. You don't go unhinged mode because, but like, what if there was something real bad that happened on top of that hot, sweaty day? You lose your job. Then your wife says, that's it. And then you're hot and you're sweaty. And you're thinking, like, the only reason I'm in this hot, sweaty piece of shit car is because I got her the safe minivan for that kid that turned out ain't mine. You know what, motherfucker? You know what is mine? This Glock. This is mine and I can control this. And then you go on a rageful, like, rampage or whatever, you know, like all I'm saying is
he felt like that was the only thing he could control. And what he really should have done is seen that he can still control what he eats and develop a severe eating disorder.
Is that what you do?
I think maybe if you know you have someone who's that ill and so lashing out because of a lack of control,
that direction.
You guide them away from the violence and more towards the like, oh, you're looking a little chubby, maybe.
I know you're thinking about shooting them all, but have you considered bulimia?
Yeah, have you considered hot yoga and and cucumber salads? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think.
But yeah, that was awful.
I saw that like on your like summer point. Also, crimes and violent crime go down in like snowy winter months in like the cold areas. Because it's think about that. Someone's sitting there like, oh, this fucking guy. I can't stand it anymore. I gotta take him out. But it's like snowing and you'd have to shovel your driveway.
Right?
And you're gonna get halfway through shoveling your driveway and be like, you know what? I'm not leaving. I'm staying home. I'm gonna, make some cocoa, enjoy my day, and not commit a horrible.
But then you like to commit a triple homicide, but I'm not motivated enough to shovel the driveway.
Yeah, that can wait for spring. And by the time spring comes around, maybe he's cooled off.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, the evidence would show that he's just been rubbing his hands and just wanting it for months because then summer happens and that guy gets
What was
out
the
and
thing we
does his
blamed
thing.
for crime? Ultima sedans, maybe? Something like that?
Ultima sedans.
White Nissan Ultimas? I forget. It's from like 10 years ago. No one remembers this?
I don't remember that.
No, we do a lot of these.
This is like a
We do a lot of
PKA. We were talking about how cars don't kill people. People kill people, and you need to watch out for, I think it was white Nissan Ultimas, but I could be wrong.
That
I haven't noticed.
my
I
mother
bet
drove
Kyle
a white Nissan Altima for several years when I was in high school. They changed the body style. She got the new one. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, and if she couldn't take it out on you with those little punches in the kitchen, imagine what she may have done.
She'd have crushed so many people with that Altima. She had the 3.5 liter in that bitch. That thing would go. It really was.
That's a quick little car.
Yeah, she got the best one. I remember thinking like, damn, this is a nice Nissan. This thing will zip. I think there was a speedometer went to like 175 or something. That little car,
dude, that's such
cool.
a good move. I don't think that car went to 175.
I got her up to 120 one time.
yeah. I had a speedometer in my Volkswagen GTI. I think it went to like 185 or something, but the car went to 112 indicated. So
motorcycles mean business, though.
They can, yeah.
Like how many production motorcycles right now will do 175? All of them?
No.
Most of them.
But the go fast ones will do that. Yeah, those leader bikes. I think
like a sport bike.
Off.
Like if you've got a sport bike, it'll do 175, right?
I'm not sure if the 600s will. They'll maybe get threatened that, but the leader bikes will.
Yeah, shockingly fast. And then like the fact that they do it over the course of like a really short distance, whereas a car has to like.
Yes,
it's hard to get a car up to 175. You got to pick your spot, or you got to have a badass car, or really both. You can get a bike up to that speed on the interstate anytime you want.
Yeah, dude, bikes go from 0 to 60 really fast, like faster than a Formula One car. These are production bikes you can buy around the corner. You
know what's really appealing to me, but I have no use for it, and it would just sit in my garage, is those electric, they're like between a bicycle and a motorcycle, and they're electric. Like you can't even, you look at it and you're like, all right, it looks cool, is that a bicycle or a motorbike? And it's like, it's kind of in between, actually. How fast does it go? 60. What? That goes 60? Oh, yeah. But it's got those beefy tires. Yeah, go off-road. Wherever you want to go, bro.
I've ridden those. They're a blast, man. They wheelie really well. There's no shifting. It's a good time. I have a friend also that I didn't ride his, but so he was into mountain biking, right? And he's a really, really, like, he's an exceptionally wealthy guy. He's into mountain biking. He buys a mountain bike for like 10 grand or something, an e-bike. And he's like, all right, this is cool, but this is a low end one. So then he gets like a $20,000 e-bike. And his wife is like, he can't have a motorcycle, but two of us in this little paramotor group have motorcycles at this point. And he's maybe like wishing he could have one. And his wife says no. But the e-bike is kind of a motorcycle through the back door. Like as you mentioned, those things start going 60, 70 miles an hour. Yeah, that's a motorcycle. It's a motorcycle cosplaying as a bicycle. No one uses
green.
Pedals.
I want that shit in like army green.
Yeah, so this is the direction he went. And he basically got a motorcycle and told his wife it was a bicycle.
They need a cover on that chain. That chain was exposed.
I don't, is it moving?
Of course.
I'm not convinced. The motor's not in the rear hub? I'm not sure.
Not on that one. That one had a chain that was going to the back tire.
Yeah, so you can pretend to pedal it every once in a while, right?
Oh, really?
I might be right.
I'm definitely more ignorant about these. I saw a TikTok video of one and thought it was fucking cool, though. I was like, that is fucking cool. If I remember Taylor used to live like right above a restaurant or some shit, like in downtown or in like a little towny area, and like this would be so ideal for that. If you could just take it up into your apartment and then like zip around town running errands. I have this fantasy life where that's what I do. Even being like a Uber
look at the rear hub on that.
Or
that's the electric motor.
I'm seeing there.
When I was living in the city area, it was like the peak of those Bird electric pay and go scooters. And so it was just like on the way home from bars, and you'd see like a whole gaggle of like homeless guys just flying down the road, sharing those.
Oh,
yeah.
But did they pay for them?
I don't know. Apparently there were some issues where you could just do it for free. I don't remember how that worked. But yeah, I'd see someone where it's like,
I choose to believe Mr. Beast littered 20s throughout St. Louis.
Yeah.
And then the electric bike business booms.
Because I'd be like, that's that little fucker with the pretend broken legs that sits out front of Caribou Coffee and asks for food. And then if you try and get him food, he suddenly has a big old attitude about it because he doesn't want food. He wants drugs. And so he just wants the money. Which
I
fair
think
enough.
He has a point.
He is
I'm not
homeless.
hungry right now, but I could go for it.
I could go for some drugs. Just a little bit of meth. And then zoot around on the bird scooters. Yeah, that was.
What drug is most likely to make you homeless?
Probably heroin.
Yeah.
Probably heroin. It seems like the one that makes, and I say that because like it's so illegal that if you get caught, you're gonna be fucked up, and the justice system's gonna ruin you. But also, like when you're on it, you're not a productive member of society in the least. It seems like I don't imagine, or it's certainly not displayed in media, that someone's like, yeah, give me a little bit of that heroin. All right, got to head into this meeting. Catch you later. You know, it's not that. It's like you're like nodding off with a syringe in your arm. It's what I'm picturing. Like the whole day going
on meth, right?
Extra productive.
Yes, you can fight a whole world war.
So a lot of the service industry, and in particular like truck drivers and anybody who is not as prevalent now with truck driving because they've got limits on how long they can drive per day. Kind of what they did to the deadliest catch. Yeah, crab fishing. But it used to be that, dude, can you do 50 hours straight? Fuck yeah, double overtime. Let's go. And they would be wired on something. So I think a lot of the service industry still runs on amphetamines or of one kind or another.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to pick a drug with the hopes of not becoming homeless, some kind of upper that helps you do your job is just going to be better.
An amphetamine? I'm stupid.
No, it's just another kind of
different upper. Okay. Because I associate that with Wall Street because I was alive in the 80s. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it seems like these guys got a lot done on cocaine, which like hang out with a bunch of people on cocaine and then hang out with a bunch of people smoking weed. And it's like, yeah, if I had to pick one of these groups to be in charge of my finances, I'm going to pick the coke guys. Like, because like the weed guys, it's like, I don't even think you're going to bother investing my money. Like, you're just going to sit on it and do nothing. But the coke guys, you know, at least
They'll get it done.
at least they got big dreams, or they'll tell you vehemently they're going to get it done. And then they will not once they've woken up and they're like hungover from the coke.
You were asking about Salvia the other day. That's one of those that I won't touch. That when I go to the smoke shop,
it doesn't look fun at all.
Is it still legal?
Oh yeah. When I go to the smoke shop, they'll sell you like bags of it. Like I've never seen so many capsules in they sell like 4-pound bags of capsules. It's so much. It's like a grocery bag full of salvia. I don't even care how much it is. I've never asked, but they've got so many different like ways to take it. And
now is it like it's like mushrooms or acid, right?
Yeah, I think it's like a mild like psychedelic, but it also has, I've heard that it has similar effects to like opiates and the way it can make you feel.
Are you sure you're not thinking of kratom?
I am thinking of kratom, the other fucking green nonsense,
So
somehow legal drug.
Which one do they have bags of?
Kratom. Oh, I didn't know. I've never seen salvia at the stores. I guess I've never looked.
Unless I'm confused. But I thought that they sold it there. I remember seeing those big bags of green capsules and maybe even green, like they're like lawn trimmings that they were selling. I don't want any part of any of that because it reminds me of what was weed, Kyle. What's the fake weed that we were talking about? Spice.
Oh, it reminds me of the worst drug of all time. It couldn't.
Oh, you didn't like spice?
I couldn't have been more stressed out and high strung while I was high on spice.
It looked pretty cool in the movie Dune.
Oh, no, yeah, gives you those blue eyes. Dude, I would do some of that Dune spice. I'd be all about that. I'd be boofing it. I'd be boofing fucking Dune spice. But
wait, is boofing put it in your butt?
Yeah, I'd get it up there. I want to fully absorb it. You don't want to waste a speck of Dune spice. It's the most valuable substance in the whole galaxy. Woody, interstellar travel depends on it.
You're right. I was being stupid. I'm sorry.
All right. It's going to give us long life. It's going to give us powers, insights, and those blue eyes are fucking sexy. I would love to have glowing blue eyes.
That I don't know much about the whole kratom thing other than really what you just said, that apparently it like feels like an opiate when you drink it, but like a much weaker version of that. But I have a buddy who like will make kratom tea sometimes and drink that because they do. Kyle's right. They have like, I haven't been to one of the legal weed shops in a long time because it's been legal here for a while, but they just have these giant cardboard boxes with like just a loose plastic bag full of green powder. And it's like green dragon, whatever. And he says you make it into a tea and it's the most foul tasting, disgusting, horrible concoction. Like he says, it's like a challenge to drink this tea. Like it's a nightmare to do it. Like imagine the worst. I did a small amount in college once, but like I literally just saw season 2 of Always Sunny breathing at me on the TV a little bit. I didn't take enough.
If you do like so people don't know anything about mushrooms. If you do like 0.2 grams, that's a microdose. Maybe it cheers you up. Maybe you don't even notice you're on it. If you do between 3 and 5 grams, that's what they call a hero's dose. And, in that, you're in for an experience. Okay. 3 grams of mushrooms, which is maybe the most I've ever done, is a chore. Like it fills your whole palm and it's the worst tasting mushrooms ever. And I don't know. I had it with cranberry juice or something.
No.
This is a job.
Can I tell you what I did? Because I thought I did a good job. Okay. I took Tostitos scoops, the corn chips, and I put the mushroom in there, and then I got a heaping.
The problem with these mushrooms, they're not dry enough.
That's what the salsa is for. And see, I need something to hide the texture and the taste and the dryness. So like a corn chip with a ton of like hot salsa, everything's just getting munched up in there now. You couldn't really tell that you're eating something gross.
I bet if you went with queso instead, that'd be even better.
I wanted the salsa. I felt like that the spice and the vinegar and the wetness of it. Like the mushrooms are gross. Woody's
you need
right.
a strong enough flavor. Like you can't hide
something overpowering
tea or something. I think it was Taylor who told me that's why edibles are often like chocolates and gummy bears, because the marijuana itself is not a tasty thing. You can't hide it with something not tasty or mildly tasty.
Yeah.
It's kind of that, but they've never made a chocolate or a gummy that hides the foul taste of weed. I think it's more to do with the process of creating edibles lends itself to chocolate and gummies bonding to the fat content in the chocolate, and it's a different separation process. Maybe I think they maybe use alcohol to separate the THC when they make gummies. I've read some tutorials, but I've never made candies. But
even so, like when people
they
say
all taste
stuff
like shit.
Like you'll hear people say things like, "Oh, I had this candy bar and I just kept eating little pieces off of it, and lo and behold, oh no, that was 30 minutes ago, and it was a 200 milligram bar of chocolate." It's like you're lying. Because like if I was at one of your houses and you had like a dish of candies and it was sitting out as if it was just like a receptionist dish and it was weed chocolate, like I'd take one and be like, oh, that's weed. That's either a weed chocolate or it's the worst made chocolate of all time. Like it couldn't be anything else. You can smell it. You're right.
They stink of weed.
I can't argue with the chocolate thing because I don't think I've ever had weed chocolate. But I can say I'd find the gummies to be not far off gummies.
I can tell the difference in those gummies because if I'm like having some nice Haribos, those are delicious and tasty. But these weed gummies, very different. Like
weed gummies are disgusting.
They're off.
I think I both love sugar and rarely have it. I have the only sugar I'll have today, I promise you, will be a single gummy cube. Like at least direct sugar. If there was some in a Tostito or something, then
dude. But I'm telling you, like those gummies are rancid. I roll them up in a little ball.
Delicious to me.
I swallow it like a pill, so I don't get any of the flavor in my mouth.
I have heard you guys say, even amongst like our sponsors, like everyone we've ever had, like you just take it like a pill. No, man, I chew that shit up. I savor it. I don't swallow it right away. I'm missing the goodness of the gummy. There's sugar in that thing.
It's because your drug of choice is just sugar. And so like you're like, I guess I don't really want to be high, but I can take a couple gummies, Jackie, it's for the drugs.
Can I get another jar of those Flintstones, please?
It's like walks in on you. Oh, I'm sorry. What? This is a regular Reese's? Oh no.
You ever eat way too many Flintstones vitamins?
No.
What?
No,
Y'all didn't grow up with those?
I did grow up with them, but there was a kid in the 90s who died from eating a ton of them. And I still remember my mom telling me a story about that as a kid.
That was my brother.
Like, that these aren't candies. Like, you can die. And I was what?
I don't. He got into the Flintstones vitamins. He ate 2 jars of them. He's done. I love them. Yeah. I dared him to do it.
I don't think they make those anymore.
They probably don't. Now it's those vitamin gummies, which I also have been known to eat a few too many of, but they'll give you diarrhea if you eat too many.
Remember when we were doing that fitness challenge like 7 years ago, whatever it was? And I remember I was like, in my head, I'm like, man, the thing holding me back is going to be time and hydration, because I just need to be able to sit there and just grind for hours a night because I won't be able to get any MEPs during the work day the next day. So I just got to grind. So I got to stay super hydrated. And so for like a week and a half, I was getting tons of MEPs and I was drinking Pedialyte like it was water. Like, because I was like, if I can hydrate, I'll be even more elite. And so I was like finishing a big 32 ounce of Pedialyte.
Jesus.
And then go grab another one and start drinking that. And like 2 days in, I'm like, oh man, my body must be flushing out the toxins because I have had brutal diarrhea.
Salt water.
Drinking salt water. And I was drinking tons of other liquid too. And so I was just diarrheaing for days until I realized, like, I think I read the back of a Pedialyte and it's like, oh, you're feeling really dehydrated? Drink half of this. I'm like, oh, so don't drink a 4-pack in one evening. Okay. So yeah, don't do that. PSA, it will give you the shits and you'll have to, it'll take like 2 full days for you to go back to normal after you stop.
Dude, I just noticed the thing Zach put in about kratom. I want to read it. Kratom's effects, there are 2 effects I like. See if you can pick them out. On the body include nausea, itching, sweating, dry mouth, constipation, increased urination, tachycardia, perhaps pronounced
tachycardia.
Right.
That's like heart
tachycardia. Thank you. Vomiting, drowsiness, loss of appetite. They experience anorexia, weight loss, insomnia, hepatotoxicity, seizure, and hallucinations.
That sounds awful.
What's the good part? The hallucinations?
Weight loss and hallucinations are in there.
Well, you're going to be so ill, you won't be able to get food down or keep it down at least. So
I accept your terms.
Well, I think those are similar side effects to like opiate pills, right? Like not being able to shit.
All right, so you got to take a lot of opiates to get to the constipation part. They do make you itchy though. Like I think I kind of like the itchiness. It's kind of like you ever like have an itch that's pleasing to scratch? It can be like that. And if you don't want to obviously hurt yourself and like get like a weirdo, like scratch your skin up. But if you had like, I don't know, like a back scratcher or like a loofah or something, and you hop in the shower, it kind of feels really good to like scratch yourself everywhere when you're really itchy. And
I would hate that.
I can't relate to this at all. When I take,
you're also high as fuck.
And by the way, I've only taken opiates like post surgery, never recreationally. Yeah. I get the constipation very easily. I'm good at that, and I've never itched. I've certainly never enjoyed an itch.
Only been
I've heard the
constipated once in my life.
thing. Yeah, I'm pretty much never constipated if I'm eating normally.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a real thing. I didn't believe it. I was like, what do you mean? Like the poop won't come out? Like, and then Wings, of course, made up that crazy story about poop like getting log jammed. I was like, maybe other people's poops are different than mine, or like maybe their buttholes are shaped different. Like do I? Like, I just didn't understand.
Yours is like one of those Lego things. It comes out like a star.
I spent my whole childhood
like
constipated.
A star, right?
It was like my normal.
I've got a crescent moon butthole. It comes out in there.
Like the Lego. Dude, when I was a kid, I pooped like every 4 or 5 days. That was typical for me. I remember we went whitewater rafting for a week down the Grand Canyon, and there were no toilets there, of course. You just had to like manage. And I was like, well, I'll just not poop this week. And I didn't.
That's insane.
It is insane.
How do kids do stuff like that? Like,
I don't know.
you just don't shit for 5 days and then just have
or 7, something
mass
like that.
exodus at your home.
I'm still like, it seems what happened to me in prison and me not pooping for weeks like that. Mm-hmm. While eating, I wasn't eating much. I was on an extreme like diet, but I was eating something. And it's like, if you took the food that I ate between the time I had pooped last and between weeks later when I pooped the second time, my God, it would cover the table. You know, it would be like a bucket of food. You'd be like 3 gallons of food, 4 gallons of food. How much food do you eat over the course of? I don't remember how long I went without pooping. I think it might have been 6 weeks or something. Like I remembered it better back then. Like whatever I said is, I was so worried. I was going to the nurse like any day. I was rubbing my stomach to try to like make something happen while I was in bed. Like maybe it's just like solidified down there or blocked up. So I'm like rubbing where I think my intestines are, just sort of like.
Was there ever a time that you were laying in the prison bed and you're like, no, I think maybe I did shit actually. Maybe
no.
Like no, you didn't ever try and.
Well, no, because it's a little scary to poop in prison, right? Like I don't like pooping in front of people. I'm a private pooper. Well, I'm a private pooper. I'm a very private pooper. I wouldn't poop I pooped at school twice in my life.
I'm the opposite. I commonly film it and upload it to Motherless.
You're turd chopper 69. I thought I recognized that physique.
Dude, any illusions I had at a young age about being one of those, because I was always so surprised going through school that there were people who were like, I don't poop at school. And I was like, what? So like if you have to poop, you decide not to for 8 hours. That's ridiculous.
I poop in the morning.
Just go poop.
I poop in the morning before school, and I remember like I used to always have to poop when we get to work, like when I'd be with my dad working or when I'd be like hunting, and he'd be like, "Look, you gotta get on schedule here. You gotta shit in the morning, and then your day's ahead of you. You can't be stopping in the middle of the day to have some emergency poop break, or you gotta drive to your house." He's like, you can't live like this. I mean, we had this conversation because we'd be working. We'd be like carpenter. We'd be on a roof or like doing a thing over at the farm. And I'd be like, I got to go. He's like, this is going to be a 35-minute shit break because I got to drive all the way home.
And there was no bathroom there? No little porta potty?
We're on a farm. No, there's no. I don't know why we never put a fucking toilet in at that farm. It would have been that goddamn hard. Although it would have been. The toilet at home was my safety toilet anyway. I wouldn't have used the dirty toilet.
That was your haven. That was your little Rivendell.
Yeah, but no, I pooped at school twice. I specifically remember being so like nervous about my school poop that while I'm pooping, I'm like pre-wrapping little bits of toilet paper for the wipe. I'm getting them so I can be as in and out as quick as possible. You know what I mean? Like I'm getting my little wads of toilet paper ready to go as I'm pooping. Like, all right, and then
Are
I
you a
can be
folder or a baller with your toilet?
Folder, 100%. So I'm making my 3 or 4 little.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
That
I'm making my 3 or 4 little folds, and I'm like rapid wiping. I'm like wipe, and then like flushing, and like as it's flushing, I'm getting my shit on as fast as I can. And then you got to make sure the coast is clear. I don't want anybody to see me come out of the stall because
you didn't want other people to know that you were a pooping person.
Yeah, I didn't want them to know that I pooped. You know, or like you know how high school is. They might be like, "Ooh, your poop's extra stinky." You poop like a loser.
Everybody, check out this gay guy shitting in the bathroom.
like that's high school is so goddamn mean. Like you just didn't want to give them an in. So it's just like I don't want you to catch me pooping in here. So yeah, twice in my life I pooped in school.
Did I tell you guys? One of my friend, I'm still good buddies with him. We play games all the time. He used to go in high school. He used to go in the bathroom and he'd like wait because they were Kyles, I guess, who would like hear somebody come in and they'd like hold their shit on the toilet and not let the next flume through. And he would walk in, pee, wash his hands, and then he'd go out to the bathroom door to leave. And he said he'd open it, and then he'd let go, and he'd close it. And he's like, "It's so funny, dude, because every time you just hear someone go, oh," and like, then they shit. And then I was like, and then what do you do? And he's like, and then I go, I heard you shitting. and
that's my nightmare.
And then I go back to class, and I'm like, dude, this is such a waste of time.
I recognize your stupid sneakers, Kyle. Fucking and won my ass, white boy. You're in trouble now. I'm telling everybody you shit.
That was
find out your secret.
We had some. I mean, I've talked before. The poop bandits in my high school were
loser.
Yeah,
high school's mean, dude. You don't be pooping in front of people.
Mean.
I remember a girl got her tampon stuck one time. Oh my god, there's a kid running down the hallway. Hey everybody, Meredith got a tampon stuck in her pussy. And then he ran away to the next group.
That's just the town crier. He's got a bell. Hey, Meredith, pussy done swallowed thine tampon.
It was like Cartman. It was like Cartman in South Park, how he'll run around and just tell everybody that something bad. Hey, did everybody hear Scott Michaels shit his pants? Like person to group, just letting everybody know that somebody fucked up. Had an embarrassing moment. So yeah, if you being constipated for that long was one of the because I thought something was wrong with me. Like I was like, why have I not shit? Have I developed asshole cancer in prison?
That would be terrible.
Because I bet the treatment's poor here.
Mental trauma.
Well, Mr. Myers, 100%. We have a solution, but you're not gonna like it.
Stress reaction.
You're gonna have to let
Reggie, would you come in here? Yeah,
think it wings his grandma.
It was 100% like
it's sideways. There's your problem right there, Kyle.
It was 100% stress. Yeah. The worst is when you're trying to like.
But you were dehydrated too.
Oh no, I had you drink a lot. It's hard to explain, but there's like tons of there's a really nice ice machine. Like that's probably our nicest thing we have is it makes those little kernels of ice.
Oh yeah.
And it was like so I was drinking a ton, and I had like I was getting my Diet Pepsis, so I had those. I could cool those off in my fake prison cooler. Get those nice and ice cold for my once a day chili. The diet might have had something to do with it too. That once a day chili I was having with like prison nacho cheese was probably stopping me up pretty good.
Oh, it was just setting like quickcrete in your colon.
It did. And you know what? The weird part is I didn't have like an impressive poop when I finally did. It was just a normal, kind of poop. Maybe even a less than normal poop.
Did you sleep well that night though? You're like, all right, one worry off my heart. I felt
safe. Yeah, I was like, okay, we don't have to go to the nurse and tell her we're constipated because neither one of us are going to enjoy that conversation. She doesn't want to deal with my constipation.
Would have bullied you?
I don't think they would have known, but no, I don't think they would have bullied me about my constipation. Might have offered to help.
Yeah. You wouldn't have gone down there after like announcing to the other inmates that you had a bad case.
That's went over Taylor's head. Offering to help Kyle with his constipation is a form of bullying.
It is.
Oh, I know just the thing.
That fellow who's into you, you're gonna have to let it get in there.
Come here, sweetheart.
Just get in there and move it around like a paint stirrer.
Oh, yeah.
Like a plunger.
I don't know if that's how it works.
No, you'd have to use the handle end.
So yeah, that was horrific. And I've never had an issue since. Never had any constipation.
Yeah, that's how it works. You push it down a little farther, and then the next time it goes through smoothly. Big brain moves.
I mean, constipation is definitely worse than diarrhea as far as of the two major poop problems,
I guess.
Because if you're having diarrhea, there is at least a feeling of like the evil is being excised. Something's getting done here. The badness is being flushed out. I'm closer to the good times. But I imagine, because I've never really dealt with constipation either, like that you're just sitting there. When am I going to shit? I don't know. Am I dying?
Elvis.
Could be.
That's what killed Elvis.
Was he on opium?
Yeah, he was on tons of opiates. He was on all those pills, and he was trying to take a hard shit.
In my head.
Gave himself
Does that mean opiates?
Like everything. No, he's in all sorts of pills though.
Yeah,
Elvis was popping handfuls of shit, but he was constipated trying to take a big old king size dump. His diet was also ridiculous. You've seen the sandwiches. Do you know about the famous Elvis sandwiches he would eat? Those fried peanut butter and banana sandwiches.
Enormous.
Peanut butter, banana, and bacon. It is an enormous sandwich.
Wouldn't he fly on a private plane in the middle of the night to be like, oh, this sandwich place in Philly, we're going, and I'm going to eat 3.
Kentucky or somewhere where they'd make these ridiculous sandwiches. I worked with a guy who sold him cars before. He was an old guy, obviously.
That's cool.
But he said that Elvis would buy like multiple Cadillacs, like you get all of his boys a Cadillac. Oh, I thought that was pretty cool. Never imagined Elvis really having like a
posse,
entourage or a posse, but I bet he did. I bet being in Elvis's posse, like sexy Elvis, like 1958 Elvis or whatever the fuck, whenever he was like slim and good looking, there'd be a lot of like spillover pussy to be had.
Is that an Elvis special?
That looks good to me, man. I gotta say, that looks fucking good. I like peanut butter. I like banana. I like bacon.
I like all those things, but how's that banana going to combine with the bacon?
The king says it's great. Sweet, salty.
I trust him. He did die of being fat and drug addicted. So he probably knew his sandwiches.
I mean, he wasn't going to hold back. You know, that was the most gluttonous, delicious thing he could imagine.
There was that other guy, the Rush Limbaugh. Didn't he have a problem with constipation? For years or something? Because
he did so many opiates, he went deaf.
Which is a rough gig for a radio DJ.
That's such an important thing to not go. If you're
right. There are a lot of things you can get away with, but deaf is rough.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
He died a few years ago. He was pretty old.
Freedom winner.
Oh my God! Get out of here with those medals of freedom. Those are fucking those are so
They're
silly.
better than medals of honor. I've heard. People are saying that.
Okay, the medal itself looks better. That's what he meant.
Hold on, let's see.
And it does.
Right.
Zach, bring up
that's what he was saying.
No, he was saying Medal of Honors winners are dead or often fucked up and mutilated. Well, our Medal of Freedom winners are in good shape. That's why it's the better one.
I thought he was referring to the medal itself, like not the recipients per se, but like the build and the substance that the medal was composed of. Because the Medal of Honor, like look at that. That's a big ass medal, right? You look like you just saved the planet from the Klingons or something. But if you look at the Medal of Honor,
it looks too much like a COD Prestige emblem.
Right? He's a 9 Prestige. He's a fucking killer. That's like 8 or something. Right?
I want to see the comparison.
Let me get the facts right, because I was listening. I'd want to know. It's actually much better. This is Trump referring to the Medal of Freedom, because everyone gets the Congressional Medal of Honor. They're soldiers. They're either in very bad shape or they've been hit many times by bullets or they're dead. She gets the Medal of Freedom, and she's a healthy, beautiful woman. They're rated equal, but she got the Medal of Freedom. So he was saying that you get to earn it and you're not fucked up.
That's more of like a situational comparison. Like if I meet someone who got a Medal of Honor and someone who got the Medal of Freedom is right there, it's like, I think I know which one, garners a little more respect. It's like, what'd you get? Oh, you ran a good campaign on helping dogs or something. That's so wonderful. That's great. And what'd you do? Oh, you lost your left leg saving 65 people from a brutal murderer. That's I think I'm going to go with this guy. I think that's more impressive. I found pictures of all the medals, and let's see. Zach, bring those up, and we can offer a little. I'll call it constructive criticism of our great nation and what we can do to have better medals, because some of these are not that impressive. And they're also very bad graphics. So
Wait, why are there 3 different ones?
Different branches of service, right?
Oh.
I would think so. Obviously, the one on...
Oh, yeah. Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. I
Coast
guess.
Guard, they're in the mix on. They get their own.
Yeah, Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard share the third one, I think, if I'm reading it correctly.
I think I like the third one maybe the most. It says Valor. It's definitely not the middle one. The middle one needs a little more pomp and
I
circumstance.
don't like any of those. Those all look garbage. There we go.
We'll
Look
zoom
at
in
this.
on that. That's much better. Thank you, Zach.
Oh, I like that Air Force combat action. That reminds me of some different symbology. I'm quite a fan
Oh,
of.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, hell yeah. You got that Aguila on there looking
How about the one
proud,
right below
strong.
it? That it's got the same vibe.
Kind of like an Iron Cross, you mean? Yeah. I like that. You got the.
I like the Bronze Star.
The Bronze Star is just a nice, simple one. I think the Distinguished Flying Cross that
Purple
was
Heart's
up a little
bitch
bit.
made, right? Look at that.
Purple
Who's that
Heart
guy?
they can redo. They can make that a little better.
Who the fuck is the guy in the Purple Heart? I always see that little like profiled figure. Like who's that?
It's a good question. I assumed it was Washington because it's reminiscent of the quarter in my mind, but that might not be.
It is George Washington. You are correct.
Is it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, like
it's a reasonable guy to use. So I think we're all.
I'm
good
also
there.
not impressed by Purple Hearts because you can get them in such weird ways.
The
Like there's
Air
the
Force-
famous case where like the guy was away and his barracks were bombed, and then when he came back, he sat down on like a splinter or some glass from when it happened before, and like that was a Purple Heart. and it's
Then,
like
I think a lot of does everyone who gets hurt in combat get a Purple Heart, or are some people like overlooked?
Yes, I think so. I think you have to apply for it.
You have to go and like tell them like, hey, I got a boil on my ass, or I got like splinters, during that last engagement. I fell into a thorn bush when the Japs came. That's where I was. I was the one screaming in the thorn bush. If you were wondering,
It's got to be far and away the most common one, right?
Yeah,
just for injuries or.
I was just googling that. I was curious.
Yeah. You would think people get multiples of them too. Like I bet there's some serial abusers. There's a guy with like 37 Purple Hearts.
Oh
He
yeah,
looks fine.
So
He's
I have
lost
it.
his hair.
The National Defense Service Medal is the most common one, and it's awarded to everyone who enlists during a time of war, which is pretty much everyone for the last like 30 years. Yeah.
What I learned from that graphic, Zach, if you can bring it back up, is seems like the Air Force has the best medals, and maybe a little updating.
Now, do they have a medal that's for soldiers who left the military as soon as the war started?
I don't know. I wouldn't imagine they would have that, but Air Force combat action. I like the medals that have a little bit of overlap on
That's
the
a
outside
Tim Walls
of
joke,
the...
Taylor. I think you missed it. Yeah, I didn't miss it. I got it.
By the way, that's bullshit. Them going after his fucking military record. Fuck those people. Like, find something wrong with him or get the fuck out of here.
Dude, the World War II victory medal sucks. That's what we made after winning World War II.
Where is it? Oh, wow.
Trash.
That thing should have been an Olympic gold. It should have been so fucking big. Every soldier should have came home with enough gold on his chest to buy a Ford.
It's been 80-some years. It's still our proudest military
Although, hang on. They had to make a lot of those, though. You got to think they made 1 million or more of those.
I like do you see the Air Force cross, the bottom right there with the wreath around it? Pretty classy.
I like the Freedom Medal a lot. Is that a military one, or is that the Medal of Freedom that we've been talking about?
I don't know if that's. I don't think it's a military medal.
It's bottom center, just to the right. Yeah.
It kind of looks like the Freedom. That's what we saw before. That's it. That's what they're throwing on like fucking tech company owners and basketball players and shit. Yeah.
Medal of Honor Space. Is that a new one? Bottom third from the left.
Ooh, that's cool. That's a pretty good one. I like that
shit!
one.
You win the Medal of Honor in space. That's the coolest medal to me. Like,
has it been granted yet?
Oh, maybe like in secret, right? Like, do we have like a space badass we don't know about?
Right?
Like maybe he's up there fighting the Chinese in space, zero grav right now.
Chinese? No, he's up there fighting the Xylorgs.
Like, I have it in my
Neil
head
Armstrong
that in space
won
combat, a bladed weapon might be the way to go. Like if you had some sort of 0G like close quarters combat, I want a fucking like short sword. I don't know if I need a
0G.
Yeah, I want to fucking.
What if you
pop
just
your
like
suit.
whip yourself around and like now you're sideways trying to sword fight?
No, I'm gonna need a jetpack. Then I'll know how to use it.
Man, this is like
war on terrorism.
Medal of Honor has to be like the rarest one.
Every astronaut wins it.
Every astronaut wins it.
Okay, fuck
There's not that many astronauts, and so it's still rare.
Now I hate it. I thought that was like a fucking army. They have like a Space Force medal where like you went
I
up
did
there
too.
and fought somebody on the moon. That's
Dude,
what
like a full
the moon medal is gonna be cool. When we do our first battle on the moon and some guy's a hero, that's gonna be a cool medal.
3/4 of the people who have won this literally died on the Columbia or the Challenger. And so they're not like, I'm serious. Like the whole list.
Did
Is
they
like,
give
oh,
it
what
that
these people
t-shirt?
do?
I'm
No.
with Trump. It's better to win the Medal of Freedom than the space one because you get to live afterwards.
You know, they almost put Big Bird on that fucking space flight. The Challenger that exploded.
I have heard that.
Big Bird was supposed to be on that. So there would have been millions of school children across the United States watching Big Bird go to space. And then that bitch would have exploded. It was bad enough that Sally Wright or whatever her name was.
Would they have been in costume with feathers everywhere upon explosion? Oh.
Yeah, he was going to be in the costume going to space. And
it'd be like when that dude hit the pigeon with his fastball.
Oh my God. Yes. That's Randy Johnson. By the
yes,
way.
that's what I'm looking for.
Great pitcher. Great pitcher.
Yeah.
He had the meanest fucking face. That guy's ugly as he's like 6'4", 6'6", and he looks like a pirate. Not the baseball.
He does.
He looks like
you know that protagonist in GTA 5 that's like on meth? He's like you play as him and run around and cause problems.
I only play games with
like
white
Randy
protagonists.
Oh. Well, you're missing out. GTA 5 is pretty fun.
Oh yeah, you gonna go play the new Assassin's Creed?
Those games. I
didn't think so.
I got bored of Assassin's Creed before I finished the first one ever. Like I think I was 5 assassinations into the game, and I was excited when I got it on 360, and it was like the most formulaic. The entire game was the equivalent of Skyrim's Assassin's Guild, and no deeper than that. It's like, all right, we need you to kill this guy. Unlike the last one, now you're going to jump into hay in a slightly different looking city, and then you're going to stab him, and then you're going to walk away, and everyone's going to be like, oh, I could have done this then. Is it the guy in the white cloak with the bloody rags? Oh, is he the guy walking slowly out of the way?
Dude, Taylor, you're 1,000% right. I live streamed an Assassin's Creed once, and I generally try to be like the authentic me in a live stream. I was pretending to like that game. I like you 5 assassinations in. I'm like, what is this? It's just so repetitive and formulaic. It wasn't.
I hate to agree because I know it's a classic and people do love it. I had the same thoughts, man. I tried to play that game and I got so bored. I didn't care for the gameplay. I didn't find it. I don't like stealth games at all. I never liked the Hitman games. I remember I did a thing for them one time and they sent me the new game and I played like 30 minutes of it. And I was like, I mean, I'll make the video, but like, fuck. Like, who wants to do this? Like, who wants to do this? I don't
like
to
add another 80 grand if you want me to make it to the end of this game.
This is rough. This is rough stuff. Yeah, I'm not into it either. I tried to play Assassin's Creed and didn't care for it. But I like to bring it up because they've got that like black Japanese man in the game now, and
the Japanese are not stoked on that.
Not stoked at all.
He is not a real samurai.
There you go. Look at that. That's what Hitman looks like in his ill-fitting suit.
Oh no! Hitman's enemy has hit him with a shrink ray, and we got this photo. We got this photo 3 seconds afterward.
Looks like his first victim was his tailor.
Yeah. Hello, my friends. Today we are not going to learn how to tie a tie.
What are you talking about? That's a Windsor knot. Okay, the tie's fine.
Yeah, my dad tied it.
I tied that knot.
Yes, I'm sure you did.
That's a double Windsor, I'll have you know. There's nothing wrong with that tie. All right, still own that tie. It's a good tie.
Hello, is this Men's Warehouse? What's the largest suit you have?
We were pressed for time. You know how hard it was to get those pistols? I was focused on the pistols and the bald cap.
I'm going to send my friend Harley,
job.
And you can suit him.
Look, my job was acquiring 2 suppressed 1911 pistols and a bald cap. It was somebody else's job to make sure the suit fit. All right, that ain't on me. So
were you a little annoyed that morning? You're like, are you guys fucking kidding me? I look like I'm wearing my dad's suit.
It was way too big.
Hello, my friends, and today we will shoot guns as I shake my hands upward to bring sleeves back down to shootable range.
It's fucking terrible. Fucking terrible.
That was funny.
I think I got like Jeremy in a squirrel suit at one point and like strangled him with a garrote wire or whatever. Yeah, that was a silly fucking video. His head kept falling off. Yeah.
Good times.
My mom didn't recognize me when I went to go see her with that get up on. She was like, "Yes, can I help you, sir?" I was like, Mom, it's me.
It's your son.
Holy fuck. Did you shave your head?
Oh my goodness, son. I didn't recognize you in that awful suit.
So bad. So bad. Jesus Christ.
Before we
You do
jump
your
to the next thing,
advertisements?
we hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. Lock and Load. Check it out. Get any products over at GorillaMind.com with code PKA or code JIZ for 10% off. I just spoke to someone over at Gorilla Mind earlier today. Ooh. Lock and Load itself should be back in stock within the next month by mid-February. And all the other products you can get discounts on.
Wait, what month do you think it is?
In October? Next month, mid-October. So like a month from now.
Okay. You said February, right? I'm not crazy, am I?
Oh, my mistake.
You're like, it'll be next month by mid-February. I'm like, what month is it in Missouri?
You're right. I fibbed accidentally there. It will be next month in October.
Okay, that's better.
Good.
So, but in the meantime, you can use the code for any of the products over there: protein powders, weight loss drinks, supplements, anything you need. Get the discount, and also you can see up there PKA 10. That is the merch, and so check it out.
Look at that, Uncle Kyle's tranny service. That's my idea.
That's my idea.
I like Jackie's horrible chili cook-off. Also my idea.
I like that one a lot. I like it.
Yeah,
Jackie's
get yourself
horrible.
and all of the.
I'm stealing all of Zach's valor right now, by the way.
That's okay. There's probably a medal for
I
that.
actually drew this artwork myself as well. I yep.
Oh, blue shirt Woody. Yes. Yes.
Smiley face.
That shirt only comes in blue. It's like 3 shades of blue, but it doesn't come in any other color.
Well, 4 shades of blue. So check it out. Code PKA10 for 10% off. All of the merch is very high quality. The hoodies are great. The t-shirts are great. The cups are great. All of it has passed muster, and you will enjoy it. Yeah, not one of those low quality bullshit shirts that are going to fade right away. That's not what we're doing. I've washed both versions of the t-shirts and the hoodies I've had I've probably put them through the wash 4 times each now, and 100% good. Still looking great. Wonderful. Colors are popping. So check it out. Support the show. We appreciate it.
Boom. All right.
Hope everyone in the audience is doing well.
Do you?
Buy a shirt.
I mean, I hope they're okay, but I don't really care that much.
You're not overly invested in it. But
I'm not overly invested.
But if it's no impact on you, you hope they're doing well.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I hope you guys are doing okay, but I'm not going to put any time or effort into it. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
Yeah. Every so often, I'll just recently, I popped into somebody's stream to ask an Elden Ring question. The guy was a subject matter expert. And I was like, hey, can I play the DLC if I've only just played the base game? I've heard it's much harder. And his answer was, holy shit, is that the real Woody's gamer tag? I get that. And he's like, I watched you all the time when I was a kid. And it's like, did I ruin this person? Like, he watched PKA?
Now I'm a pedophile, just like you.
People don't watch the show.
That is a little troubling sometimes when someone will join the hangout and they'll be like, I'm 23. I started listening to you guys when I was 11 and a half. And I'm like, really not too much. Like, were your parents involved? Like, were they keeping an eye on your internet usage? Clearly not. So I doubt we were the worst thing you were exposed to. We're largely wholesome, just lads having a good time.
Well,
Taylor got DDoSed again. It's been a while since that happened, right? Classic Taylor.
Before he gets back, you want to hear a depressing story?
Yeah.
One of my dad's friends going blind. And so my dad is taking him to his doctor's appointments. And they're taking all day because there's so much wrong with him. They keep finding more stuff. And so dad's like, took him had to be at his house at 9 a.m. because we have to have him at the doctor's appointment at 10:15. And I just sitting in the truck outside for 3 hours. Then we go to the next appointment, 3 more hours. I got home at 6 p.m. at night. Guess what? Tomorrow, we're going back. He's got gallstones, Kyle. He has gallstones now. He's like, I'm going to have to call some. His sister's going to have to pitch in, or that guy that,
has Uber not made it to Livonia, I guess?
Oh, it's 45 minutes each way. It'd be so expensive. And Uber wouldn't even want to do it. They might not take the thing because Uber wants to go from like point A to point B, then get a new customer to go to C at point B. But this guy would have to go from Athens or whatever out to Livonia, and then nobody in Livonia is going to hire him. So he's just driving all the way back to find more customers. He's not going to do that. So he could get stuck out there, You know, he could be
Seems like
out
he
there.
can still do it. Like, so I understand your
Or if
economics,
no-
point,
But
I'm
at
like,
6 p.m. when he needs to go home, they're not necessarily going to be someone to take the. And he doesn't have that money.
I
Like
don't
this guy's
use
on a fixed
Uber
income.
much, but okay, so that's different too. I usually have enough money for a cab, and it's like, all right, I get it. This isn't profitable on the way back, but money talks, right? Like when I was in Mexico and I needed a ride from the airport to my Airbnb, they're like, yeah, it's going to be like $500, and I was like, problem solved. Right now, I have a way to get to my place.
We had one like that whenever that plane almost went down in Burlington, Vermont that we were on. The driver that we hired, it was like $500 or $600 to go from Burlington up to Killington. But it was like, yeah, we'll just make that happen. But this guy needs. It's not like he has one doctor's appointment. This would be you would be adding $1,000 a day to his already.
Okay, that's getting to be a lot.
Yeah, to his doctor bills, and 3 times a week. So now we're talking about like now we're paying $12,000 a month in taxi fees.
Well, it's a full-time job for your father that he might not want.
He doesn't want it. He's like yesterday. It was so funny. I talked to him yesterday about it. And he's like, you know what? You don't leave a man behind. Today, after the 3rd appointment, he's just like, I got to find somebody else to pitch in.
Yeah. How old is the patient?
Oh shit, I don't know, 65, 70, somewhere in there. Lives alone, fucking and he's one of those old men that's like hard to get along with. He'll get offended and then like never talk to you again. So he's got feuds with like his brother, with his sister.
Wait a minute, you just proposed the problem, right? Or the solution. I mean, like your father needs to be like, bad hair day, huh? I don't know what it takes.
It's fucking sad though. It would suck to go blind. I don't want to lose my sight. I expect it to slowly degenerate over time and need to be corrected, but I don't want to just like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, I didn't see you there. I don't want that like macular degeneration. Or sometimes people will be like swimming in the Amazon or whatever and get some amoeba in their eye and it like eats their optical nerve. That happens. Can you imagine being a normal person and having a fucking amoeba or something eat your optical nerve and now you're blind?
Ocular nerve. I never thought I'd get old, and I never wanted to get old. I never wanted to be this old and never thought I'd make it this long. But I am glad I'm alive. So what am I going to think when I'm 73? Am I going to be like, oh, I was mistaken, it's actually worth living? Or am I going to be like, what am I doing? Why am I still alive? My father's like 77, and every day he breaks the Woodworth longevity record. I never thought I'd live that long. And it's like, shit, this is like impacting my retirement planning. What if I live as long as my father?
Oh my god.
hopefully you do.
well I guess like I don't know, maybe that's getting morbid, but maybe when he permanently retires, maybe that you're going to come into some money as well, right? Maybe that's probably factored in as well, right? When there be some inheritance.
I mean, that's possible. I never count on that. I don't know what.
Sure, not count on it, but like, nudge him every now and then.
Hey, you're getting up there, aren't you, champ?
Have you met my lawyer? This is Dave. We're good friends. No, but longevity's good though. Like I don't know how long I want to live. I definitely want to live as long as I can see with my fucking eyes and like enjoy life to some extent. I hurt my shoulder today. I can't.
Oh yeah.
I can't. I don't know. I lift some weights. I can't lift my fucking. It's hard to explain. It's in my rotator cuff, and it's only when I twist my, your hand. If I twist my hand, if I'm supinated, I have no problem lifting my arm. And if I'm pronated, I have no problem lifting my arm. This is extended straight in front of me. But if I make like a hammer, and it activates the shoulder in a different way. Yeah, sort of in the middle. It activates my shoulder or rotator cuff in a different way, and then there's this like part of the motion that gets painful and incredibly weak, where the point where like I'll lift and then the arm will drop on its own. I was like, I can't. I can feel it's getting into it right now as I do this.
Well, what exercise are you doing in just with the right arm?
It was just after the whole workout.
Hammer curls?
It wasn't like something that happened acutely during emotion.
No,
like,
I don't know at what point it like started, but like I also slept on it funny. I slept like on my shoulder, and it felt like it pushed the joint like in, And then when I woke up, I had to like shake it around, and like I think I've dislocated my shoulder a little bit or something. I almost want to Mel Gibson slam it into the wall a couple times.
No,
I've been hanging from it and like jerking it, and I also hurt my jerking my arm, like
gripping it.
Like,
oh no, he can't do a neutral grip, so he's jacking off supinated.
Hammer grip. He's fucked.
He's going like that.
You got to do that reverse grip.
And I also hurt my fucking neck.
Man, rough day in the gym.
I hurt my neck like
threatening 40 now.
I hurt my neck like 3 or 4 days ago. I sneezed, and like, you know, your head goes down really hard when you sneeze if you
yeah.
And like I felt the back of my neck on the right side like spasm and lock up, and like it became so tight that my range of motion changed entirely. I couldn't look left and right very much, and I ordered one of those things off of Amazon that the chiropractor uses. It's like a cervical, your neck, it goes around under your chin, around the back of your skull, and it's got 2 handles. And I'm laying on the bed, and I'm like, harder. My girlfriend is like putting some slack in it, and then with both hands, like jerking, because I can just feel that if I could just pull on my neck hard enough, I feel like that would fix it. And she couldn't pull hard enough, so I took the handles and I hooked them from my sex swing, and I dangled from just my head. My whole body weight. I'm maybe 208 or something.
I've done this
whole
too.
Body weight.
How did it go?
It felt really good. It felt really good. Felt really good. There was some popping, and like once I was dangling, it felt intense, and I was strangling myself for sure. Like I'm just dealing.
Yeah.
I'm keeping everything tight so I can stay conscious and not die. But and I'm not like dangling way up in the air. I'm making myself dangle by like squatting, like you do when you're in the water, but you like go down till it's your neck. I'm doing one of those, and I start slowly adding some like rotation to it, like sort of like circular rotation, and I can feel it like pop, 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 pop. It's like stretching my fucking spine out. It felt so good. My neck's somewhat better now.
Dude, Kyle, let me hit it back. I had a similar thing where so first of all, I had seen Joe Rogan, Zach, if you could pull that up. I had seen Joe Rogan say that he loves this device. If it's not this exact one, it's similar. Like you get the idea. I know, sexy. And Joe's like, yeah, he hooks it up to like his above a door or something, and he pulls it on his hand and he loves it. And I'm like, all right, well, I'm way more hardcore than that. I need to hang this thing off of my chin-up bar. So that's the direction I had.
Yeah,
I hang the thing from a chin-up bar. It is not designed to do that. You hear like the fabric and the stitching coming out. Like,
the Velcro wants to give on mine, but I double wrap it.
And and I like got a little bit sideways, but and I just, like Val said, I don't know how to put it into words. I just felt like torsion is stretching. I just felt like a little torsion pulling my head. Was the thing I needed. Unlike Kyle, it did not make me feel better. I went about 4 days without turning my chin from side to side after my little self-chiropractic care.
Joe Rogan, you son of a gun.
No, I liked it. I always enjoy that when the chiropractor does that, when he'll wrap a towel around your head in the correct way, of course. And when they tell me to relax, I feel like most people can't. They still a little tense. I relax. I'm like, if you kill me, you kill me, you know, but I'm going to give you every bit of like relaxation. So like these joints go to where you want them to go. And when he jerks my fucking head away from my body, it's this loud, crunchy crack. And afterwards I'm like, oh yeah, that's good.
What
like, yeah, you feel
so
that?
Good. What is that? What? Like, I've never been to a chiropractor for like a complete session, but I have had, I was at a paramotor event and there was a chiropractor there and he was doing like little adjustments, like one guy after another. And they offered it to me and I'm like, do you want it? I'm like, yeah, I really want it. I was just too shy to ask. And he like did my jaw and my neck while I was sitting there. I felt lighter. I felt better. And I don't believe in this stuff. I don't think that like cracking a knuckle repairs injuries or whatever, but whatever it releases into my mind makes me feel happy and better.
The sound and the feeling is incredibly satisfying. And the real mumbo jumbo comes in, I guess, sometimes they'll always pull my, I don't know how to explain it, but they'll basically show that one leg is longer than the other. They're like, see this one's a little longer. And then they'll start like,
oh, see this issue? There's nothing we can do about it. Freak.
I took he's got a cam from 1993. But they, you know, they rearrange my hips, my whole back. They do this thing where they grab the loose skin on each of your vertebrae and pull it up. And every time they pull it up, it pops. Like he'll grab, like the vertebrae beneath it is being lifted up and being like adjusted. So he'll grab these handfuls of loose skin going up your spine, not in a painful way, but as he like pulls them up, it's pop.
I wonder if they can do that with everyone. Like, you're a pretty healthy guy with a enviable body fat, and he can do it to you. What if you were really fat? What if you were an 82-year-old grandmother?
I've had it done when I was
and your
fat.
skin was like paper thin. Like,
You just probably gotta be way gentler. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I like the there's a entire YouTube channel that's just about cracking people's backs and necks.
Especially hot chicks' backs and necks.
Okay, so
Who
there's
goes to the
genres.
chiropractor? What is basically boy shorts? I mean to say,
Fucking hot, man. They, lots of camel toe, lots of like cameraman knows his fucking job on the hottie back cracks. But I'm all into the lingerie try-on stuff. So that takes my I'm not interested in seeing the hot girls get cracked and popped. I like seeing the animals get cracked and popped because that's the other side of the crack and pop channel. These guys are like, you've seen me crack hot bitches' necks. You've seen me crack athletic necks. Today, we're gonna crack a horse's neck. And then the intro music plays, and a montage of him like breaking people's necks and crippling them plays. But he gets to the farm, and then it's like, this is my old gal right here. Oh, her neck's bothering her though. Her movement's limited, her range of motion. And he's like, cracks the horse's fucking neck. It's so loud.
What?
And at first I was like, all right, horses make sense. Then I see him doing cows. I see him doing dogs, cats. I've seen him like everything but a turtle, really. Like all sorts of little, he'll be a little bitty animal and he'll be like, have his thumbs on their back going.
I've seen a dog get chiropractic treatment. It is amazing. Like, first he doesn't like trust what's happened to him. Like he's just been assaulted. Like, why would you? Oh, wait. Oh, I like this. You know, that you can see the dog go through the same emotions that I do.
He'll crack cats, you know, it's fucking crazy. I like those a lot. I think they're
the channel I think you're talking about. I just found it. It's called The Animal Cracker.
That's a different channel. You don't even want to know what that is.
Oh, is this cow
it's
video
all
going to take a turn?
I actually started watching your Townsend's YouTube videos where they do the old timey cooking. I watched them do some recipes the other day. That is pretty entertaining, and I do like that. I would like to see a podcast with that guy or talk to that guy on our podcast, maybe even because I'm curious about what it seems like he lives the life of does he reenact 24/7? Does he live like it's the 1700s all the time?
I don't think so, but I think he spends a good deal of time living.
They have dugout canoes. That's why I mentioned it. There was a part where they made some weird beef thing from 1760, and then they went down a river in a dugout canoe, and his buddy's way overweight wearing that period shit. So it's funny to see.
Yeah.
But a dugout canoe, in case you don't know, you just take a big log and go to work. You know, it's one piece that you've dug out.
Mm-hmm.
And I know they made them. I know they made them themselves.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like some YouTube cookie nonsense. That seems like someone who lives and breathes 17th century living.
Dude, it's cool. His channel is awesome. It's fascinating. I like when you can tell that it's someone's genuine passion. No part of him is not seemingly waking up in the middle of the day and being like, oh, well, I got to make a video about fucking hardtack from the 1700s. No, that guy's stoked. He's hardly sleeping the night before being like, I can't wait to make hardtack in the morning.
I watched his hardtack video and he's like, you've probably seen my 9 other hardtack videos. I'm coming at it from a new angle. And sure enough, he's like, this is hardtack.
Yeah, it was called a ship's biscuit, and I'm like, tell me more. Fill me in.
Yeah,
so maggots couldn't eat it? Seems like a good idea.
It was a really undesirable hard kind of bread, but you eat enough of it and you start wanting it more than normal bread.
Yeah, the salt pork episode, an excellent one, because salt pork reminds me so much of because of Gimli, it reminds me somewhat of Lord of the Rings, and I just picture it as like, this is a traveler's meal. You know, it's
a salted pork is particularly good. Salted pork.
That's a nice little extended edition scene they didn't keep in there right before Saruman gets shoved off.
I saw a thing with Christopher Lee being upset that he'd been cut out of his death had been cut out of the main cut of the film, and they're like, "What do you think of the second film?" Or the third film? Is like, I think I should be in it. Something like that. He's like, where's my scene? Like, he had this really like, what the fuck kind of attitude.
Saruman,
yeah. And in the extended version, Theoden and all the main characters, Aragorn and everybody, ride up to his tower, and there's water from the flooding that the Ents did, and they're like, they have a talk, and then Wormtongue stabs him in the back, and that's the end of. He spirals down, falls, and the Palantir falls out of his wizard sleeve, and
Wormtongue kills him.
Yeah, because he like talked shit to. They're like up on the tower, and he's like said some mean ass shit to Wormtongue. I can't remember what he said, but he's like, fucking bitch, and like pimp slapped him, and then turned his back to him, and Wormtongue is like gets the knife out. I'm like, fuck you, dude.
Stabs him. Yeah.
How's he die in the book, Taylor?
He doesn't die in the book until like very late after the Scourge of the Shire.
Yeah,
where
he goes
because that's that whole extra plot point that they don't have in the movies at all. Where
thankfully
Saruman, it really. It's like a fun little addendum, but it's also like the pacing is off. It's like we just had this huge, colossal victory, and now anything following that seems so much less threatening. It's like, oh, you just defeated the Dark Lord Sauron and all the armies of Mordor, and we're supposed to be like really worried about Merry and Pippin and the gang having to fight off these Dunedain raiders led by a weakened Saruman. No,
like when the 1980 U.S. hockey team faced Sweden after defeating the Russians, right?
Oh, okay,
that's a letdown.
Not very exciting.
Yeah, you do that in video games sometimes. You've already beaten the main story, big boss dragon, and you're like, oh, I forgot about Muglug, the pillager. Hey, buddy, you still harassing that fishing village? Well, my sword's on fire.
Oh, yeah, that's what it's like when I do all the side quests in Skyrim, and I'm wearing the fucking wizard's cloaks, and I'm the king of the Thieves Guild. I'm the best assassin in the land. I've killed kings, queens, princes, dragons, and I show up in Whiterun, and he's like, my name is Jarl Balgruuf. Who are you stranger? And it's like, did you not see the way I paralyzed everyone in your guard on the way in? Did you not see
that? With a word?
Yeah. And then I let you arrest me. I didn't have to do that. I could have done what I did the first time I played Skyrim, where I fought some guard at Whiterun, and before you know it, you kill so many people that now you can't complete quests there because they're so upset at you.
It's even more ridiculous because in the dialogue options, it cuts back and forth between your character's faces and then puts the buttons at the bottom, and it's like this goofball. It's like, how dare you stand before me? You tipped fate. Will you tip your life is in peril, sir? And then it cuts back to me, and I'm wearing a crown of heads or something. Yeah. Like I'm on fire. Like everything on me is has a name. It's like, oh, that's the gauntlet of fate, and that's the sword of destruction. Yeah. He's got the boots of envy, and like it's like come on, y'all couldn't write this into the game code that when they're like, hey, you're clearly a guy who knows a thing or two, so I don't have much to say to you, sir. But if you need any help from me, I'd love to help you.
There is a dragon at Helgen. Can you assist us in destroying it? And it's like, I'm wearing dragon bone armor.
Dude, like I'm doing that right now in Elden. So I'm playing Elden Ring. The DLCs were difficult. And some days, today I added another remembrance boss to the pile of corpses behind me. But yesterday I was like, this game is so hard. I'm going back to the base game, get a little ego boost. And mind you, I'm taking down gods, demigods, giant dragons. Then I go back to the base game and I'm like, here's a hairless ostrich I never fought. Let me introduce you to my flaming great katana. And it was just nice to boost my ego a little bit.
Yeah, you need that sometimes.
Yeah, good stuff. But I think
I'm still grinding away on Tarkov. I think it's all fucking like, the PvE's all fucked up. Like my quests won't unlock. Can't get my Kappa. Can't. My next Lightkeeper quest won't unlock. It's such bullshit. It's like
brand new.
No, it's like fucking a year now or something. They've been doing
That's
this.
new in Battle State World.
But when
That's
I
just
go on,
dropped.
and when I go online and search my problems, there'll be like a whole forum of people. Yeah, me too. Battle State fucking sucks. They just abandoned us. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are you telling me the game's just broken? Like the end game stuff is locked out. It just won't work for me. It's real frustrating.
Well, at least you only put like 300 hours into it.
Oh yeah, you know, this month. I think I got like
now?
I don't know. I'll wait till they patch it at some point or something. I guess I got like 4,500 hours in that game now. I don't know. I probably need a new game. I know the Space Marine game comes out on the 9th, so that's like just around the corner. I don't know what the day is. The 5th?
PvE have a hideout?
Yeah, everything's there except for other players in the game. Even the flea markets, like it's it's other players selling the stuff that they got in the PvE raids.
Do you craft stuff in the hideout and
all that?
Like I've been saying, so you do. It's worth your time to craft stuff.
Oh well, for quests and stuff, but not really to make money per se.
Okay.
Money's pretty easy to come by, as you can imagine. Like once you get comfortable with the bots, you can farm labs for like 3 million rubles a raid or something like that. And it's good practice. I used to be intimidated by the labs raiders, but the whole game is labs raiders basically because they replace PMCs with like intense AI that's roaming around the map with good weapons. And it's I thought labs was hard, but you know where they're going to be. They're going to be around the edges of the map, up on that perimeter. When you're just running through shoreline or woods and you just bump into 3 of them, they just melt you and spray you down. So it's still fun. I like the PV a lot. I just wish it fucking worked.
Yeah, that's a reasonable expectation.
Well, it's a beta, Kyle.
It is a beta, and I've only given them $150 or $60.
$150, and you waited 5 years, but it's still beta for some reason. I'm
not one of the true believers, though. I didn't give them $250. That's what it says on the
comrade.
That's what it says on the. If you give them if you buy the $250 version, your dog tag in game says something about you being a true believer. It's like,
is that a mark of shame amongst the community or no?
It depends who you are. Landmark has not purchased the shit, and he gives them a hard time pretty regularly. When it first happened, he'd be like, "Here's a $250 gamer. There's another $250 gamer. Look, got $1,000 worth of gamers here in my sick case now." Like, as he's taking out a whole team of guys who'd spent the money. But I don't know. I'm not going to spend that money, but I will play their game and take up space on their servers. Fuck them.
Fuck them. I'm gonna play constantly and obsessively.
Talk about it on my podcast.
Yeah,
when they go, hey, guess what? Well, you can't finish that game you bought, idiot. I'm gonna go. Then I'll wait patiently.
What else is there? You know, what else is there to do? Like I can't. There's no recourse.
I put that Russian boot deep down my gullet, and I lick it and I suck it, and I go, "You take your time." And when you need more money, you let me know because I'm a real deal gamer.
Kyle, you're showing them. You got it.
No, I don't know what else. It's a good fucking game, man. It's really fucking fun. What can you say? Like it's so cool to build that.
Wow, Kyle's on the fucking Tim Pool pay train. Clearly,
yeah, right.
Oh man, I wish
he's low key making $100,000 an episode.
I'd take their money too. Like I would tell you all kinds of lies. Oh, man, y'all just gotta understand. Like Russia is the way.
I don't believe the money. It seems so high. Like okay,
it does seem high.
The total budget was 10 million, which I can kind of get on board with. I'm having a hard time. He was getting $100,000 an episode 4 times a week. They say 10 million to run out quickly.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like from an ROI perspective.
I don't know what to make of this. Like. Was he not paid for some of the episodes he shilled for them? I'm mixed, but
yeah, no idea.
Part of me is like, you scumbag, you hurt America for $100,000, and part of me is like, wait, $100,000 4 times a week? I mean, how much would I be hurting America?
Yeah.
Who takes me seriously?
You know what?
If I don't take this money, someone else is gonna do it.
And you know the thing about America, it's strong and resilient. It'll be fine. I can't take down America.
Surely not.
But for $400,000, I'll damn well try. I'll do my best. Like I always say, like all my values go out the window if I could just fuck
get
AOC.
$400,000.
If
You
AOC,
fucking-
AOC.
yeah, if
AOC
AOC
is
wants it to be
mommy.
true, it's like, oh, AOC is mommy. If she needs me to like, I'll be the guy who empties the bucket of aborted fetuses. Like whatever you need me to do. like I don't care. I'm all on board. Green energy, fucking like
Would you start saying Latinx?
Latin
is
X.
This is Latinx.
I think to
Stop
pronounce. I think
pronouncing
it's
that.
Latin X.
Latin X. No, it's not a fucking space program. It's
I say Latin
Latinx.
X.
I can't tell if Taylor's joking. You didn't think it was pronounced.
I'm being a little silly, but
All
like,
right, thank you. I'm being
yeah.
a little autistic.
but Latin X,
Latinx, the first beaner on the moon.
we anticipate to get our team north of the border by 2025. It's like, wait, this has nothing to do with space.
25.
No sooner than 2025.
Yeah, I don't even think
We are
Latin
so
people
close.
want
Just
that.
need $100 billion more dollar.
I think that's some
Rastas, we are not lying to you.
I think that's some white lady bullshit. I don't think any Latins actually want to be Latinx. I don't think any human beings want to be referred to as Latinx.
Of course they don't. That's fucking liberal woman stuff. No one actually.
I really don't.
Says
Like
it.
I bet the guy that cuts my grass. Hey,
I
are you
believe that,
Latinx?
Yeah. I
Fuck
think
you,
it was
homie.
well-meaning white guilt.
That's probably
than
what he said.
actual Latinos are like, no, don't do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
So
it's a little
you're-
silly.
you're
But
gonna
if she wanted me
remove-
to, I'd be Latinx.
You'd be Latin?
Mm.
Yeah.
You know what? I think you'd be a Latin king.
I mean, I'd be a Latin queen if she wanted me to be. Like, whatever she needs from me. I'm
Would
here
you
to
put-
please.
Would you put dubs on your Camaro?
Oh,
Spinners?
I feel like she'd want me to put airbags on there and like have it jumping and bopping, right? doing a
Right.
doing
right.
a dance. Like that's more
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
Spanish
I'm
thing.
getting my bad financial decisions mixed up by
Yeah,
culture.
that's the other team that wants to put the big old rims on there.
Yeah.
The other
Brown-
team. The other team. They're classic rivals.
Yeah. I mean, we face them every year in the finals. The
Is
race
she
Olympics.
married?
Nah.
AOC?
Don't know.
No, she's single and ready to mingle. She's just out there with
She's-
that big old ass, big old titties, just
I
looking real
can't believe
nice.
she's true single. I
And
bet
big old
she's-
crazy eyes. She got them crazy eyes.
She does. She gets a lot of those white of the eyes showing. Not a
I
good
like
look.
that.
Someone needs
like
to
seeing a lot
tell
of-
her and be like, hey, close those eyes a little bit.
No, fuck that. Open them up wide. I want to see them peepers. She looks like a great white shark when it bites.
I don't know if I like that.
They
Just
close their eyes when
roll
they
over
bite.
white.
They do close their eyes when they're.
No, they roll their eye. No, they roll their eyes back and they cut that protective.
Okay,
shit.
fucking Petey pedantic.
I don't think
Yeah.
that's right.
Robert Shaw told me it was. They roll over white. And all
What
the
was it?
screaming and the fight.
But I shared that video with
And
you
the
guys
blood.
in the chat where where the AI Trump's speech into the
yeah.
what's his name Robert
The Robert Shaw Jaws speech
He's
about
like,
about the.
so I
Arizona
asked
way.
him, I said, what would happen if
Yeah.
a very powerful battery fell in the water and it was close to me and I fell in the water, let's say 10, 15 feet, and a powerful battery like that, is it going to shock me, or is the shark going to get me? I'm just asking questions, trying to figure it out. And they guess what they said to me? They said, we never had a question like that before.
I
That
Googled
should be
the other
that
day.
should be a instant answer from a scientist. If some guy
It
is
is.
like, I know a
Googled
lot
it.
about the. Oh, okay. Well, then why didn't they give him the fucking answer?
Well, I think because they didn't want to humor him and go down a back and forth
Or
normal
what if the
conversation. They
entire
wanted to, like,
story never happened?
oh, that's possible too. You
So
know,
what is the
but
how far
the
away?
battery? Just I think that most of those lithium batteries are they're discharging. They would probably discharge in the water, but there's not enough voltage to carry it on to another person. Something about the salinity of the water and the salinity of the human body is also protective in some manner. It's going to go around you, I think.
Interesting.
But mostly that battery is going to be exploding. You know, like because they react really poorly with water, but not in a way that's like going to blow you out of the water. I just think the idea of being afraid of the battery in the water is your boat is sinking and you're in the ocean. You've got
Yeah.
bigger fish to fry.
It
True.
puts me in a really tough situation because I simultaneously want to think Trump is so dumb for not knowing, while also not knowing.
Yeah.
You
It's
can
a
see
fine
how troubled I am by this.
It's one
a
of those
fine
things that
question.
someone
it's just a
says,
silly question.
and it's just like that's so stupid. The answer is clearly, dude. I don't know. I guess I could have asked that.
I just thought it was a silly question to ask because, like, hey, somebody's probably already thought this out before. It's like questioning something about rocket science. It's like, hey, on the way back in, how do you make sure that this and that doesn't happen? You burn up. And the rocket scientist is like, yeah, we account for that. We have since Gagarin or whoever burnt up on the way back in 57.
Yuri Gagarin.
Is that the guy? They showed his remains. You know, he went up knowing it was going to fail, but he did it anyway
Really?
because the Soviets ordered him to go up and do this test or whatever. And he's like, it's going to fail. It's death that you're ordering me to. And they're like, well, if you don't go, we'll just order like Petey over there. That was the second guy's name, Petey.
Oh,
and Petey Potapov. And Petey had a family. So so the other guy went up. When they brought him back, I guess they cracked the capsule open or whatever, and he looked like a barbecue that you had left in the smoker for like 2 days.
I've seen it. Yeah,
blackened.
they just like had Soviet officials surrounding him, and he's just a crispy mess.
That's what
Pretty
the
gross.
bodies in my high school driver's ed class look like. They showed us a ton of car accidents to scare us and make us drive responsibly. It didn't work.
It didn't work. That's not going to happen to me.
I was a teenager and invulnerable.
Hey, do you remember spontaneous human combustion and how it was like a
Oh my God, that was like a concern of mine with quicksand and other threats.
So for those of you who don't know, in the 90s, it became a real fear that you were going to spontaneously combust and just burn up. And what was happening is they would find a person in their hotel room, in their home, and there'd be a very localized fire event where the person was burnt to a crisp, very hot fire, but the surrounding area was either lightly damaged or not damaged at all. And it would always be a mystery how this person could be having coffee, watching TV, and burn down through the chair into the floor. It looked like something from a sci-fi movie. What they found out is people fall asleep and die with cigarettes, and a small fire starts. And if you're fat enough, your body is basically a candle. So your fat starts rendering. If it's a slow smoldering fire, like polyester couches create, your body starts dripping fat and feeding the fire, and it burns low and slow for a long time as you slowly melt and fuel your own fire. And that's spontaneous human combustion.
So were they all fat? Everyone who died was a big fat person?
Fat enough to become like a lard candle, yeah.
Yeah, oof. How fat do you have to be?
Not
asking for a friend.
Not as fat as you think, unfortunately, Taylor. We're all at risk of becoming lard candles.
I appreciate you guys including yourselves in that to make me feel better.
all women are.
Yeah,
all women are for sure.
All women.
Yeah, women are like 40% fat, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, genuinely, like Zach. What percentage of a woman's body is fat, Zach? And also, just one more time for the lulls. What's the average weight of an American woman?
What did Dick Masterson say? Like 172 or something?
I think it's 170. Yeah, plus or minus 175. That's the question to y'all.
I think it's. I have 172 in my head.
I've got
so.
minus on that for most.
It's a good line though.
I don't know how to say this nicely. I just happen to know it's 185 for Black women.
Okay, well then they're raising the average. How dare you? But there's not as many Black women as white women, and so it's not going to crank it up too much. So I think 172.
So it's 40% fat, like I said, 39%. But who's counting? And what's the average weight of an American woman? Black, white, any color, don't care, just women. Real with vaginas though.
Yeah.
Natural vaginas.
The real ones.
I apologize. I said Black women were 185. They're 188.
Oh my goodness. It's gotten worse in the last 170.8. Okay,
170.8?
Close. Very close.
See,
But
that's
I busted.
not bad. We're making progress. It was 172. Look at that, ladies.
Yes. Well done, girls.
1 pound at a time. That's how you do it.
American men are so fat, and we're losing to American women in the fat off.
They've got an advantage. They start with higher fat content. It's a head start at the race. Most of them is fat, as we saw. Like a girl with big titties and big ass. Like
it's a lot of fat.
Choice. If I ate enough, I'd have a big titties and big ass.
Not that.
I don't think they'd be nice though. I think they'd be gross.
Eye of the beholder. Hey, I bet Woody'd have amazing ass if he caked up. If Woody was all caked up, you put Woody on like literally like oh my god, I'd want to see him sit in one of them sitting a cake like on The Boys. I want to see that. I want to see the imprint he left. I'd be into that.
Mm.
Like you wouldn't be able to tell masculine or feminine from that. I just want to see him Woody sitting a big old birthday cake and no, Woody's smooth back there like a cue ball. I promise you, he's like a turtle back there. It's smooth as ice.
Like a baby.
Oh, I know so.
Would you put your smooth turtle ass up against Woody's
I
head
think we have equally like femboy smooth asses. I think we both do because we like ladies putting their tongues in there and stuff.
You speak for yourself. I'm trying to get Dr. Disrespect's attention.
I remember I told yeah, Dirty doesn't eat his girlfriend's butthole. He's like, oh, y'all do that? Y'all eat buttholes? I'm like, yeah, I eat buttholes.
Maybe he's afraid
of
parasites. Do you consider that?
It's his girlfriend. I didn't say you just go find a lady on the street and eat a butthole. I mean, I'm not against it. I'm not against it, but I'm just saying maybe you don't. But it's his like longtime girlfriend that he's gonna marry, right? Like the girl he's been with for like 6 years. You're not gonna eat that girl's butthole. You're a piece of shit if you ask me.
Dude, he's got to gamble.
Dirty.
Be careful. Somebody come along that will eat that butthole and it'll be all over. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know that you'd want to marry a woman whose butthole you hadn't tasted.
What if it tastes bad? What if you find out 3 years in? Oh, it's like a penny. That's what they said.
Copper.
I've heard people say it's like a 9-volt battery, and I'm just like, you're just telling me you've never licked a butthole.
Yeah, y'all making that shit up.
Or a battery. Maybe they haven't licked the battery.
No,
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, I hadn't considered that.
I hadn't gone from that angle. I thought most people would lick batteries.
He's like, that's a lie. Everyone's licked batteries. Why fib about something so culturally accepted? Let's get a little taste. I mean, I definitely did at one point or another as a kid. Put a battery on my tongue, and it's like, oh, yeah, that's unpleasant. I don't like that.
Oh, I thought you were eating buttholes as a kid. I was like, damn, you're ahead of the curve.
No, and
I was a man grown before I ate a butthole.
I was probably 5 licking a battery.
I wasn't sure where you were going with that at first.
Yeah, I keep thinking you're going to say. I keep thinking you're going to say the other thing.
At least that's my memory. Maybe
it doesn't count because it was my cousin.
Yeah,
we're
recovering. Well, it was a regular night, and it was at my uncle's house, and I drank some of his fun tea, and then
Michael Jackson called wine Jesus juice when he gave kids.
I thought of that too.
A little fucked up, huh?
Yeah, and you still defend him.
Is not my lover.
It's such a good song. You're right. He deserved it.
ABC, come on, these are classics.
They are good.
ABC.
I have like when I'm playing Age of Empires or Age of Mythology, like YouTube has learned that I just like playlists where it's a ton of Michael Jackson and a ton of Elton John.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that shit. Yeah,
I feel like I'm losing in a game, and then I'm Still Standing comes on.
What's your favorite Elton John song?
I'm Still Standing.
That's a solid choice.
I love it.
I'm still standing.
That's an excellent song.
Oh,
they're all good though. He's so good.
They make some really good video game montages to that. It's like somebody like taking all the damage, everything's hitting around them, and they just keep going. Like especially Battlefield, where like you can med up, like the world is falling on this guy, and it's I'm still standing, better than I ever did. He's getting thrown around, but he just keeps going and gets the win. It's great.
The guy's not playing Elden Ring. You get one shot in that game. Or you know what? If I get one-shotted, I feel like it's not my fault, or like, what are you going to do? Sometimes you get shot. Here's what I hate. I hate when I get hit, and then I get hit 3 more times while still staggered and not standing again. I consider that one shot. If I don't hit me and I never control it again, that's a one shot.
Do they ever juggle you like they do in Smash Bros, where they like got you up in the air, like flicking you over and over?
Just Mortal Kombat does somebody threw me centipede threw me up in the air and swallowed me, caught me with his mouth. Snakes have done that to me. It's a thing I do.
You just get beaten up.
Yeah, I play with their food. That at all. Dude, I like Rocket Man, and I like Levon or whatever. Levon likes his money, has a lot to say. Love that. I my gym playlist is a bunch of like easy listening shit like that, and a few like as close as it gets to like hard stuff is like, I need a hero. that song. He's gotta be strong and he's gotta be fast and he's gotta be fresh from the fight. You start doing a set right when when that part starts. You'll finish that. You'll finish that set. Because she's in your ear. She needs a hero. He's got to be strong. He's got to be quick.
Dude, 80s, like, I wasn't around for the 80s, but I love 80s music. It's so
George Michael's dope.
George Michael's good. You know who I like on there? Like, because it just keeps playing, is that like Depeche Mode will come on. personal Jesus and all that. And it's like, this is great. This music's so much better than what's coming out now, or at least that's my take on it. Just
I like
great.
it too. I like it too. I really like the 80s stuff. I like all Elton John shit. I'll listen to the Disney songs. I'll walk through the house fucking singing all the Disney songs.
Dude, the Mulan one is as good as it gets.
Let's
a good
get
one.
down to business to defeat the Hun. And I'll walk through the house fucking singing that shit all the time.
My
That is a
father
really
would
good
walk through the house singing that one. That one's dope. I listen to that. Like I watch like victory scenes in movies and stuff on YouTube a lot. And yeah, watching that to like, you know, them taking on the Huns or her.
Yeah, it's Mulan. It's Mulan climbing that pole. I'll make a man out of you.
Because they were going to throw her out of camp for sort of failing to thrive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's the one who's smart enough to figure out you like get that cloth or whatever and wrap it around the pole and climb to the top to get the fucking coin or whatever.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
they were like, Mulan, this is a strength exercise. You know, I appreciate the stick-to-itiveness and the thought.
Yeah, but they couldn't win through strength of numbers, obviously, because the Huns were coming. So they
A little
needed
allegorical.
They need a thinker out there, maybe.
Yeah,
with a
do you
rocket
remember
and a magic dragon?
Like I was at the age when that came out that like I had no concept of what a Hun was, like what group of people, but I would see them in their nasty ways, and I'm like, these fucking Huns. I hope Mulan and the gang, and especially the funny fat one, make it out. That's such a good Disney movie, underrated Disney movie.
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, and it's a girl power one too, with cross dressing. So like you would think it would be a little.
Wow, I never looked at it through that lens, but you're totally right.
Yeah, and there's that fun scene where like she's super into like the Chad of the army, and he's just like this weak dude that I've got to like carry his water for him, but she's like making googly eyes at him, and then I think he catches her taking a bath or something. She's hiding her titties. That's a good scene. I think they remade it and made it like crazy woke. I think they maybe even made a live action version.
It was woke enough.
Yeah,
It's woke enough. It's a cross-dressing Asian lady winning the battle. Like let's just leave it where it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even think of it as woke. I think it's pretty great.
She cuts her hair off and everything at the beginning.
I think if the original movie was released now, the culture people would hate it. Like I want to say the right. I'm trying not.
If you
to,
follow well, they did. That's what happened. But I thought it was a good movie. I always loved it as a kid. And the message is real. Like her father was going to have to go fight and die, and she's like, "No, I got this," and like cuts her hair off and does the whole thing.
Her father was a more capable warrior than she was, I think.
I mean, she won the war, Woody.
Well, there's a little luck involved.
She helped. You know, if that was a really convenient avalanche. I'll say that.
She created it with a rocket, and she had magical creatures that apparently only work for her. Like it's not like that magic dragon or whatever.
Eddie Murphy was in that.
Eddie Murphy
movie.
was there. Eddie Murphy's everywhere. Eddie Murphy. You ever see that show, The PJs, back in the day? Eddie Murphy made a show called The PJs. It was claymation. It was ridiculous. It didn't last long.
So much.
Really?
It's all.
What about the old? What about those old commercials for iced tea? Remember those? They'd have a claymation. Old Blue Eyes singing songs and drinking that canned tea.
That sounds somewhat familiar, but I
remember that producer guest that used like every form. It was like live action animation.
Yeah,
our worst guest ever. Worst guest ever.
He's far and away the worst. At least the other ones like brought content with him.
Speaking of worst ever, was that guy during? So we had a hangout last weekend, and there was a new guy who came to play Code Words. He barely ever spoke. He misclicked all the time. He didn't participate in the game verbally, and he just messed up turns. We asked him if he was high, and then very kindly asked him if he was mentally disabled in some way, and he said neither. Was he trolling us, or does he not know he's mentally disabled? What?
I genuinely didn't know if he was trying to ruin the game or if he was like stupid. But his job was being a dealer at a casino. So you'd think he'd be very good at timing and games and rules. It's his job to enforce them and play by them. So that made me think he was probably just trolling us. But I didn't want to like kick him out but if he'd done it one more time. But he was either playing the game so despicably bad that he did. He played it so despicably bad it ruined the fun for people. And I was like, hey man, you can't do that again. This is it. This is your last chance.
Yeah, it's not like I take code words all that seriously. What I take seriously is I want
Blood
everyone in the room
blood in,
to
blood out, baby.
Yeah.
I want everyone in the room to have a good time. That's really what I'm doing there.
Yeah.
And I felt like he was.
You think it's a game?
contrary to that.
I do. I'm pretty sure it's a game.
Yeah, you come to
Yeah.
play pissy pants. We'll see what happens. We come in to fight.
It was. You'd be like, all right, don't click guess on this next one. We're all going to talk about it. And then the clue would come in and immediately just
Yeah.
guess.
What was the clue? Like,
Oh, it was
Steam
like
or something, and he said Yellowstone, or I forget.
the Falconer one was hilarious
That's what
because
it was.
it was like Hawk was there, and he said Yellowstone
Eagle.
for Falconer or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, he was either trolling us or he was an idiot. And you don't want to just assume someone's trolling you just because it's our group, so it's more likely they're an idiot
for a while.
Yeah, we got a lot of idiots in there, and a lot of like heavy drug users. Not judging, but it's like, hey man,
Oh yeah.
are you sober right now? Because I know how it can be. Maybe you don't realize you're ruining the time for 21 people, and everybody's like, no, we're good. And I'm like, well, you're ruining my fucking time.
Right.
That's
Showing
all
up
that
at the
matters.
hangout on drugs is culturally appropriate for the event.
We
Yeah.
appreciate it. We like to
But-
see you use them. Everybody like cracks open their fucking bongs. I'm reaching for mine, but I can't find it. No, it's not there. Everybody
You can't
cracks
turn
open
your
their
head because you're injury.
Yeah, I can't look over there. There's stuff
Wait.
over there. I don't know.
You can't turn your head?
No.
You can turn it. Look at that.
No, I stand corrected. My
You
bad.
think that's crazy? Watch this.
Yeah. Oh, you're a
Those
regular
legs,
gymnast.
baby.
Somebody
Hey,
get
hey,
how the
something happens up there.
Portion thing fixed it.
Something happens up there. Look at me. Give my peepers right on it.
Don't matter. You can't come with me sideways, Al. Possibly see it coming at the
Turn around like a video game character and orient your whole body.
No, it's
Oh, you got it
pretty,
now. You're
It's
good.
pretty fucked up. It only hurts if you hit the right spots. I'm sure it'll heal up. I've done this before,
Right.
like muscle spasms where something locks up and gets all fucky. I remember one time I was drying my hair too aggressively. This is a few years ago. Like y'all like that one, huh?
How does one go about that? Did you go to a car wash?
Well, like my hair's long. Like it would cover my nose right now. Like it's like going down
Show
my
me.
back.
Can you make it? To
No,
that part?
once I push it down, it won't go back up.
Push it
Okay,
down.
okay.
You're gonna
I
look
know.
like that goth Spider-Man.
It comes down to here. I look like Tobey Maguire when he was the bad Spider-Man walking down the street, like clicking his
Yeah.
clicking his fingers. It's bad. It's super long. It covers my ears. I haven't had a haircut in like 3.5 months or something. It's hard. Anyway, what was I talking about with this?
Your
You
neck
dried your hair too
injury
hard.
and your aggressive hair drying.
Oh yeah. So like, I
And we were just
really
poking
go,
fun. Who hasn't been there?
I really go after it when I dry my hair. You know, because there's a lot of stuff. I have this thing when I don't like I like to get ready as fast as I can. I race every time and I try to do things in the right order. So I'm in a hurry.
Yeah.
I'm
I'm
trying to be,
autistic too. I get it.
Yeah.
yeah, this is part of my
That's
business,
just
okay.
40-year-old guy stuff.
It bothers me if I inefficiently get ready for the day. So I, of course, like put my creams and
yeah,
moisturizers
that's
and put my
normal,
nails
yeah.
in the right order
Definitely,
every
definitely.
fucking time. Leave it alone. I get clean. That's all that matters. So like I don't know. I was like going to town on my hair, like drying it off, and all of a sudden it went and like like locked up to the point where like I can't move without excruciating pain. It's like if I turn it too far either way, it's like pinching and pulling. And yeah, it that usually takes a week or two to heal up. It's super annoying. If I sleep wrong, it'll do the same thing to my neck. My neck's usually fucked up. I need to see the chiropractor more.
Do you
But I
think,
think now that I've got this dangler in my
oh
living
yeah,
room.
yeah. Clearly it works. Do you think it's an injury that's getting re-aggravated?
I don't think so. No,
He
I think my
showers every
shoulder
day.
is. My shoulder's definitely an injury that gets re-aggravated because I've heard it a lot doing overhead presses. I feel like I've done overhead press machines before that put me in a weird position and
Mhm.
like tweaked it somehow, or maybe probably something torn in there slightly or misaligned.
I know you know a lot about weightlifting, but my shoulders hurt me, and I do much better with dumbbells. If you want to try,
Yeah. Oh yeah, I did. You're absolutely right. Like dumbbells would allow you to be in the correct range of motion every time. But at the time I was going really, really heavy, and there was an overhead press machine there that I felt
Mhm.
was safe. But it could my shoulder, if I don't keep everything, I feel like I can like flex and keep the joint tight. You know what I mean? Like the same way you
Mhm.
can your knee, maybe or
Your
something like that.
core.
Yeah, like I can like keep the joint tight together, but if I relax, it can kind of like get loose and it feels like it'll pop. It genuinely feels like it's going to come out of joint, like multiple times. Sometimes if I tweak it wrong, I've definitely felt it like it like was about to pop out. I've done that with my knee before too. I feel like my joints are weird. I've twisted my knee in a way before. Where it felt like my knee was just on the edge of completely popping out.
Do you have a diagnosis or something for like
swan neck
flexibility?
Yeah, the finger thing. Yeah,
right.
The swan neck deformity where the ligaments are extra long. So this just keeps going, and I used to be able to like bend all my fingers back to my palm. My thumb still goes back to like all the way back.
I can bend my fingers to my palm. Just
the other way. The other, yeah.
That's not your palm.
Oh, that's not my palm. I meant the back of my hand, I guess, like all the way back.
All right,
being an asshole, my man.
Looks like it hurts.
It really does.
Earlier today and last night, learning and reading about like the sideshow freak acts of like the 1800s and learning about their life. There's this one guy. Here's a picture, Zach. You can show him. Lobster Boy was his name.
Ooh.
He's number 1 on this list of the 20 most iconic sideshow entertainers of all time.
So you may know this character was featured in the American Horror Show episode about freak shows.
Yeah. So this guy has something called ectodactyly, which means his fingers and his toes are like pincers. And this guy was obviously a freak. They would take him around, and his whole family had like this genetic thing, like most of them did. So he was like a 4th generation since the inception of this thing, and he was just, I guess, the first one to take off as a freak.
His whole family had it? Like, I wonder if his mom and dad are also his uncle and aunt.
I don't know. I didn't look that deep into
in the show. The Lobster Boy made a part-time living, like a Tupperware party where you'd have a bunch of married gals like over in a living room. He'd do a Tupperware party where he took you in the back bedroom and finger banged you to a ridiculous orgasm, because he's like the master of it with his lobster finger, because he's got like a big giant finger like this. That was a good season of American Horror Story. That's one of the two-headed.
Well, that's who this guy's based on. And I was reading about this guy's personal life, and here just a little bit.
And it turns out it's good at fingering chicks.
He's really good at it. Yeah, that was a big part of the Wikipedia page. According to Grady's father, the Stiles family had a long history of ectodactyly dating back to 1840. Grady Stiles Jr. was the 4th child of Grady Stiles and wife Edna. Capitalizing on his deformity, he was a sideshow attraction at a carnival. He also couldn't walk. So like he was crippled, and so he would not crippled, but like his feet don't fucking work right. And
immobile.
So he was having to like immobile. Good. Yeah. He'd have to like crawl around. And this is what it says about him later in life. That guy we're just looking at. Stiles was an alcoholic and was abusive to his family. Due to his ectrodactyly, he was unable to walk. While he sometimes used a wheelchair, he most commonly used his hands and arms for locomotion. He developed substantial upper body strength that, when combined with his bad temper and alcoholism, made him very dangerous to others. Grady's first wife, Mary Teresa, left him to marry Harry Glenn Newman, a little person who was billed as the smallest man in the world.
Wow.
I don't know. If you have that much mobility problems, you better be nice to me. Like, I'm not gonna get.
I come back with a stick,
guy.
Motherfucker. What are you gonna do now?
You're using a stick and you're walking backwards slowly. His ultimate counter.
A whip.
Come on. What, you gonna scuttle
I just
over
think
here?
that's funny that this guy was ambling about so much and so often that he developed a strength so notable they put it in his Wikipedia article that made him a real threat, a real world beater. But yeah, that sucks. That poor man, at least as a kid, seems like he didn't become that great of a guy.
Would you want to live as a lobster boy?
Compared to some of the other ones on the list, he isn't too bad. At least you still have like hands and stuff. Like you can not real hands, but like he can grab stuff. Those are prehensile.
You're gonna
like
suck at Mortal Kombat.
He wouldn't be good at video games, but he died long before that.
He's gonna need a lot of hotkeys. I saw a guy playing Tarkov.
This guy died in 1992. That seems so recent.
Ooh, It's like Picasso dying in 75 or whatever. It's like, what?
Yeah, that is weird. You always think he's from a long time ago. There was also this woman named Schlitzie who was, or not woman, looks like a guy. They dressed as a woman who had microcephaly. And man, people were fucking mean.
That's the pinhead thing, right?
That was the pinhead thing, yeah. And he was like a cultural icon, I guess, of the early 1900s. Everyone's like, oh, that's Schlitzie, the lovable retard who.
Have you ever seen the movie Freaks?
No.
Do you know of it?
I have heard of it, yeah.
It's a black and white film from.
Is that the one that's like, one of us? Like at that little table and they're like dancing around?
Might be, yeah. I've never seen it either. I've seen clips of it. I found it deeply disturbing. It's about freaks. There you go. That's shot from
Schlitzie.
it. Yeah. Now, if Zach, it'd be interesting. Now, can you show me the Pinhead from American Horror Story, and show how much he looks like the real Pinhead from like? It's crazy.
Well, microcephaly is what they have, and everyone who has that kind of has that same gist.
Yeah. Look. Yeah, I think they got real microcephaly people. Yeah, there you go for the show. I guess not though, because
she doesn't look like she, or maybe I don't think so.
Man, there was two of them in the show. That's the girl, obviously. There's a guy as well. They were like a couple of pinheads. Yeah. There's the other one in the show on the left versus the real one on the right.
Yeah, you can tell the left person has like an actual skull. Like
that was one of the better seasons of that series, American Horror Story. There's a few seasons that are really good. There's one called Roanoke that's got Kathy Bates in it.
Mm-hmm. And I like Kathy Bates a lot. She's good.
A couple like moves into a too good to be true house in wherever that Virginia, wherever Roanoke happened at. It's like the house is haunted, the land is haunted by a different thing, but there's also like a family of cannibals who live like a couple miles away in the woods who want the property. Like everything you can imagine is scary there. Like they're like, we're not dealing with one ghost. We're dealing with hundreds. It's like the Native Americans are after Native American curses. Like it's pretty gory and gruesome that season. There was a couple parts that show's really good at making me feel uncomfortable. Of like such horrific things happening to people that I'm upset about it, like being tortured or disfigured.
There's a movie called The Elephant Man that I haven't seen, but that's apparently very good as like a freak movie. Have you seen that?
The old Elephant Man, like the black and white one,
1980. So
no,
this is the David Lynch film, The Elephant Man, about Joseph Merrick, the Elephant Man, who had like those big protuberances all over his skull. Like
I don't like stuff like that. I don't like disfigured people or freaks. They upset me. There's a Mel Gibson movie called like, I can't remember, but half his face is melted off and he's like a recluse that like meets a young boy and like gets to know their mother. And it's like even seeing Mel Gibson's fake half face melted off is like off-putting to me. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I don't like disfigured people in real life too. I have a in-law who's got like a birth defect where like he doesn't have lobster hands, but they ain't right.
What's wrong with them? Like missing fingers or
like
extra fingers?
They're all missing fingers on both hands and they're weirdly shaped and that like some of them have fingernails and some of them don't. And I just remember as a kid, like mom would be like, yeah, we're going over to so-and-so's place. And I'm like, you can hang out with so-and-so. And I'm like, Mom, I'm afraid of him. I'm like, I'm scared of his hands. I don't want to touch him. Like, it grosses me out. I'm like, I don't like looking at him. Like his face is all messed up too.
Oh.
It's like his face looks like you like twisted it a little, like something like that. And I'm like, don't do this to me. Don't make me go. I was like, I'm not going to be mean to him. I'm just going to suffer through being around him.
Was he your age?
Not like a year or two older, maybe.
Oh, okay. Close enough.
So it's like don't do this to me. And I didn't go. She was like, yeah, you don't have to go then. I didn't know that. I was like, it's freaking me the fuck out. I was like, I don't want to shake his hand every time I go over there. I'm like probably 12 or 13 at this point, maybe 14. But still, I was like, today. I remember one time I got introduced with a business guy, and nobody told me the motherfucker had a flipper. It's like this millionaire who like runs some gun shit in Florida that I'm meeting, and nobody warned me homeboy has a flipper.
One flipper or two?
I don't remember genuinely. I think just one. I think his right hand was the flipper. You know, it was like
that's the one you'd shake.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, I fucking grabbed his flipper and shook the shit out of it.
Was it
So
just
nice
one
and-
big piece of meat here, or they're like that?
I remember it being like all 4 fingers like together and then a thumb or something weird. But then these were like all kind of weird. He had a flipper. He
Oh,
had
that
a little.
sucks.
It was bad. But I shook the shit out of his hand. But I was like, why did nobody warn me we was meeting that flipper-handed man today? I could have like steeled myself before the meeting. I was not prepared.
That would take me by surprise.
Yeah, I don't like deformed people. I don't like looking at them or being around.
And you
Makes
wouldn't
me
have liked
feel-
these freak shows.
No, I don't like the.
Not
freak
only
show
were they
movies.
gawking, they also, all of them seem to have horrible and tragic lives outside of their career.
How would they
being
not?
gawked
How would they
at.
not?
Even the guy with the
Alcoholism and-
stretchy skin. That
I don't
seemed
know.
like a pretty minor
Sharpay
one.
man.
Stretchy.
Yeah, it went poorly for him.
That's James Morris,
Mhm.
a genetic condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which causes the skin to be extremely elastic. He could stretch his skin up to 18 inches in length and toured with Barnum and
Ew.
Bailey during his lifetime.
Don't show a picture of that, Zach.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, show it.
It doesn't look too bad.
What
No,
is
this
this
guy-
weird stuff? You think?
It looks like his skin is normal.
I bet he could throw his foreskin like over his shoulder.
Oh yeah, he could make a lasso.
Do some weird shit with it. Tighten
It
a
looks.
knot.
It looks like
Get
this
the knot
guy.
out.
Unlike all the other freaks, it seems like this guy could just not stretch his skin and then go to the grocery store and be fine.
Right.
Like it was like a feat he was doing.
I was going through your list thinking about which of these deformities I would pick.
Elephant man
Stretchy
there.
skin over this guy.
Stretchy skin for sure. This is horrific.
You don't be an elephant man.
I don't want to be an elephant man. This guy is like actively hoping his
You think
ears
he'd
got
have-
his ear got turned horizontal from how much stuff there is going on.
He keeps it close to the ground. He's always
Yeah, he's got his finger on the pulse. And he's not even like balding. It's just so much extra skull came out that like now all
I'd
the
shoot
hair is,
myself
like,
with
in a
an
little
extra big
toupee.
gun.
You know, some people have
Yeah.
big foreheads, and that's fine. Just,
That's true, and I understand that. But this guy, man,
Don't
that's
zoom
terrible.
in on him. God damn, Zach. What are you doing to me over here? You're traumatizing me with this wolf boy.
this guy,
Like I said-
Cousin It. I used to watch
Bro.
him when I was a kid.
Bro, look what Wolfman is wearing. Look, he did not let his Wolfman shit get the best of him. He is styling and profiling. He looks like a fucking matador. He looks like a Wolfman matador, like he's about to go out on the town and slay some pussy with his hairy wolf dick.
I wonder how much of that is growing from his face and how much of that is like imported from the top of his head.
Apparently,
It's from his face, dude.
It's from
You
his
can-
face. Yeah,
It's going away from his head.
hypertrichosis, which causes abnormal hair growth all over the body. During his career, the hair on his face was 8 inches long, and the hair everywhere else was 4 inches long on the rest of his body. The only place he didn't have hair were the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet.
Yeah, you can fix that today.
Yeah, shaving.
No, you get electrolysis.
They did that forever.
There's a
The-
movie, I can't remember, but the lady has wolf lady syndrome, but she's smoking hot. I can't remember the actress, but they did full body electrolysis to make her smooth.
So does she have to do that all the time? Like every month?
Nah,
go in
it's
for-
semi-permanent. You know, it lasts for like years. They grab each hair individually, send a pulse to kill the root, and then pluck it. So it's pretty permanent. Electrolysis is. Yeah, I'm glad
Man,
I'm not a
what-
wolf boy or an elephant man, and frankly, I'm glad I'm not all that stretchy.
Oh my god, the one of the worst one of these have to be the bottom two that are
Okay.
two different kinds of human torso.
Oh,
Prince Randian, born in 1871, Prince Randian had tetraamelia syndrome,
Oh, I
which
see
is
what
the
you mean.
absence of all 4 limbs. He appeared in 1932's film Freaks, and one of his most famous tricks was rolling and lighting cigarettes with his lips. He performed with Barnum and Bailey, staying in the sideshow until his death in 1934 at the
He'd
age of
suck a
63.
mean dick if he can roll a smoke. I can't roll a cigarette with my hands.
Very good. Look at that
Oh my
guy.
goodness.
That guy's miserable. That sucks. That
Please wipe my
sucks.
ass. Please stop and wipe
Please.
my ass.
Please, sir. You will do the necessary.
He's just constantly nodding toward the wet wipes while I'm
There's
talking to him.
Violetta, yet another
The
human.
perfect
torso.
woman.
nah, she needs hands.
She was a singer, which I guess
19 years
what else
old,
are you
man.
gonna do?
Nah, she's a stenographer.
Stenographer. Yeah, these court cases are impossible to go through.
With her
There's no
nose.
information.
Clack, clack, clack. Just
That's-
headbutting
that's
the
gotta
fucking
be-
keyboard.
of all those freak deformities, that those human torsos have to be the worst.
I
Like,
want to
you
know
have
what's
no-
downstairs. Like,
I bet just
what-
normal, right?
I bet
was it without legs?
I think
a
it's
pussy full of sawdust.
yeah.
She's been bitch leaving a snail trail everywhere she goes in my house.
She
Jesus,
grabs
put her
quarters.
on wheels. That you didn't put her in a little red, white, or red. What is it? Those are wagons.
The Red Rider?
What?
No, that's a
Radio
movie.
flyer.
Radio flyer. That's what it is. But you need to put her ass in a radio flyer and get a trained monkey to haul her around. Not comparing him to freaks. Not comparing this gentleman to freaks, but I watched this disabled gentleman on Twitch playing Tarkov with his mouth.
Was he good?
He's killing shit.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's good enough for me. Like he was
Dude.
sniping shit. He was in a hard part of the map. He was in Lighthouse at the water treatment plant, sniping out of a window. Just to get there is annoying for me. So like this dude, and he has like 3 or 4 like little sensors in his mouth, and he's over there like playing Tarkov with his mouth and winning. I was very impressed.
Dude, I'm watching Elden Ring content on YouTube, partly to learn about the game. Half of being good at Elden Ring is like understanding how the different talismans and stuff work together to strengthen your character or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm struggling to beat these bosses with a controller. And then this fucking bitch in her tight little sports bra and boy shorts is beating it on a Dance Dance Revolution pad. And I'm like, how are you doing this? But she did it.
Wow.
I don't mean to call her bad name. She seemed fine. She just jumped
Yeah.
after every victory, bounced around.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this sounds like good content to me. But when
I
people
watched
play
it with Jackie.
I would get a hot girl to do the dance thing, but really I'm just over there on the mouse and keyboard off camera, just owning. Like that's the move, right?
You can see her feet. She's doing the thing, you know?
Yeah, but I don't know what a fucking dance step is supposed to translate to in the game. You could lie to me.
Yeah, I
She could
guess.
she could just dance around over there and you can show me a character kicking ass and I'll believe.
Some people are good at Elden Ring.
Some people are like, I don't know how you get so good at it that you play it with like a Guitar Hero kit or whatever. That's different level of gaming. That's
the drums.
Yeah, or the drums. Anybody who plays it without like normal hardware is fucking crazy. I don't know how people do that or why they devote their time to it. I don't know why people watch it, frankly. I watch it for like 5 minutes and I'm like, cool. Didn't know that was a thing. You've clearly spent a lot of time doing this. Not gonna watch anymore though. Like I wouldn't watch hours of somebody dancing. I mean, the girl with titties bouncing could hook me for a little longer, but
yeah.
I'm not gonna. I don't care that you can play the game with a drum set. I'm just sort of intrigued by it, I guess.
And I'm trying to learn. I'm just like, well, like what weapon did she choose? Like this is obviously playing the game on hard mode if you're using a Dance Dance Revolution pad. So like how did she set up her character to be OP? And at the time I watched it, I was too new to understand. I might get more from it now.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna play that fucking Space Marine game. That thing looks cool to me. I don't think this is one of their woke titles. I don't think there's any lady Space Marines.
Like, do you know?
I think I've seen gameplay. They've been letting creators upload like 40-minute segments of it. It looks real good to me. There's like multiple classes. You can like decide if you're Space Marines.
It's 2-man teams, right? Like PvP.
I think so. I think they do.
Teams?
No, it's PvE. It's like a story-driven mission where you're basically exterminating all the aliens on this planet that have invaded it. It's a human planet that's been invaded by Tyranids, and you're fighting them off. Playing as this Titus guy. It comes out the 9th, like Zach said.
Oh, it's a Warhammer title.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you're like the Space Marine, like the giant superhuman man soldier guy, all jacked up in your suit.
Is it kind of like Vermintide?
Yeah, I've seen it. It didn't look like waves and waves, and you're definitely more overpowered than Vermintide, depending on how you kit your character. You can be like a machine gun guy or a shield guy or like whatever, I'm sure. But you're fighting lots of enemies and moving through a bigger single player world. Yeah, it's co-op. I'm gonna find somebody to play it with. I'm pretty excited for it. I like the world so much, but I have like, I swear to God, when they made the female custodes, when they added that woke shit to the game, I unsubscribed from all of those YouTube channels that I used to watch every day. Every day. Wait, I would go
because there were female characters.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into it again, but they're not supposed to be female. they changed
But
the
you
lore.
often choose female when you play.
Though this is a lore discrepancy.
This is a lore discrepancy.
Where
It
it
would
had
be
been
like
established for literal decade. It would be like if they made the orcs not evil in Lord of the Rings. It would be that level of active and insistent spitting in the face of the original artists.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like, oh, by the way, Cortana's a trans woman. By the way, you didn't know, and it's like, no, I didn't know. I thought she was a hologram AI in my head with a pussy, sexy pussy, as she always was. That irked me so much that I mean, I'm gonna play that fucking video game though. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna play that.
I'm gonna play the fucking video game, but I won't. But I don't. I used to listen to the lore every night. I used to like Luton. I used to go to his channel, and I mean like 2 hours of lore videos at a time, like this long story about made up shit in the future. And I'd be like, yeah, taking notes. Okay, I remember this character. And I just completely lost interest in all that lore shit when they decided to do that. It just, without going into the nerdy lore of it, it's silly. And it had been well established that like only a man can survive the process to become a space marine. But now like the custodies are like what a space marine is to a human, but they're that to a space marine. They're like the uber elite who like protect the emperor's life. They're like the secret service that they always keep in reserve no matter how bad the battle's going. They keep them in reserve to protect the emperor's body because he's laying there defenseless. And they talk about how like fast and powerful and ridiculous they are, and it always sounds like they're talking about Superman. You know what I mean? When they talk about how if their reflex is dull by even a 10,000th of a second, this could happen in their 400th or 500th year, then they are sent to the reserve squad. And it's just like, you don't make the cut anymore because your reflex is slowed by a 10,000th of a second. Okay, cool. That's badass. But then they're like, I don't know, they gave them all pussies for some reason. And I checked out.
Yeah, fair enough.
Not me. I'm still into it. Maybe more into it.
Yeah, there is some like the animation now, the porn anime of like the custodies now is like these big butch bitches. It looks like linebackers with pussies.
Yeah,
not even attractive.
Maybe a little body hair.
They go back and forth with whether they're attractive or not. I think the people like me who are like annoyed with it, they're like, this is part of lore and you should accept it. And they like make the weirdest fucking like lady custodies naked.
The people that are always the most insistent on those sorts of changes to like lore based fandoms are like never actually into it.
Oh, I mean, they're going the other way. People who are like me who don't like it are like, oh, you like it, do you? Let me rub it in your face a little, see if you like it then. What if, yeah, I guess their pussies would look like this, huh? I guess they'd have to be built like this to fit into that suit, huh? Weird. And they're like, this is lore now. This is canon now. Get with it, right? Right?
Oh, yeah.
They're like, yeah, I guess they'd have weird titties like that.
It's always a bad idea when these IPs make critical changes for people or at the behest of people who aren't even into their hobby anyway.
Oh, see, that is not a good example. That's supposed to be a female custodies? No.
Yes.
No. They're gigantic. This is like a 9-foot tall person or some shit. They'd be super wide as well. Anyway, it's the nerdiest thing I'm into, I think. The Warhammer stuff.
I think they're all pretty hot like that.
It's like nerdier than Star Trek for sure.
What is this?
Yeah. This is just not even. Everybody wants female Astartes, but have you heard of female custodies? Yeah, no, that's not what they look like. That's
not what they look like. You fucking idiot! How did you not know?
It's not what they look like.
That isn't what they look like.
That. I don't like. They're gold.
Speaking of games that are incredible and don't have any woke stuff, Kyle.
Age of Mythology. You talking about Age of Mythology? You talking about your RTS?
Age of Mythology is incredible. They did such a good job making it. It looks good. It plays really well. The balance is a little off. It seems clear that there are some gods that are just way better than other ones. They haven't tacked through all that yet because they made a lot of changes.
Imagine that.
Yeah, not yet, but they'll get to it. It's kind of fun having a little more disparity in the power because AoE is so well balanced and like aimed to timings and strategy that AOM is a lot less intensive because you can auto queue stuff. So you can just have your town center creating villagers, or you can have your barracks creating hoplites, or your temple can auto create, minotaurs or cyclops or whatever you have. It's so much fun. It's faster paced than Age of Empires. The games are quicker. It's all about early aggression, seemingly. I'm still figuring it out. It's so fun. It's so deep. There's like, it's like a Total War, the amount of unique units they have in this. And every time you go through, it's like, do I want to play with do I want to use Athena as my secondary god and get Minotaurs and get restoration for my units as a god power? Or do I want to use Ares in the classical age and get bronze armor magically added to it? And then I get a Cyclops that picks up enemies in an animation and like bites their head off and throws them. Or it's so fun. You would like it if you gave it a shot.
No, and I just don't think it appeals to me anymore. I don't know if I like that gameplay loop. I don't want to do the memorization of the build orders. I just don't play.
I'm not memorizing any build orders for Age of Mythology.
There's so much to know.
At some point I will, but like it's one of those games where like in StarCraft or Age of Empires 2 even, like the meta is known. Like the builds are very honed. Like if you want to compete, you have to do specific things to an extent. There's some like builds that break the meta. Age of Mythology, there's like no set meta. So like you can go and play and discover like a new build, a new way to play, like a strategy that someone hasn't done yet.
My autism won't allow me to enjoy that. I really like doing things with the most efficient meta possible.
But it's fun to figure out. Like, oh, I hit this age faster this time, and I have more units.
There's part of me who's thinking like, I'll never figure it out as fast as the whole community will working together. I should sit back and wait. I genuinely would feel like I'm wasting my time building soldiers inefficiently while I'm wasting my time, period, playing the video game. I need something that's got a different kind of gameplay. I don't know. I like a grind. I like a grind and I like a story, and it doesn't really have either of those things. I like starting with my shitty sword, and I also don't know about the top, just RTS in general or strategy in general. I don't know if I want to do a top-down thing. I really like role-playing and not role-playing games, and
I like the quick cycle, and like a game might take 20 minutes, and like I'll play the whole game, get through the all the ages, get to try different units, and then I either win or I lose, and then I get to go back in the lobby with my friends, and like I'll pick a different one. Oh man, Thor was kind of fun. I wonder if Isis is good, or if Ra is a fun time, or Thor, or whoever.
I wish I could get some people into like Mortal Kombat or something that are bad at it, and we could learn together.
Did you want to talk about min-maxing and like memorizing stuff? Those fighting games have to do that too, but there's not as big of a payoff.
I mean, I don't know. I get to beat you up with like Terminator or something. That sounds cool.
Yeah, but I get to send Minotaurs to eat your village.
You wouldn't know what any of the moves were.
That's true.
You'd see me doing my Terminator combos and making quips, and you'd be like, I don't get that one.
Well, I would, I'd make it a nice, easy experience for you. I'd send my hoplites to defend your little base.
See, well, I don't want that either. I hate that. God, I hate hand holding. People, hey, Kyle, do you want all this? I was like, no, I don't want all of that. That would ruin the game.
All right. Well, then I'll go whole hog 1v1.
I would prefer that. Honestly, that's what I would want. Like if I were going to play, I would want you to like decimate me.
I'm not good enough at AOM to like if you started playing right now, by the end of the night, you'd probably be at a similar level that I am. Not quite. Okay, you wouldn't. That's fair. You wouldn't, because I know the mechanics from AOE, and I have. Like,
I wish I'd been training in darkness for 6 months with pros. How great would that be?
That would be, dude. You know what? That wouldn't upset me. I'd be like, oh, you're gonna play the game I like. You know what actually would upset me about that? If you did that, I would be like,
I'd play
You've been
one
playing
game.
and you didn't play with me.
You beat him your first game because he goes easy on you. It doesn't know that you're a pro.
Yeah, I'd play one game and I'd like stomp. He'd be like, "Are you juggling my pigs? Are you doing the thing? Well, if you just stole my pig, I'd get a new respawn. But you've juggled my pig. How did you? Oh, it just seemed like the thing to do. It just seemed right. I felt like I could deprive you of the pig and get no respawn. You're like, you have destroyed me. It's like, I gotta say, this game's not very challenging and frankly not very fun. I don't think I'll ever play again. And then that would be great.
You're like doing stuff that only someone who knows the game well. You'd be like, yeah, it just made sense to send my scout forward, hit your boar twice to ensure that it chases me, and then steal it. Like, is that something that you didn't do?
A little piece of me wants to put this plan into action, but I also know my Discord would rat me out for opening that game 4 times a day.
I would immediately be like in our group chat, I'd be like, what do you want to play? Like, what do you want to play? Dude, it's like what the god power I've had the most fun using. It's not even one of the most powerful ones, because late game you get like meteor showers, like wolf attacks. Like there's a Norse one, Fimbulwinter, a bunch of stuff pops up, wolves to kill villagers. Aphrodite gives you one just like from the Iliad, where you can like target an area of the map and it will turn the enemy soldiers into pigs, and then you can eat the pigs. And so like there's no, it's so disheartening. You're like, I got a good force, we're charging in, and then they turn you into pigs, and it's like, oh, not only did we not achieve much on that fight, he's got a lot of food to eat now. Like this, this is bad.
Yeah, I remember that in the Odyssey when they got to the island and she turned his men to pigs. I think they ate a couple of them.
They did. That was quite. I mean, that's the word, the Odyssey.
I like that. I like that book. But more so, I like the shitty TV movie. I always talk about how it's got one of those triumphant moments at the end when like Odysseus comes back and gets his fucking revenge, and all these suitors are in his house trying to marry his wife. They've been slapping his son around. They've been slapping his servants around. They've been fucking his housemaid, and then they're all in there in his living room, feet kicked up. And today they're going to do a little test to see who's the man enough to like marry his wife off to, basically, and take his kingdom from him. And he fucking comes in there and he bends the magic bow and strings it and shoots the arrow through a dozen axe handle holes while they all watch. And he transforms from the old man, the guise of an old man, back to his badass, youthful, oiled up bicep self. And he's like, you came into my home. You came into my home that I built with these hands and tried to take what was mine. And he looks at his son and he's like, now. And like he'd been told, the son, he's like, you have to hold your rage until it's time. And the son just goes, ah! And like throws a spear so hard at the main like asshole that it like he flies through the air and is nailed to a wall, impaled or some shit. It's a great scene. I love that shit. If you go back and watch it on YouTube, it's in, I don't know, 300p. And it is not going to live up to what I've described.
Odysseus is almost in the wrong for that. He's like, what? You try to usurp my power a mere 37 years after I disappear across the horizon? Not today.
Don't you know I was delayed. I had to get some goddess pussy, and then there was a while where wait, you were getting pussy while you're it was a little layover on Goddess Pussy Island, and my men got turned into pigs. We ate Olaf. You ate my son? Yeah, it was. We didn't know.
We weren't positive.
But yeah, he's been gone so long that it's like the boss of the country has left and been gone for 20 something years, decades. And they're like, we need a new boss. We need a new king here, and your wife is the queen, so like someone needs to marry her because she's a widow. I like that story, and even more like the TV.
Being gone for like 40 years and thinking you need to wear a disguise when you get back is absurd. Like,
he's the king though. They like when any. I mean, they recognized him right away. They were like, "Oh shit, it's Odysseus."
I guess they kind of did, but they wouldn't have. All the suitors were probably 2 years old when he left.
It'd be like if Bill Clinton left for 20 years and came back. You'd be like, "Fuck, he's here." We thought it was a myth.
We thought Bill Clinton was a myth. I just been,
boys.
You know what? I got caught on my own Love Island.
Actually, if y'all want Hillary, take her. You know, we don't need to fight about this.
That's a pretty good accent.
This is all over Hillary.
We can. Wait, you weren't even calling for her. You can have her anyway.
Kyle, Jackie and I have started watching the Aliens movies. I think there's 9 of them. Here's my question. We started with Alien because it's the first one.
It is.
But it's not. The oldest one in like lore.
Oh, you want to go chronological?
Well, that's what I was asking. Would you watch these things in like movie timeline or release date timeline?
I'd watch. So let me just first say, my girlfriend is a massive Aliens fan, and she has only recently like gotten super enthralled with it because she's been playing Alien Isolation, the game.
Should be asking her.
She went and watched Alien Romulus without me. Like she's seen the newest movie
without you.
Yeah, I didn't want to go. Frankly, I can't. But I was like, I don't really want to go. She's like, oh, I'm going. She's like, she took her friends. They went. So she's super, super duper into it. What I would do, I like the first one a lot. It's Ridley Scott's directing. Sigourney Weaver's there. Sigourney Weaver's role, all the roles were written sexless. So the benefit of that, especially and for that time period, is they wrote a woman like a man, and she comes off as a great fucking character.
Dude, I cannot pin an age on the actress. She looks 19 in that film, and her hair looks 34. And I don't know how old she is.
You see her bush? Oh my god, it's like it's everywhere. Oh yeah,
is it her underwear? I don't remember her seeing.
It's peeking out of the side. That Sigourney Weaver bush cannot be contained by those tiny, teeny panties. I promise you. Both movies you got bush. The second one you get more bush. She comes out of her pod. I like the first one a ton. I don't know if I like it more or the second one, because the second one you got James Cameron taking over the directing, and they make an action movie. It's famous story about James Cameron walking into the studios at Sony or whatever and writing the word alien on the board and then drawing an S on the end and then drawing 2 lines through that, the dollar sign, and being like, ah, and they're like, sold. How much money would you need, Mr. Cameron? And the second one is tremendous to me too. I love it. The third one is a slog. I think David Fincher maybe directed it. It's depressing. They kill off main characters. They leave Sigourney Weaver on a prison rape planet. It's sad. Yeah. Sigourney Weaver didn't want to do any more Alien movies, so she forced them to kill her character off at the end. Of course, then the fourth one comes around in like 97, I think. Somewhere between 94 and 97, they made the fourth one, Alien Resurrection. It's not very good. Again, it's in the future. They've cloned Ripley, and because she was pregnant with a queen alien at the time of her death, their DNA is fused, so they end up with a Ripley clone and an alien queen clone, and it's basically just to shoot them up on a space station. Winona Ryder's in it too. It's pretty good, but it's honestly trash. The first two are the only ones worth watching. Then when you get into the newer movies like Covenant and Prometheus, I think Prometheus on its own, there are parts of it that are very beautiful and it's telling a huge story. But when it gets down to the decisions the characters make in both of the newer movies, Covenant and Prometheus, the astronauts in space are making stupid person decisions you wouldn't have happen at a McDonald's. You know, the fry cook at McDonald's would never be like, hey, you know what? Let's not make burgers today. Let's go to France. Like that. There's a part where the whole point of Covenant is they're on their way to colonize a new planet. They have thousands of people asleep, and they have an accident, and they have to stop for a minute, and they realize, hey, there's a planet right here that could work, like right over there. We don't have to travel for 5-10 more years or whatever. We could go there. And it's like, we're going to a specific planet, guys. Let's stick to the mission. They go to a scary alien planet, and they just land on it and walk around in T-shirts. They don't put a helmet on. They don't put a gas mask on. They're breathing the alien air, and wouldn't you know it, there's like spores there that mutate you and make monsters come out of you like gremlins. And then everybody fucking dies, and ships are exploding because
I should ask your girlfriend for this advice. You're just shitting on every movie.
They're bad. They're all bad.
More in chronological order or lore order.
You'd like it better if you watched the first 2 movies and called it a night.
Kyle kicks off with, well, I really liked her pubes, and all these movies suck.
They do. They fucking suck. Sigourney, look, Alien and Aliens, really good movies. Like they're 4-star favorites. They're all-time classics. I go back to them frequently. Fun. Which one?
I don't know which one I saw now. I didn't realize.
Did you see the one in the ice pyramid under the ground with the black ice climbing lady?
It's been a while. Maybe. I don't know.
It's PG-13. It's an abomination, and there's one good scene in it. There's one good scene in that movie, and it's when you finally have a predator fight an alien, and then it's like, done with that. Like there it was, and PG-13 goodness. No, hate that movie. I hate Alien versus Predator Requiem, the movie that came out a couple years later, and PG-13 again. And then I really liked the newest Predator movie, Prey. That was a good movie. And it's a girl, alien, or it's an Indian girl as the main character, and I love that. Good job. But I got to say, the only 2 good Alien movies that are actually good are the first 2. But you can watch them all. I would watch them in production order, because even though Prometheus and Covenant take place out of the timeline, like they don't really lead into Alien 1 at all.
Yeah, Alien versus Predator apparently is before any of them. It's the very first one in the lore. And I didn't know that. I just was on the website. And I like you said, I don't think that really...
Here's what we have to be excited about in the Alien universe, though. The director who made Legion on FX, and I think he made something else that's really well loved, is making an Alien TV show for FX. They're getting a series about Alien, and it's called Alien Earth, and I think it's going to be the new earliest in the timeline. I think we might be it might be our time, or like shortly, like a near future to us. aliens and something to do with Earth or whatever. That I'm actually excited for. But honestly, all the alien movies except for the first two suck. They really do. They're like subpar movies. I've seen them all multiple times. Yeah.
I've had this topic for months. If there was a sex Olympics, which category would you compete in?
Butthole speed eating contest. Yeah, you gotta get as many as you can get in your mouth at once. Now,
Zach says fertility. I like it. Yeah,
sperm count.
Oh yeah, the sperm.
Loads.
That would be one that everyone should compete in because you never know. Like, oh my god,
I know.
I won the sperm competition. Or it would be horrible news and it'd be like you have no sperm.
You ever look at your jism under that fancy microscope you got over there?
No. Oh, that's on the to-do list.
Dude, see what your sperm count is. You can figure it out. There's that famous like Reddit thing where like
I couldn't even tell the sex of my baby. The ultrasound.
Well, I think you see the sperms pretty easy through a microscope at like 400-600 magnification, right? Like, I think.
What would the contest be? Other than
that's the sort of the core of the question.
The fastest fuck.
I was like receiving head. I'm really good at it. I can be complimentary. I can be encouraging. I can get you psyched.
I got
hygiene's on point.
I think that'd be part of the female competition, and you'd be more of like the equivalent of a hurdle. Like you'd have to blow you and then jump over something and then blow the next guy.
I receive BJs better than anyone you know.
They take a 1 kilogram weight. They take a 1 kilogram weight, and there's like a loop. And they hook it around your erection, and we see who can hold the weight up the longest. It's an erection contest.
Now, perfect. Now there's actually like a weight, so it's like, wow, this guy got 10 pounds, real strong penis.
We're also going to tie weights to your testicles and have a lifting competition. It's very much like a squat.
It seems
like a goblin squat. It's goblin squat. Yeah.
Goblin squat.
A goblin squat, not even a goblet. A goblin squat.
No, this is the goblin squat. This is different. This is where you tie it to your balls.
Okay. I don't know if I want to compete in the goblin squat, but if I guess you need to find what you're good at.
Yeah, I would be. I think.
I'd try all of them just to see what I excelled in.
All your events sound horrible to compete in compared to.
I don't think I have Olympic sexual
part of
prowess.
It's got to be hard. It's got to be difficult. Otherwise, everyone's going to want to do it.
Yeah, it will be.
Everybody's going to be trying out. You know, you think that those gymnastics coaches are fucking perverts? Oh my god.
The sex Olympics coaches.
All right, kids, come on in here.
All right, we're breaking out that masseuse creep from the girls' gymnastics team to coach. That's his Mighty Ducks coaching story.
Oh, that's fun.
To bring him out of.
All right, bring it in.
This is a matter, sir. This is a matter of the country's security. We cannot allow China to win the sex Olympics. We need to bring him out. Fine.
I read that guy gets targeted frequently in prison.
Oh,
hey man, do a fucking cartwheel for me.
I love the floor. I love the Olympics. You get some shit, Holmes. I think that's the general vibe in there. That if you fuck with like kids, for sure. But it seems like because he's a famous kid diddler, like the article said that he's gonna get his ass whooped all the time.
Dude, he was like,
what was his job?
He was the coach or he was the doctor. The team
doctor.
And so he was like giving inappropriate massages and like looking at him naked and like I guess groping and molesting. And he did this to like it was like, wasn't it like dozens or like 100 girls? It was an absurd amount.
Yeah,
that came forward and we're like, oh, this guy who's been in this position for 20 years for 10 crops.
And what were you saying, Taylor? Like, man, he checks both boxes with these girls, quantity and quality. Like if you're gonna do it, Taylor was like, my God, this guy.
Offline, Taylor never stops about how cool this disrespectful doctor
nonstop. I'm always like, man, you know who we need to get out of prison? The fucking Olympics molester.
He sends me these pictures of like the teen Olympians, like hashtag caked up. I'm like, you don't hashtag in a text message, dude. What are we doing here?
Taylor, you're like a boomer.
My fucking WhatsApp saved that shit to my phone. Now I'm in trouble.
Yeah. Hashtag early release. Hashtag clemency.
Gripping it. Hashtag gripping it. Did you see Doc's new tweet? He's like, are people still streaming video games? What a snooze fest. And the first reply is like, didn't you sext a minor?
Yeah.
And he tweets like, cruising in the Lambo with the windows down, just living la vacation, or like coming back from my la vacation or some shit like that. And I was just like, man,
I saw
you're a
him
little
tweet
tone deaf.
that video today where it's like AI of him in a speedboat, like racing towards an island, and using an island was a misstep because everyone is like goofing and clowning on him like Epstein Island jokes. And this one guy, he's got like a physical handicap, Ricky Berwick, and he like makes a bunch of jokes about it, like interspliced himself where he's like flying towards the island, and then Ricky's like, please don't come back, we don't want you here.
It's a PDF, not a DOC. Dr. Disrespect taking himself down. Where's he coming from? Epstein Island? Yeah.
Can we watch? I haven't seen this 2:30.
It's literally
buffer around in
dude,
it?
It's not worth watching. It's the same clip over and over.
Yeah, just buffer around in it. I just wanted to see, like, get some sense of, like, first of all, tone deaf. I mean, what do you? Come on, bro. Come on. They think folks think you're like pedophile right now, right? You need to be seen with an adult woman ASAP.
Yeah, your stock is low right now, so maybe not AI boat videos.
I don't know where he's returning to. Is he going to be on X? Is he going to be on YouTube?
Ooh, maybe on X.
Right?
X makes so much sense. I don't know how well that's monetized, but you imagine he'd get his own sweetheart deal.
I don't think it's monetized well. Or yeah, you're right. He would get his own deal.
I've heard that it's monetized really poorly because Mr. Beast said he makes something like 100 times more on YouTube. Like, it's a wild number.
It's ever evolving though over there. It's got to be with Musk and his advertisers. Like,
I'm not Dr. Disrespect's biggest fan, but let's all admit that if somebody wanted him, they might pay a lot.
Yeah, he's got a big audience, or seemingly, I guess.
A lot.
Like, they really need to. Like, tomorrow's stream for him is going to be huge because there will be a ton of people just like poking in because they're going to want to see what he says or what's up. I would imagine YouTube, but like, who knows if, like, let's say he goes back and tries to do his normal streaming thing a month from now, like, who knows? Maybe he's at a half of his original viewership prior to the scandal. I don't know.
I don't know. I know right away it's going to be huge though. Like,
tomorrow will be big because people are going to want to see. They were like, what's his explanation?
What's his new sponsor like going to be?
Pampers.
I always thought Dr. Pepper would be perfect. Docs, one prescription. Only one prescription for your thirst. Pepper.
2 out of 2 doctors recommend the pepper.
That or a small. Never mind. I don't think he did it. I hope that it all turns out there's just a misunderstanding and Twitch was just
maybe he should team up with the Olympic doc. Couple of docs just out on the town.
Just having a good time. Team up with the Olympic doc in prison. That'd be fun.
Yeah. Although I don't think that guy's long for this world because I've heard at least 4 different times of like, hey, remember that Olympic doctor? Yeah, he's having a rough go of it. And it's like, yeah, I don't doubt it. And usually those rough goes, they get you eventually.
That sucks, right? Like, it's bad enough to go to prison, trust me. But like going to a real scary prison and then being targeted for what you did. I saw something the other day. This guy was going to prison and he's got a swastika on his face. And the commentator's like, see the swastika? To be in the Florida penal system, you need permission to rock that. You need to ask the good old boys. They're the main white supremacist game. And turns out you have to earn your face swastika in the good old whatever the fuck. He's like, they're gonna have a thing or two to say about this when he hits the block, and I'm like, how scary would that be? Like
that would be so scary. What would your like opening thing be like as you're walking up to the cell with all the white?
Well, this guy was going in for like double murder or something. First of all, his whole face looks like the Joker. He's all ruined. So like, I think you want to be like, hey, I know I haven't actually earned this yet, but put me to work and I will. Let's do that. Let's say that for now I owe you, and let's get me out of this debt situation.
You know what I would do? You'd be the white supremacist. I'd be like, name any Jew. Name a Jew.
Seinfeld.
Don't like him.
Hero.
Don't like him. Name another. Try me again.
I think I know where this is going.
I
dreaded going into prison.
Alexander.
Being like, how does one earn an avocado?
Yes.
Larry David.
Don't like him.
Julia Louis-Dreyfus is like half Jew. Does that count?
That's where they'd get me. Oh, she's so pretty in the 90s.
Fucking hot, man. She was hot in Veep. Yeah.
She aged well.
She aged really well. She's pretty hot in Veep. I always thought she was like
past
watching the show. Like Jerry always had like smoking hot model and actress girlfriends, but I was still like, man, Elaine's at the top upper echelon of the ladies that he sees still. Yeah, super hot. Yeah.
That's why you always wanted Jerry to get back with Elaine.
It would ruin the show, though. They did it for a little while, and then that was kind of their whole thing. You know, they sort of made an episode about that.
This
about
and that.
And the other.
And the other. Yeah. They got another good episode. Man, I need to buy Netflix again so I can watch Seinfeld through an additional time.
Oh, you left Netflix?
I left Netflix
like a year and a half, 2 years ago, I canceled it. And it was literally because I had to confront that I was spending $17 a month for a Seinfeld machine. And that's absurd.
We've got it on Plex, I bet. If it's not on Plex, I'll put it on there ASAP.
Netflix is my second most important subscription, I think. If I were down to the number one's YouTube.
Yeah, for sure. Number one.
By far number one for me as well.
I watch more YouTube than anything else by far. And after that, it's probably Netflix.
I use Hulu a lot
for me after that.
Yeah, I use Hulu a ton.
Do you have ads?
No, I have the no ad version.
I have the very expensive Hulu version that I need to downgrade, but I keep forgetting. But I've got like live TV and my baseball and all that shit on there that I don't even watch anymore. But I like Hulu a lot. That's where ESPN Plus is too, to watch all the UFC fight nights and everything. I watch like Family Guy's on there.
Are you watching Family Guy more often?
Yeah, what I do honestly, that show better than any other show perhaps lends itself to just clip episodes on YouTube, and because it's just one gag after another that can be really disconnected and don't depend on so many cutaways. I like those. I can watch an hour-long fucking Family Guy gag video. I like those. I've also been watching some Simpson shit and some King of the Hill shit. I just watched the clip from King of the Hill where Bill wants to get in shape, so he goes to GNC. And I think it might be Macho Man Randy Savage as the guy who works at GNC. And like, I've actually been kicked out of my own gym because I was too muscular. They were intimidated by my pump. And I was thinking maybe I could go to your gym and I could train you, make you a real man. But I'm gonna need 100%, Bill. And he's like, oh, I think I can do it. But one of the products on the shelf was called Peck Nectar. And he's reading the ingredients in Peck Nectar. And I was just like, that's hilarious. It's talking about the pump it's going to give you and everything. But yeah, I think that's Macho Man Randy Savage there. And there might be another wrestler when they get back to Bill's house, because I didn't watch the whole episode, but I remember it. And they're like bullying Hank a little bit. All these meatheads over at Bill's house, all pumping iron. And even Bill, you can tell, like they start animating Bill differently. He's getting big. Like Bill's getting muscular too. I think they put on steroids, don't they?
At some point, he's on steroids. Yeah, I don't remember if that's.
I loved the episode where Hank was on steroids.
Where she gives him testosterone supplements,
testosterone into his lemonade, and Hank's getting like he's losing like that chubby body. He's getting like fit and muscular, and he's outside like working out hard, and the blonde Dale's wife is like looking at him like, oh my, he's looking good over there. And Hank comes back and grabs the whole pitcher of testosterone lemonade, and he's drinking it from the pitcher, and it's spilling on his shirt, and his like muscles are showing through it. And she's like, oh my, she's blushing. But like right before that, he had been outside jumping over the lawnmower over and over.
Yeah, that's the episode where he signs up to do the running of the bull.
Oh yeah.
And then they give him the tee shots, and then Peggy goes back to the doctor and is like, hypothetically, what would happen if I snuck this into my husband's food? And he's like, oh, well, that would, cause him to go through puberty again. And she's like, well, there's no problem there because I have stopped cold turkey. And he's like, oh, well, that's not what you want to do.
Yeah. No, I like that episode. And then there's an old episode. Hank has like no ass. It's like a medical condition. Like, and it's a genuine medical condition, and so he has to wear this. He starts wearing this device back there that's like two fake butt cheeks that you sit on, but it makes him look all caked up. So he gets pulled over, and the cop's hitting on him. It's a lady cop. She's like molesting him a little during the traffic stop, and at the end, he's lawnmower racing, and he's leaning into the turn so much that his left butt cheek explodes.
Yeah.
But his
Saline.
support group of no ass men is like fling him their asses in support so that he can slip one of their fake ass cheeks into his device and finish the race. It's such a
I like
silly
at the doctor's
premise.
office originally. They're like, Mr. Hill, you need to wear this this gluteus prosthetic. And he's like, oh, you want me to wear a fake ass? And the doctor's like, Mr. Hill, are your shoes fake feet? And then, it's just, and then just like left, and I'm like, that's pretty fucking funny. Such a good show. So many good moments in that show.
You guys
I
ready to
hope the
wrap?
remake happens.
Yeah, I think it's.
I suppose so. I've had
All
about
right.
all I could take.
What a fun show. PKA 716.